Mark Twain, A Biography. By Albert Bigelow Paine. Volume 3, Part 2, 1907 to 1910. Clavey Honors from Oxford. Clemens made a brief trip to Bermuda during the winter, taking Twitchell along, their first return to the island since the trip when they had promised to come back so soon nearly 30 years before. They had been comparatively young men then. They were old now, but they found the green island as fresh and full of bloom as ever. They did not find their old landlady. They could not even remember her name at first, and then Twitchell recalled that it was the same as an author of certain schoolbooks in his youth, and Clemens promptly said, "Kirkham's Grammar." Kirkham was truly the name, and they went to find her. But she was dead, and the daughter, who had been a young girl in that earlier time, reigned in her stead and entertained the successors of her mother's guests. They walked and drove about the island, and it was like taking up again a long discontinued book and reading another chapter of the same tale. It gave Mark Twain a fresh interest in Bermuda, one which he did not allow to fade again. Later in the year, March 1907, I also made a journey, it having been agreed that I should take a trip to the Mississippi and to the Pacific coast to see those old friends of Mark Twain's who were so rapidly passing away. John Briggs was still alive, and other Hannibal schoolmates, also Joe Goodman and Steve Gillis, and a few more of the early pioneers, all eminently worth seeing in the matter of such work as I had in hand. The billiard games would be interrupted, but whatever reluctance to the plan there may have been on that account was put aside in view of prospective benefits. Clemens, in fact, seemed to derive joy from the thought that he was commissioning a kind of personal emissary to his old comrades, and provided me with a letter of credentials. It was a long, successful trip that I made, and it was undertaken none too soon. John Briggs, a gentle-hearted man, was already entering the Valley of the Shadow as he talked to me by his fire one memorable afternoon, and reviewed the pranks of those days along the river and in the cave and on Holliday's Hill. I think it was 6 weeks later that he died, and there were others of that scattering procession who did not reach the end of the year. Joe Goodman, still full of vigor, in 1912, journeyed with me to the green and dreamy solitudes of Jackass Hill to see Steve and Jim Gillis, and that was an unforgettable Sunday when Steve Gillis, an invalid, but with the fire still in his eyes and speech, sat up on his couch in his little cabin in that Arcadian stillness and told old tales and adventures. When I left, he said, "Tell Sam I'm going to die pretty soon, but that I love him, that I've loved him all my life, and I'll love him till I die. This is the last word I'll ever send to him." Jim Gillis, down in Sonora, was already lying at the point of death, and so for him the visit was too late, though he was able to receive a message from his ancient mining partner, and to send back a parting word. I returned by way of New Orleans and the Mississippi River, for I wished to follow that abandoned water highway, and to visit its presiding genius, Horace Bixby. He died August 2, 1912, at the age of 86, still alive and in service as pilot of the government snag boat, his headquarters at St. Louis. Coming up the river on one of the old passenger steamboats that still exist, I noticed in a paper which came aboard that Mark Twain was to receive from Oxford University the literary doctor's degree. There had been no hint of this when I came away, and it seemed rather too sudden and too good to be true. That the little barefoot lad that had played along the river banks at Hannibal, and received such meager advantages in the way of schooling, whose highest ambition had been to pilot such a craft as this one, was about to be crowned by the world's greatest institution of learning, to receive the highest recognition for achievement in the world of letters, was a thing which would not be likely to happen outside of a fairy tale. Returning to New York, I ran out to Tuxedo, where he had taken a home for the summer, for it was already May, and walking along the shaded paths of that beautiful suburban park, he told me what he knew of the Oxford matter. Moberly Bell, of the London Times, had been over in April, and soon after his return to England there had come word of the proposed honor. Clemens privately and openly to Bell attributed it largely to his influence. He wrote to him, "Dear Mr. Bell, your hand is in it, and you have my best thanks. Although I wouldn't cross an ocean again for the price of the ship that carried me, I am glad to do it for an Oxford degree. I shall plan to sail for England a shade before the middle of June, so that I can have a few days in London before the 26th. A day or two later, when the time for sailing had been arranged, he overtook his letter with a cable. I perceive your hand in it. You have my best thanks. Sail on Minneapolis June 8th. Due in Southampton 10 days later. Clemens said that his first word of the matter had been a newspaper cablegram, and that he had been doubtful concerning it until a cablegram to himself had confirmed it. I never expected to cross the water again, he said, but I would be willing to journey to Mars for that Oxford degree. He put the matter aside then, and fell to talking of Jim Gillis and the others I had visited, dwelling especially on Gillis's astonishing faculty for improvising romances, recalling how he had stood with his back to the fire weaving his endless, grotesque yarns, with no other guide than his fancy. It was a long, happy walk we had, though rather a sad one in its memories, and he seemed that day, in a sense, to close the gate of those early scenes behind him, for he seldom referred to them afterward. He was back at 21 Fifth Avenue presently, arranging for his voyage. Meantime, cable invitations of every sort were pouring in, from this and that society and dignitary, invitations to dinners and ceremonials, and what not, and it was clear enough that his English sojourn was to be a busy one. He had hoped to avoid this, and began by declining all but 2 invitations, a dinner party given by Ambassador Whitelaw Reid and a luncheon proposed by the Pilgrims. But it became clear that this would not do. England was not going to confer its greatest collegiate honor without being permitted to pay its wider and more popular tribute. Clemens engaged a special secretary for the trip, Mr. Ralph W. Ashcroft, a young Englishman familiar with London life. They sailed on the 8th of June, by a curious coincidence exactly 40 years from the day he had sailed on the Quaker City to win his great fame. I went with him to the ship. His first elation had passed by this time, and he seemed a little sad, remembering, I think, the wife who would have enjoyed this honor with him but could not share it now. Clevi a true English welcome. Mark Twain's trip across the Atlantic would seem to have been a pleasant one. The Minneapolis is a fine, big ship, and there was plenty of company. Professor Archibald Henderson, Bernard Shaw's biographer, was aboard. Professor Henderson has since then published a volume on Mark Twain, an interesting commentary on his writings, mainly from the sociological point of view. Also President Patton, of the Princeton Theological Seminary, a well-known cartoonist, Richards, and some very attractive young people, schoolgirls in particular, such as all through his life had appealed to Mark Twain. Indeed, in his later life they made a stronger appeal than ever. The years had robbed him of his own little flock, and always he was trying to replace them. Once he said, "During those years after my wife's death I was washing about on a forlorn sea of banquets and speech-making in high and holy causes, and these things furnished me intellectual cheer and entertainment, but they got at my heart for an evening only, then left it dry and dusty. I had reached the grandfather stage of life without grandchildren, so I began to adopt some." He adopted several on that journey to England and on the return voyage, and he kept on adopting others during the rest of his life. These companionships became one of the happiest aspects of his final days, as we shall see by and by. There were entertainments on the ship, one of them given for the benefit of the Seamen's Orphanage. One of his adopted granddaughters, Charlie, he called her, played a violin solo and Clemens made a speech. Later his autographs were sold at auction. Dr. Patton was auctioneer, and one autographed postal card brought $25, which is perhaps the record price for a single Mark Twain signature. He wore his white suit on this occasion, and in the course of his speech referred to it. He told first of the many defects in his behavior, and how members of his household had always tried to keep him straight. The children, he said, had fallen into the habit of calling it dusting Papa off. Then he went on. "When my daughter came to see me off last Saturday at the boat, she slipped a note in my hand and said, 'Read it when you get aboard the ship.' I didn't think of it again until day before yesterday, and it was a dusting off. And if I carry out all the instructions that I got there I shall be more celebrated in England for my behavior than for anything else. I got instructions how to act on every occasion." She underscored, "Now don't you wear white clothes on ship or on shore until you get back." And I intended to obey. I have been used to obeying my family all my life, but I wore the white clothes tonight because the trunk that has the dark clothes in it is in the cellar. I am not apologizing for the white clothes. I am only apologizing to my daughter for not obeying her." He received a great welcome when the ship arrived at Tilbury. A throng of rapid-fire reporters and photographers immediately surrounded him, and when he left the ship the stevedores gave him a round of cheers. It was the beginning of that almost unheard-of demonstration of affection and honor which never for a moment ceased, but augmented from day to day during the 4 weeks of his English sojourn. In a dictation following his return, Mark Twain said, "Who began it? The very people of all people in the world whom I would have chosen, 100 men of my own class, grimy sons of labor, the real builders of empires and civilizations, the stevedores. They stood in a body on the dock and charged their masculine lungs, and gave me a welcome which went to the marrow of me." J. Y. W. McAllister was at the St. Pancras railway station to meet him, and among others on the platform was Bernard Shaw, who had come down to meet Professor Henderson. Clemens and Shaw were presented, and met eagerly, for each greatly admired the other. A throng gathered. Mark Twain was extricated at last, and hurried away to his apartments at Brown's Hotel. "A placid, subdued, homelike, old-fashioned English inn," he called it. "Well known to me years ago, a blessed retreat of a sort now rare in England, and becoming rarer every year." But Brown's was not placid and subdued during his stay. The London newspapers declared that Mark Twain's arrival had turned Brown's not only into a royal court, but a post office, that the procession of visitors and the bundles of mail fully warranted this statement. It was, in fact, an experience which surpassed in general magnitude and magnificence anything he had hitherto known. His former London visits, beginning with that of 1872, had been distinguished by high attentions, but all of them combined could not equal this. When England decides to get up an ovation, her people are not to be outdone even by the lavish Americans. An assistant secretary had to be engaged immediately, and it sometimes required from 16 to 20 hours a day for 2 skilled and busy men to receive callers and reduce the pile of correspondence. A pile of invitations had already accumulated, and others flowed in. Lady Stanley, widow of Henry M. Stanley, wrote, "You know I want to see you and join right hand to right hand. I must see your dear face again. You will have no peace, rest, or leisure during your stay in London, and you will end by hating human beings. Let me come before you feel that way." Mary Cholmondeley, the author of Red Pottage, niece of that lovable Reginald Cholmondeley, and herself an old friend, sent greetings and urgent invitations. Archdeacon Wilberforce wrote, "I have just been preaching about your indictment of that scoundrel King of the Belgians, and telling my people to buy the book. I am only a humble item among the very many who offer you a cordial welcome in England, but we long to see you again, and I should like to change hats with you again. Do you remember?" The Athenaeum, the Garrick, and a dozen other London clubs had anticipated his arrival with cards of honorary membership for the period of his stay. Every leading photographer had put in a claim for sittings. It was such a reception as Charles Dickens had received in America in 1842, and again in 1867. A London paper likened it to Voltaire's return to Paris in 1778, when France went mad over him. There is simply no limit to English affection and hospitality once aroused. Clemens wrote, "Surely such weeks as this must be very rare in this world. I had seen nothing like them before. I shall see nothing approaching them again." Sir Thomas Lipton and Bram Stoker, old friends, were among the first to present themselves, and there was no break in the line of callers. Clemens's resolutions for secluding himself were swept away. On the very next morning following his arrival he breakfasted with J. Henniker Heaton, father of international penny postage, at the Bath Club, just across Dover Street from Brown's. He lunched at the Ritz with Marjorie Bowen and Miss Bisland. In the afternoon he sat for photographs at Barnett's, and made 1 or 2 calls. He could no more resist these things than a debutante in her first season. He was breakfasting again with Heaton next morning, lunching with Toby M.P. and Mrs. Lucy, and having tea with Lady Stanley in the afternoon, and being elaborately dined next day at Dorchester House by Ambassador and Mrs. Reed. These were all old and tried friends. He was not a stranger among them, he said, he was at home. Alfred Austin, Conan Doyle, Anthony Hope, Alma Tadema, E.A. Abbey Edmund Gosse, George Smalley, Sir Norman Lockyer, Henry W. Lucy, Sidney Brooks, and Bram Stoker were among those at Dorchester House, all old comrades, as were many of the other guests. I knew fully half of those present, he said afterward. Mark Twain's bursting upon London society naturally was made the most of by the London papers, and all his movements were tabulated and elaborated, and when there was any opportunity for humor in the situation it was not left unimproved. The celebrated Ascot Racing Cup was stolen just at the time of his arrival, and the papers suggestively mingled their headlines. Mark Twain arrives, Ascot Cup stolen, and kept the joke going in one form or another. Certain state jewels and other regalia also disappeared during his stay, and the news of these burglaries was reported in suspicious juxtaposition with the news of Mark Twain's doings. English reporters adopted American habits for the occasion, and invented or embellished when the demand for a new sensation was urgent. Once, when following the custom of the place, he descended the hotel elevator in a perfectly proper and heavy brown bath-robe, and stepped across narrow Dover Street to the Bath Club. The papers flamed next day with the story that Mark Twain had wandered about the lobby of Brown's and promenade Dover Street in a sky-blue bath-robe attracting wide attention. Clara Clemens, across the ocean, was naturally a trifle disturbed by such reports, and cabled this delicate dusting off. Much worried. Remember proprieties. To which he answered, They all pattern after me. A reply to the last degree characteristic. It was on the 4th day after his arrival, June 22d, that he attended the King's Garden Party at Windsor Castle. There were 8,500 guests at the King's party, and if we may judge from the London newspapers, Mark Twain was quite as much a figure in that great throng as any member of the royal family. His presentation to the King and the Queen is set down as an especially notable incident, and their conversation is quite fully given. Clemens himself reported, His Majesty was very courteous. In the course of the conversation I reminded him of an episode of 15 years ago, when I had the honor to walk a mile with him when he was taking the waters at Hamburg, in Germany. I said that I had often told about that episode, and that whenever I was the historian I made good history of it, and it was worth listening to, but that it had found its way into print once or twice in unauthentic ways and was badly damaged thereby. I said I should like to go on repeating this history, but that I should be quite fair and reasonably honest, and while I should probably never tell it twice in the same way I should at least never allow it to deteriorate in my hands. His Majesty intimated his willingness that I should continue to disseminate that piece of history, and he added a compliment, saying that he knew good and sound history would not suffer at my hands, and that if this good and sound history needed any improvement beyond the facts he would trust me to furnish that improvement. I think it is not an exaggeration to say that the Queen looked as young and beautiful as she did 35 years ago when I saw her first. I did not say this to her, because I learned long ago never to say the obvious thing, but leave the obvious thing to commonplace and inexperienced people to say. That she still looked to me as young and beautiful as she did 35 years ago is good evidence that 10,000 people have already noticed this and have mentioned it to her. I could have said it and spoken the truth, but I was too wise for that. I kept the remark unuttered and saved Her Majesty the vexation of hearing it the 10,001th time. All that report about my proposal to buy Windsor Castle and its grounds was a false rumor. I started it myself. One newspaper said I patted His Majesty on the shoulder, an impertinence of which I was not guilty. I was reared in the most exclusive circles of Missouri, and I know how to behave. The King rested his hand upon my arm a moment or two while we were chatting, but he did it of his own accord. The newspaper which said I talked with Her Majesty with my hat on spoke the truth, but my reasons for doing it were good and sufficient, in fact unassailable. Rain was threatening, the temperature had cooled, and the Queen said, "Please put your hat on, Mr. Clemens." I begged her pardon and excused myself from doing it. After a moment or two she said, "Mr. Clemens, put your hat on," with a slight emphasis on the word on. "I can't allow you to catch cold here." When a beautiful queen commands, it is a pleasure to obey, and this time I obeyed. But I had already disobeyed once, which is more than a subject would have felt justified in doing, and so it is true, as charged. I did talk with the Queen of England with my hat on, but it wasn't fair in the newspaper man to charge it upon me as an impoliteness, since there were reasons for it which he could not know of. Nearly all the members of the British royal family were there, and there were foreign visitors which included the King of Siam and a party of India princes in their gorgeous court costumes, which Clemens admired openly, and said he would like to wear himself. The English papers spoke of it as one of the largest and most distinguished parties ever given at Windsor. Clemens attended it in company with Mr. and Mrs. J. Henniker Heaton, and when it was over Sir Thomas Lipton joined them and motored with them back to Brown's. He was at Archdeacon Wilberforce's next day, where a curious circumstance developed. When he arrived, Wilberforce said to him, in an undertone, "Come into my library. I have something to show you." In the library Clemens was presented to a Mr. Pole, a plain-looking man, suggesting in dress and appearance the English tradesman. Wilberforce said, "Mr. Pole, show to Mr. Clemens what you have brought here." Mr. Pole unrolled a long strip of white linen and brought to view at last a curious, saucer-looking vessel of silver, very ancient in appearance, and cunningly overlaid with green glass. The Archdeacon took it and handed it to Clemens as some precious jewel. Clemens said, "What is it?" Wilberforce impressively answered, "It is the Holy Grail." Clemens naturally started with surprise. "You may well start," said Wilberforce. "But it's the truth. That is the Holy Grail." Then he gave this explanation: Mr. Pole, a grain merchant of Bristol, had developed some sort of clairvoyant power, or at all events he had dreamed several times with great vividness the location of the true Grail. Another dreamer, a Dr. Goodchild of Bath, was mixed up in the matter, and between them this peculiar vessel, which was not a cup or a goblet, or any of the traditional things, had been discovered. Mr. Pole seemed a man of integrity, and it was clear that the churchman believed the discovery to be genuine and authentic. Of course there could be no positive proof. It was a thing that must be taken on trust. That the vessel itself was wholly different from anything that the generations had conceived, and was apparently of very ancient make, was opposed to the natural suggestion of fraud. Clemens, to whom the whole idea of the Holy Grail was simply a poetic legend and myth, had the feeling that he had suddenly been transmigrated, like his own Connecticut Yankee, back into the Arthurian days. But he made no question, suggested no doubt. Whatever it was to them the materialization of a symbol of faith which ranked only second to the cross itself, and he handled it reverently, and felt the honor of having been one of the first permitted to see the relic. In a subsequent dictation he said, "I am glad I have lived to see that half-hour, that astonishing half-hour. In its way it stands alone in my life's experience. In the belief of 2 persons present this was the very vessel which was brought by night and secretly delivered to Nicodemus, nearly 19 centuries ago, after the Creator of the universe had delivered up his life on the cross for the redemption of the human race. The very cup which the stainless Sir Galahad had sought with knightly devotion in far fields of peril and adventure in Arthur's time, 1400 years ago. The same cup which princely knights of other bygone ages had laid down their lives in long impatient efforts to find, and had passed from life disappointed. And here it was at last, dug up by a grain broker at no cost of blood or travel, and apparently no purity required of him above the average purity of the 20th century dealer in cereal futures. Not even a stately name required, no Sir Galahad, no Sir Bors de Ganis, no Sir Lancelot of the Lake. Nothing but a mere Mr. Pole. From the New York Sun somewhat later. Mr. Pole communicated the discovery to a dignitary of the Church of England, who summoned a number of eminent persons, including psychologists, to see and discuss it. 40 attended, including some peers with ecclesiastical interests, Ambassador Whitelaw Reid, Professor Crukas, and ministers of various religious bodies, including the Rev. R. J. Campbell. They heard Mr. Pole's story with deep attention, but he could not prove the genuineness of the relic. Clemens saw Mr. and Mrs. Rogers at Claridge's Hotel that evening, lunched with his old friends Sir Norman and Lady Lockyer next day, took tea with T.P. O'Connor at the House of Commons, and on the day following, which was June 5th, he was the guest of honor at one of the most elaborate occasions of his visit, a luncheon given by the Pilgrims at the Savoy Hotel. It would be impossible to set down here a report of the doings, or even a list of the guests, of that gathering. The Pilgrims is a club with branches on both sides of the ocean, and Mark Twain, on either side, was a favorite associate. At this luncheon the picture on the bill of fare represented him as a robed pilgrim, with a great pen for his staff, turning his back on the Mississippi River and being led along his literary way by a huge jumping frog, to which he is attached by a string. On a guest card was printed, "Pilot of many pilgrims since the shout, Mark Twain!" That serves you for a deathless sign. On Mississippi's waterway rang out over the plummet's line, still where the countless ripples laugh above the blue of halcyon seas. Long may you keep your course unbroken, buoyed upon a love 10,000 fathoms deep. O. S. Owen Seaman. Augustine Birrell made the speech of introduction, closing with this paragraph. Mark Twain is a man whom Englishmen and Americans do well to honor. He is a true consolidator of nations. His delightful humor is of the kind which dissipates and destroys national prejudices. His truth and his honor, his love of truth and his love of honor, overflow all boundaries. He has made the world better by his presence, and we rejoice to see him here. Long may he live to reap a plentiful harvest of hearty, honest human affection. The toast was drunk standing. Then Clemens rose and made a speech which delighted all England. In his introduction Mr. Birrell had happened to say, "How I came here I will not ask." Clemens remembered this, and looking down into Mr. Birrell's wineglass, which was apparently unused, he said, "Mr. Birrell doesn't know how he got here. But he will be able to get away all right. He has not drunk anything since he came." He told stories about Howells and Twitchell, and how Darwin had gone to sleep reading his books, and then he came down to personal things and company, and told them how, on the day of his arrival, he had been shocked to read on a great placard, "Mark Twain arrives, Ascot Cup stolen." No doubt many a person was misled by those sentences joined together in that unkind way. I have no doubt my character has suffered from it. I suppose I ought to defend my character, but how can I defend it? I can say here and now that anybody can see by my face that I am sincere, that I speak the truth, and that I have never seen that cup. I have not got the cup, I did not have a chance to get it. I have always had a good character in that way. I have hardly ever stolen anything, and if I did steal anything I had discretion enough to know about the value of it first. I do not steal things that are likely to get myself into trouble. I do not think any of us do that. I know we all take things, that is to be expected, but really I have never taken anything, certainly in England, that amounts to any great thing. I do confess that when I was here 7 years ago I stole a hat, but that did not amount to anything. It was not a good hat, it was only a clergyman's hat, anyway. I was at a luncheon party and Archdeacon Wilberforce was there also. I dare say he is Archdeacon now, he was a canon then, and he was serving in the Westminster Battery, if that is the proper term. I do not know, as you mix military and ecclesiastical things together so much. He recounted the incident of the exchanged hats, then he spoke of graver things. He closed. I cannot always be cheerful, and I cannot always be chaffing. I must sometimes lay the cap and bells aside and recognize that I am of the human race. I have my cares and griefs, and I therefore noticed what Mr. Birrell said. I was so glad to hear him say it, something that was in the nature of these verses here at the top of the program. He lit our life with shafts of sun and vanquished pain. Thus two great nations stand as one in honoring Twain. I am very glad to have those verses. I am very glad and very grateful for what Mr. Birrell said in that connection. I have received since I have been here, in this 1 week, hundreds of letters from all conditions of people in England, men, women, and children, and there is compliment, praise, and above all, and better than all, there is in them a note of affection. Praise is well, compliment is well, but affection, that is the last and final and most precious reward that any man can win, whether by character or achievement, and I am very grateful to have that reward. All these letters make me feel that here in England, as in America. When I stand under the English or the American flag, I am not a stranger, I am not an alien, but at home. Clavii, Doctor of Literature, Oxford. He left, immediately following the Pilgrim Luncheon, with Hon. Robert P. Porter, of the London Times, for Oxford, to remain his guest there during the various ceremonies. The insignia, the ceremony of conferring the degrees, occurred at the Sheldonian Theatre the following morning, June 26, 1907. It was a memorable affair. Among those who were to receive degrees that morning besides Samuel Clemens were Prince Arthur of Connaught, Prime Minister Campbell Bannerman, Whitelaw Reid, Rudyard Kipling, Sidney Lee, Sidney Colvin, Lord Archbishop of Armagh, Primate of Ireland, Sir Norman Lockyer, Auguste Rodin, the sculptor, Saint Saëns, and Gen. William Booth, of the Salvation Army, something more than 30, in all, of the world's distinguished citizens. The candidates assembled at Magdalen College, and led by Lord Curzon, the Chancellor, and clad in their academic plumage, filed in radiant procession to the Sheldonian Theatre, a group of men such as the world seldom sees collected together. The London Standard said of it, "So brilliant and so interesting was the list of those who had been selected by Oxford University on convocation to receive degrees honoris causa in this first year of Lord Curzon's chancellorship, that it is small wonder that the Sheldonian Theatre was besieged today at an early hour." Shortly after 11 o'clock the organ started playing the strains of God Save the King, and at once a great volume of sound arose as the anthem was taken up by the undergraduates and the rest of the assemblage. Every one stood up as, headed by the mace of office, the procession slowly filed into the theatre, under the leadership of Lord Curzon, in all the glory of his robes of office, the long black gown heavily embroidered with gold, the gold-tasseled mortarboard, and the medals on his breast forming an admirable setting, thoroughly in keeping with the dignity and bearing of the late Viceroy of India. Following him came the members of convocation, a goodly number consisting of doctors of divinity, whose robes of scarlet and black enhanced the brilliance of the scene. Robes of salmon and scarlet, which proclaimed the wearer to be a doctor of civil law, were also seen in numbers, while here and there was a gown of grey and scarlet, emblematic of the doctorate of science or of letters. The insignia is an impressive occasion, but it is not a silent one. There is a splendid dignity about it, but there goes with it all a sort of Greek chorus of hilarity, the time-honored prerogative of the Oxford undergraduate, who insists on having his joke and his merriment at the expense of those honored guests. The degrees of Doctor of Law were conferred first. Prince Arthur was treated with proper dignity by the gallery, but when Whitelaw Reid stepped forth a voice shouted, "Where's your star-spangled banner?" And when England's Prime Minister Campbell Bannerman came forward someone shouted, "What about the House of Lords?" And so they kept it up, cheering and chaffing, until General Booth was introduced as the passionate advocate of the dregs of the people, leader of the submerged 10th, and General of the Salvation Army, when the place broke into a perfect storm of applause, a storm that a few minutes later became, according to the Daily News, a veritable cyclone. For Mark Twain, clad in his robe of scarlet and grey, had been summoned forward to receive the highest academic honors which the world has to give. The undergraduates went wild then. There was such a mingling of yells and calls and questions such as, "Have you brought the jumping frog with you? Where is the Ascot cup? Where are the rest of the innocents?" that it seemed as if it would not be possible to present him at all. But finally, Chancellor Curzon addressed him, in Latin, "Most amiable and charming sir, you shake the sides of the whole world with your merriment." And the great degree was conferred. If only Tom Sawyer could have seen him then! If only Olivia Clemens could have sat among those who gave him welcome! But life is not like that. There is always an incompleteness somewhere, and the shadow across the path. Rudyard Kipling followed, another supreme favorite, who was hailed with the chorus, "For he's a jolly good fellow." And then came St. Saëns. The prize poems and essays followed, and then the procession of newly created doctors left the theatre with Lord Curzon at their head. So it was all over that for which, as he said, he would have made the journey to Mars. The world had nothing more to give him now except that which he had already long possessed, its honor and its love. The newly made doctors were to be the guests of Lord Curzon at All Souls College for luncheon. As they left the theatre, according to Sidney Lee, the people in the streets singled out Mark Twain, formed a vast and cheering bodyguard around him, and escorted him to the college gates. But before and after the lunch it was Mark Twain again whom everybody seemed most of all to want to meet. The Maharaja of Bikaner, for instance, finding himself seated at lunch next to Mrs. Riggs, Kate Douglas Wiggin, and hearing that she knew Mark Twain, asked her to present him, a ceremony duly performed later on the quadrangle. At the garden party given the same afternoon in the beautiful grounds of St. John's, where the indefatigable Mark put in an appearance, it was just the same. Every one pressed forward for an exchange of greetings and a handshake. On the following day, when the Oxford pageant took place, it was even more so. Mark Twain's pageant, it was called by one of the papers. There was a dinner that evening at one of the colleges where, through mistaken information, Clemens wore black evening dress when he should have worn his scarlet gown. "When I arrived," he said, "the place was just a conflagration, a kind of human prairie fire. I looked as out of place as a Presbyterian in hell." Clemens remained the guest of Robert Porter, whose house was besieged with those desiring a glimpse of their new doctor of letters. If he went on the streets he was instantly recognized by some newsboy or cabman or butcher boy, and the word ran along like a cry of fire, while the crowds assembled. At a luncheon which the porters gave him, the proprietor of the catering establishment garbed himself as a waiter in order to have the distinction of serving Mark Twain, and declared it to have been the greatest moment of his life. This gentleman, for he was no less than that, was a man well read, and his tribute was not inspired by mere snobbery. Clemens, learning of the situation, later withdrew from the drawing-room for a talk with him. "I found," he said, "that he knew about 10 or 15 times as much about my books as I knew about them myself." Mark Twain viewed the Oxford pageant from a box with Rudyard Kipling and Lord Curzon, and as they sat there someone passed up a folded slip of paper, on the outside of which was written, "Not true." Opening it they read, "East is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet." A quotation from Kipling. They saw the panorama of history file by, a wonderful spectacle which made Oxford a veritable dream of the Middle Ages. The lanes and streets and meadows were thronged with such costumes as Oxford had seen in its long history. History was realized in a manner which no one could appreciate more fully than Mark Twain. "I was particularly anxious to see this pageant," he said, "so that I could get ideas for my funeral procession, which I am planning on a large scale." He was not disappointed. It was a realization to him of all the gorgeous spectacles that his soul had dreamed from youth up. He easily recognized the great characters of history as they passed by, and he was recognized by them in turn, for they waved to him and bowed and sometimes called his name, and when he went down out of his box, by and by, Henry VIII shook hands with him, a monarch he had always detested, though he was full of friendship for him now, and Charles I took off his broad velvet-plumed hat when they met, and Henry II and Rosamond and Queen Elizabeth all saluted him, ghosts of the dead centuries. Click's London Social Honours. We may not detail all the story of that English visit, even the path of glory leads to monotony at last. We may only mention a few more of the great honours paid to our unofficial ambassador to the world, among them a dinner given to members of the Savage Club by the Lord Mayor of London at the Mansion House, also a dinner given by the American Society at the Hotel Cecil in honor of the 4th of July. Clemens was the guest of honor, and responded to the toast given by Ambassador Reed. "The day we celebrate." He made an amusing and not altogether unserious reference to the American habit of exploding enthusiasm in dangerous fireworks. To English colonists he gave credit for having established American independence, and closed. "We have, however, one 4th of July which is absolutely our own, and that is the memorable proclamation issued 40 years ago by that great American to whom Sir Mortimer Durand paid that just and beautiful tribute, Abraham Lincoln, a proclamation which not only set the black slave free, but set his white owner free also. The owner was set free from that burden and offense, that sad condition of things where he was in so many instances a master and owner of slaves when he did not want to be. That proclamation set them all free. But even in this matter England led the way, for she had set her slaves free 30 years before, and we but followed her example. We always follow her example, whether it is good or bad. And it was an English judge, a century ago, that issued that other great proclamation, and established that great principle, that when a slave, let him belong to whom he may, and let him come whence he may, sets his foot upon English soil his fetters, by that act, fall away and he is a free man before the world. It is true, then, that all our 4ths of July, and we have 5 of them, England gave to us, except that one that I have mentioned, the Emancipation Proclamation, and let us not forget that we owe this debt to her. Let us be able to say to old England, this great-hearted, venerable old mother of the race, you gave us our 4ths of July, that we love and that we honor and revere. You gave us the Declaration of Independence, which is the charter of our rights. You, the venerable mother of liberties, the champion and protector of Anglo-Saxon freedom, you gave us these things, and we do most honestly thank you for them. It was at this dinner that he characteristically confessed, at last, to having stolen the Ascot Cup. He lunched one day with Bernard Shaw, and the two discussed the philosophies in which they were mutually interested. Shaw regarded Clemens as a sociologist before all else, and gave it out with great frankness that America had produced just 2 great geniuses, Edgar Allan Poe and Mark Twain. Later Shaw wrote him a note, in which he said, I am persuaded that the future historian of America will find your works as indispensable to him as a French historian finds the political tracts of Voltaire. I tell you so because I am the author of a play in which a priest says, telling the truth's the funniest joke in the world. A piece of wisdom which you helped to teach me. Clemens saw a great deal of Moberly Bell. The two lunched and dined privately together when there was opportunity, and often met at the public gatherings. The bare memorandum of the week following July 4th will convey something of Mark Twain's London activities. Friday, July 5th. Dined with Lord and Lady Portsmouth. Saturday, July 6th. Breakfasted at Lord Avebury's. Lord Kelvin, Sir Charles Lyell, and Sir Archibald Geekie were there. Sat 22 times for photos, 16 at Histed's. Savage Club dinner in the evening. White suit. Ascot Cup. Sunday, July 7th. Called on Lady Languedoc and others. Lunched with Sir Norman Lockyer. Monday, July 8th. Lunched with Plasmon directors at Bath Club. Dined privately at C.F. Moberly Bell's. Tuesday, July 9th. Lunched at the house with Sir Benjamin Stone. Balfour and Komura were the other guests of honor. Punch dinner in the evening. Joy Agnew and the cartoon. Wednesday, July 10th. Went to Liverpool with Tay Pei. Attended banquet in the town hall in the evening. Thursday, July 11th. Returned to London with Tay Pei. Calls in the afternoon. The Savage Club would inevitably want to entertain him on its own account, and their dinner of July 6th was a handsome affair. He felt at home with the Savages, and put on white for the only time publicly in England. He made them one of his reminiscent speeches, recalling his association with them on his first visit to London, 37 years before. Then he said, "That is a long time ago, and as I had come into a very strange land, and was with friends, as I could see, that has always remained in my mind as a peculiarly blessed evening, since it brought me into contact with men of my own kind and my own feelings. I am glad to be here, and to see you all, because it is very likely that I shall not see you again. I have been received, as you know, in the most delightfully generous way in England ever since I came here. It keeps me choked up all the time. Everybody is so generous, and they do seem to give you such a hearty welcome. Nobody in the world can appreciate it higher than I do." The club gave him a surprise in the course of the evening. A note was sent to him accompanied by a parcel, which, when opened, proved to contain a gilded plaster replica of the Ascot Gold Cup. The note said, "Dear Mark, I return the cup. You couldn't keep your mouth shut about it. 'Tis too pretty to melt, as you want me to. Next time I work a pinch I'll have a pard who don't make after-dinner speeches." There was a postscript which said, "I changed the acorn atop for another nut with my knife." The acorn was, in fact, replaced by a well-modeled head of Mark Twain. So, after all, The Ascot Cup would be one of the trophies which he would bear home with him across the Atlantic. Probably the most valued of his London honors was the dinner given to him by the staff of Punch. Punch had already saluted him with a front-page cartoon by Bernard Partridge, a picture in which the presiding genius of that paper, Mr. Punch himself, presents him with a glass of the patronymic beverage with the words, "Sir, I honor myself by drinking your health. Long life to you, and happiness, and perpetual youth." Mr. Agnew, chief editor, Linley Sambourne, Francis Byrne, Henry Lucy, and others of the staff welcomed him at the Punch offices at 10 Bouverie Street, in the historic Punch dining room where Thackeray had sat, and Douglas Jerrold, and so many of the great departed. Mark Twain was the first foreign visitor to be so honored, in 50 years the first stranger to sit at the sacred board, a mighty distinction. In the course of the dinner they gave him a pretty surprise, when little Joy Agnew presented him with the original drawing of Partridge's cartoon. Nothing could have appealed to him more, and the Punch dinner, with its associations and that dainty presentation, remained apart in his memory from all other feastings. Clemens had intended to return early in July, but so much was happening that he postponed his sailing until the 13th. Before leaving America, he had declined a dinner offered by the Lord Mayor of Liverpool. Repeatedly urged to let Liverpool share in his visit, he had reconsidered now, and on the day following the Punch dinner, on July 10th, they carried him, with T.P. O'Connor, Tay-Pay, in the Prince of Wales's special coach to Liverpool, to be guest of honor at the reception and banquet which Lord Mayor Japp tendered him at the town hall. Clemens was too tired to be present while the courses were being served, but arrived rested and fresh to respond to his toast. Perhaps because it was his farewell speech in England, he made that night the most effective address of his 4 weeks' visit, one of the most effective of his whole career. He began by some light reference to the Ascot Cup and the Dublin jewels and the state regalia, and other disappearances that had been laid to his charge, to amuse his hearers, and spoke at greater length than usual, and with even greater variety. Then, laying all levity aside, he told them, like the Queen of Sheba, all that was in his heart. Home is dear to us all, and now I am departing to my own home beyond the ocean. Oxford has conferred upon me the highest honor that has ever fallen to my share of this life's prizes. It is the very one I would have chosen, as outranking all and any others, the one more precious to me than any and all others within the gift of man or state. During my 4 weeks' sojourn in England I have had another lofty honor, a continuous honor, an honor which has flowed serenely along, without halt or obstruction, through all these 26 days, a most moving and pulse-stirring honor, the heartfelt grip of the hand, and the welcome that does not descend from the pale gray matter of the brain, but rushes up with the red blood from the heart. It makes me proud, and sometimes it makes me humble, too. Many and many a year ago I gathered an incident from Dana's 2 years before the mast. It was like this. There was a presumptuous little self-important skipper in a coasting sloop engaged in the dried apple and kitchen furniture trade, and he was always hailing every ship that came in sight. He did it just to hear himself talk and to air his small grandeur. One day a majestic Indiaman came plowing by with course on course of canvas towering into the sky, her decks and yards swarming with sailors, her hull burdened to the plimsoll line with a rich freightage of precious spices, lading the breezes with gracious and mysterious odors of the Orient. It was a noble spectacle, a sublime spectacle. Of course the little skipper popped into the shrouds and squeaked out a hail. "Ship ahoy! What ship is that? And whence and whither?" In a deep and thunderous bass the answer came back through the speaking trumpet. "The Begum, of Bengal, 142 days out from Canton, homeward bound." "What ship is that?" Well, it just crushed that poor little creature's vanity flat, and he squeaked back most humbly. "Only the Marianne, 14 hours out from Boston, bound for Kittery Point, with nothing to speak of." Oh, what an eloquent word that! Only, to express the depths of his humbleness. That is just my case. During just 1 hour in the 24, not more, I pause and reflect in the stillness of the night with the echoes of your English welcome still lingering in my ears, and then I am humble. Then I am properly meek, and for that little while I am only the Marianne, 14 hours out, cargoed with vegetables and tinware. but during all the other 23 hours my vain self-complacency rides high on the white crests of your approval, and then I am a stately Indiaman, plowing the great seas under a cloud of canvas and laden with the kindest words that have ever been vouchsafed to any wandering alien in this world. I think, then, my 26 fortunate days on this old mother soil seem to be multiplied by 6, and I am the Begum of Bengal, 142 days out from Canton, homeward bound. He returned to London, and with one of his young acquaintances, an American, he called her Francesca, paid many calls. It took the dreariness out of that social function to perform it in that way. With a list of the calls they were to make, they drove forth each day to cancel the social debt. They paid calls in every walk of life. His young companion was privileged to see the inside of London homes of almost every class, for he showed no partiality. He went to the homes of the poor and the rich alike. One day they visited the home of an old bookkeeper whom he had known in 1872 as a clerk in a large establishment, earning a salary of perhaps £1 a week, who now had risen mightily, for he had become head bookkeeper in that establishment on a salary of £6 a week, and thought it great prosperity and fortune for his old age. He sailed on July 13th for home, besought to the last moment by a crowd of autograph seekers and reporters and photographers, and a multitude who only wished to see him, and to shout and wave goodbye. He was sailing away from them for the last time. They hoped he would make a speech, but that would not have been possible. To the reporters he gave a farewell message. "It has been the most enjoyable holiday I have ever had, and I am sorry the end of it has come. I have met 100 old friends, and I have made 100 new ones. It is a good kind of riches to have, there is none better, I think." And the London Tribune declared that the ship that bore him away had difficulty in getting clear, so thickly was the water strewn with the bay leaves of his triumph. For Mark Twain has triumphed, and in his all too brief stay of a month has done more for the cause of the world's peace than will be accomplished by the Hague Conference. He has made the world laugh again. His ship was the Minnetonka, and there were some little folks aboard to be adopted as grandchildren. On July 5th, in a fog, the Minnetonka collided with the bark Sterling, and narrowly escaped sinking her. On the whole, however, the homeward way was clear, and the vessel reached New York nearly a day in advance of their schedule. Some ceremonies of welcome had been prepared for him, but they were upset by the early arrival, so that when he descended the gangplank to his native soil only a few who had received special information were there to greet him. But perhaps he did not notice it. He seldom took account of the absence of such things. By early afternoon, however, the papers rang with the announcement that Mark Twain was home again. It is a sorrow to me that I was not at the dock to welcome him. I had been visiting in Elmira, and timed my return for the evening of the Etude, to be on hand the following morning, when the ship was due. When I saw the announcement that he had already arrived, I called a greeting over the telephone, and was told to come down and play billiards. I confess I went with a certain degree of awe, for one could not but be overwhelmed with the echoes of the great splendor he had so recently achieved, and I prepared to sit a good way off in silence, and hear something of the tale of this returning conqueror. But when I arrived he was already in the billiard room knocking the balls about, his coat off, for it was a hot night. As I entered he said, "Get your cue. I have been inventing a new game," and I think there were scarcely 10 words exchanged before we were at it. The pageant was over, the curtain was rung down. Business was resumed at the old stand. Cc lex matters psychic and otherwise. He returned to Tuxedo and took up his dictations, and mingled freely with the social life, but the contrast between his recent London experience and his semi-retirement must have been very great. When I visited him now and then, he seemed to me lonely, not especially for companionship, but rather for the life that lay behind him, the great career which in a sense now had been completed since he had touched its highest point. There was no billiard table at Tuxedo, and he spoke expectantly of getting back to town and the games there, also of the new home which was then building in Reading, and which would have a billiard room where we could assemble daily, my own habitation being not far away. Various diversions were planned for Reading. Among them was discussed a possible school of philosophy, such as Hawthorne and Emerson and Alcott had established at Concord. He spoke quite freely of his English experiences, but usually of the more amusing phases. He almost never referred to the honors that had been paid to him, yet he must have thought of them sometimes, and cherished them, for it had been the greatest national tribute ever paid to a private citizen. He must have known that in his heart. He spoke amusingly of his visit to Marie Corelli, in Stratford, and of the Holy Grail incident, ending the latter by questioning, in words at least, all psychic manifestations. I said to him, "But remember your own dream, Mr. Clemens, which presaged the death of your brother." He answered, "I ask nobody to believe that it ever happened. To me it is true, but it has no logical right to be true, and I do not expect belief in it," which I thought a peculiar point of view, but on the whole characteristic. He was invited to be a special guest at the Jamestown Exposition on Fulton Day, in September, and Mr. Rogers lent him his yacht in which to make the trip. It was a break in the summer's monotonies, and the Jamestown honors must have reminded him of those in London. When he entered the auditorium where the services were to be held, there was a demonstration which lasted more than 5 minutes. Every person in the hall rose and cheered, waving handkerchiefs and umbrellas. He made them a brief, amusing talk on Fulton and other matters, then introduced Admiral Harrington, who delivered a masterly address and was followed by Martin W. Littleton, the real orator of the day. Littleton acquitted himself so notably that Mark Twain conceived for him a deep admiration, and the two men quickly became friends. They saw each other often during the remainder of the Jamestown stay, and Clemens, learning that Littleton lived just across 9th Street from him in New York, invited him to come over when he had an evening to spare and join the billiard games. So it happened, somewhat later, when everyone was back in town, Mr. and Mrs. Littleton frequently came over for billiards, and the games became three-handed with an audience, very pleasant games played in that way. Clemens sometimes set himself up as umpire, and became critic and gave advice, while Littleton and I played. He had a favorite shot that he frequently used himself, and was always wanting us to try, which was to drive the ball to the cushion at the beginning of the shot. He played it with a good deal of success, and achieved unexpected results with it. He was even inspired to write a poem on the subject. Cushion first. When all your days are dark with doubt, and dying hope is at its worst, when all life's balls are scattered wide, with not a shot in sight, to left or right, don't give it up, advance your cue and shut your eyes, and take the cushion first. The Harry Thaw trial was in progress just then, and Littleton was Thaw's chief attorney. It was most interesting to hear from him direct the day's proceedings and his views of the situation and of Thaw. Littleton and billiards recall a curious thing which happened one afternoon. I had been absent the evening before, and Littleton had been over. It was after luncheon now, and Clemens and I began preparing for the customary games. We were playing then a game with 4 balls, 2 white and 2 red. I began by placing the red balls on the table, and then went around looking in the pockets for the 2 white cue balls. When I had made the round of the table, I had found but 1 white ball. I thought I must have overlooked the other, and made the round again. Then I said, "There is 1 white ball missing." Clemens, to satisfy himself, also made the round of the pockets, and said, "It was here last night." He felt in the pockets of the little white silk coat which he usually wore, thinking that he might unconsciously have placed it there at the end of the last game, but his coat pockets were empty. He said, "I'll bet Littleton carried that ball home with him." Then I suggested that near the end of the game it might have jumped off the table, and I looked carefully under the furniture and in the various corners, but without success. There was another set of balls, and out of it I selected a white one for our play, and the game began. It went along in the usual way, the balls constantly falling into the pockets, and as constantly being replaced on the table. This had continued for perhaps half an hour, there being no pocket that had not been frequently occupied and emptied during that time. But then it happened that Clemens reached into the middle pocket, and taking out a white ball laid it in place, whereupon we made the discovery that 3 white balls lay upon the table. The one just taken from the pocket was the missing ball. We looked at each other, both at first too astonished to say anything at all. No one had been in the room since we began to play, and at no time during the play had there been more than 2 white balls in evidence. though the pockets had been emptied at the end of each shot. The pocket from which the missing ball had been taken had been filled and emptied again and again. Then Clemens said, "We must be dreaming." We stopped the game for a while to discuss it, but we could devise no material explanation. I suggested the kobold, that mischievous invisible which is supposed to play pranks by carrying off such things as pencils, letters, and the like, and suddenly restoring them almost before one's eyes. Clemens, who, in spite of his material logic, was always a mystic at heart, said, "But that, so far as I know, has never happened to more than one person at a time, and has been explained by a sort of temporary mental blindness. This thing has happened to two of us, and there can be no question as to the positive absence of the object." "How about dematerialization?" "Yes, if one of us were a medium, that might be considered an explanation." He went on to recall that Sir Alfred Russel Wallace had written of such things, and cited instances which Wallace had recorded. In the end he said, "Well, it happened, that's all we can say, and nobody can ever convince me that it didn't." We went on playing, and the ball remained solid and substantial ever after, so far as I know. I am reminded of two more or less related incidents of this period. Clemens was, one morning, dictating something about his Christian Union article concerning Mrs. Clemens's Government of Children, published in 1885. I had discovered no copy of it among the materials, and he was wishing very much that he could see one. Somewhat later, as he was walking down Fifth Avenue, the thought of this article and his desire for it suddenly entered his mind. Reaching the corner of 42nd Street, he stopped a moment to let a jam of vehicles pass. As he did so, a stranger crossed the street, noticed him, and came dodging his way through the blockade and thrust some clippings into his hand. "Mr. Clemens," he said, "you don't know me, but here is something you may wish to have. I have been saving them for more than 20 years, and this morning it occurred to me to send them to you. I was going to mail them from my office, but now I will give them to you." And with a word or two he disappeared. The clippings were from the Christian Union of 1885, and were the much-desired article. Clemens regarded it as a remarkable case of mental telegraphy. "Or if it wasn't that," he said, "it was a most remarkable coincidence." The other circumstance has been thought amusing. I had gone to Reading for a few days, and while there, one afternoon about 5 o'clock, fell over a coal scuttle and scarified myself a good deal between the ankle and the knee. I mention the hour because it seems important. Next morning I received a note, prompted by Mr. Clemens, in which he said, "Tell Paine I am sorry he fell and skinned his shin at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon." I was naturally astonished, and immediately wrote, "I did fall and skin my shin at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, but how did you find it out?" I followed the letter in person next day, and learned that at the same hour on the same afternoon Clemens himself had fallen up the front steps and, as he said, peeled off from his starboard shin a ribbon of skin 3 inches long. The disaster was still uppermost in his mind at the time of writing, and the suggestion of my own mishap had flashed out for no particular reason. Clemens was always having his fortune told, in one way or another, being superstitious, as he readily confessed, though at times professing little faith in these prognostics. Once when a clairvoyant, of whom he had never even heard, and whom he had reason to believe was ignorant of his family history, told him more about it than he knew himself, besides reading a list of names from a piece of paper which Clemens had concealed in his vest pocket, he came home deeply impressed. The clairvoyant added that he would probably live to a great age and die in a foreign land, a prophecy which did not comfort him. See minor events and diversions. Mark Twain was deeply interested during the autumn of 1907 in the Children's Theatre of the Jewish Educational Alliance, on the Lower East Side, a most worthy institution which ought to have survived. A Miss Alice M. Hartz, who developed and directed it, gave her strength and health to build up an institution through which the interest of the children could be diverted from less fortunate amusements. She had interested a great body of Jewish children in the plays of Shakespeare, and of more modern dramatists, and these they had performed from time to time with great success. The admission fee to the performance was 10 cents, and the theater was always crowded with other children, certainly a better diversion for them than the amusements of the street, though of course, as a business enterprise, the theater could not pay. It required patrons. Miss Hartz obtained permission to play The Prince and the Pauper, and Mark Twain agreed to become a sort of chief patron in using his influence to bring together an audience who might be willing to assist financially in this worthy work. The Prince and the Pauper evening turned out a distinguished affair. On the night of November 19, 1907, the hall of the Educational Alliance was crowded with such an audience as perhaps never before assembled on the East Side. The finance and the fashion of New York were there. It was a gala night for the Little East Side performers. Behind the curtain they whispered to each other that they were to play before queens. The performance they gave was an astonishing one. So fully did they enter into the spirit of Tom Canty's rise to royalty that they seemed absolutely to forget that they were lowly-born children of the ghetto. They had become little princesses and lords and maids-in-waiting, and they moved through their pretty tinsel parts as if all their ornaments were gems and their raiment cloth of gold. There was no hesitation, no awkwardness of speech or gesture, and they rose really to sublime heights in the barn scene where the little prince is in the hands of the mob. Never in the history of the stage has there been assembled a mob more wonderful than that. These children knew mobs. A mob to them was a daily sight, and their reproduction of it was a thing to startle you with its realism. Never was it absurd, never was there a single note of artificiality in it. It was Hogarthian in its bigness. Both Mark Twain and Miss Hartz made brief addresses, and the audience shouted approval of their words. It seems a pity that such a project as that must fail, and I do not know why it happened. Wealthy men and women manifested an interest, but there was some hitch somewhere, and the Children's Theatre exists today only as history. In a letter to a Mrs. Amelia Dunn Hookway, who had conducted some children's plays at the Howland School, Chicago, Mark Twain once wrote, "If I were going to begin life over again, I would have a children's theater and watch it, and work for it, and see it grow and blossom and bear its rich moral and intellectual fruitage, and I should get more pleasure and a saner and healthier profit out of my vocation than I should ever be able to get out of any other, constituted as I am." Yes, you are easily the most fortunate of women, I think. It was at a dinner at the Players, a small, private dinner given by Mr. George C. Riggs, that I saw Edward L. Burlingame and Mark Twain for the only time together. They had often met during the 42 years that had passed since their long-ago Sandwich Island friendship, but only incidentally, for Mr. Burlingame cared not much for great public occasions, and as editor of Scribner's Magazine he had been somewhat out of the line of Mark Twain's literary doings. Howells was there, and Jen Stuart L. Woodford, and David Biffam, John Finley, Evan Shipman, Nicholas Biddle, and David Monroe. Clemens told that night, for the first time, the story of General Miles and the $3 dog, inventing it, I believe, as he went along, though for the moment it certainly did sound like history. He told it often after that, and it has been included in his book of speeches. Later, in the cab, he said, "That was a mighty good dinner. Riggs knows how to do that sort of thing. I enjoyed it ever so much. Now we'll go home and play billiards." We began about 11 o'clock, and played until after midnight. I happened to be too strong for him, and he swore amazingly. He vowed that it was not a gentleman's game at all, that Riggs's wine had demoralized the play. But at the end, when we were putting up the cues, he said, "Well, those were good games. There is nothing like billiards after all." We did not play billiards on his birthday that year. He went to the theater in the afternoon, and it happened that, with Jesse Lynch Williams, I attended the same performance, The Toymaker of Nuremberg, written by Austin Strong. It proved to be a charming play, and I could see that Clemens was enjoying it. He sat in a box next to the stage, and the actors clearly were doing their very prettiest for his benefit. When later I mentioned having seen him at the play, he spoke freely of his pleasure in it. "It is a fine, delicate piece of work," he said. "I wish I could do such things as that. I believe you are too literary for playwriting." Yes, no doubt. There was never any question with the managers about my plays. They always said they wouldn't act. Howells has come pretty near to something once or twice. I judge the trouble is that the literary man is thinking of the style and quality of the thing, while the playwright thinks only of how it will play. One is thinking of how it will sound, the other of how it will look. I suppose, I said, the literary man should have a collaborator with a genius for stage mechanism. John Luther Long's exquisite plays would hardly have been successful without David Belasco to stage them. Belasco cannot write a play himself, but in the matter of acting construction his genius is supreme. Yes, so it is. It was Belasco who made it possible to play The Prince and the Pauper, a collection of literary garbage, before he got hold of it. Clemens attended few public functions now. He was beset with invitations, but he declined most of them. He told the dog story one night to the Pleiades Club, assembled at the Brevoort, but that was only a step away, and we went in after the dining was ended and came away before the exercises were concluded. He also spoke at a banquet given to Andrew Carnegie, St. Andrew, as he called him, by the Engineers Club, and had his usual fun at the chief guest's expense. I have been chief guest at a good many banquets myself, and I know what Brother Andrew is feeling like now. He has been receiving compliments, and nothing but compliments, but he knows that there is another side to him that needs censure. I am going to vary the complimentary monotony. While we have all been listening to the complimentary talk, Mr. Carnegie's face has scintillated with fictitious innocence. You'd think he never committed a crime in his life. But he has. Look at his pestiferous simplified spelling. Imagine the calamity on two sides of the ocean when he foisted his simplified spelling on the whole human race. We've got it all now so that nobody could spell. If Mr. Carnegie had left spelling alone, we wouldn't have had any spots on the sun, or any San Francisco quake, or any business depression. There, I trust he feels better now and that he has enjoyed my abuse more than he did his compliments. And now that I think I have him smoothed down and feeling comfortable, I just want to say one thing more, that his simplified spelling is all right enough, but, like chastity, you can carry it too far. As he was about to go, Carnegie called his attention to the beautiful souvenir bronze and gold-plated goblets that stood at each guest's plate. Carnegie said, "The club had those especially made at Tiffany's for this occasion. They cost $10 apiece." Clemens sang, "Is that so? Well, I only meant to take my own, but if that's the case I'll load my cab with them." We made an attempt to reform on the matter of billiards. The continued strain of late hours was doing neither of us any particular good. More than once I journeyed into the country on one errand and another, mainly for rest, but a card saying that he was lonely and upset, for lack of his evening games, quickly brought me back again. It was my wish only to serve him. It was a privilege and an honor to give him happiness. Billiards, however, was not his only recreation just then. He walked out a good deal, and especially of a pleasant Sunday morning he liked the stroll up Fifth Avenue. Sometimes we went as high as Carnegie's, on 92nd Street, and rode home on top of the electric stage, always one of Mark Twain's favorite diversions. From that high seat he liked to look down on the panorama of the streets, and in that free, open air he could smoke without interference. Oftener, however, we turned at 59th Street, walking both ways. When it was pleasant we sometimes sat on a bench in Central Park, and once he must have left a handkerchief there, for a few days later one of his handkerchiefs came to him accompanied by a note. Its finder, a Mr. Lockwood, received a reward, for Mark Twain wrote him, "There is more rejoicing in this house over that one handkerchief that was lost and is found again than over the 99 that never went to the wash at all. Heaven will reward you, I know it will." On Sunday mornings the return walk would be timed for about the hour that the churches would be dismissed. On the first Sunday morning we had started a little early, and I thoughtlessly suggested, when we reached 59th Street, that if we returned at once we would avoid the throng. He said quietly, "I like the throng." So we rested in the Plaza Hotel until the appointed hour. Men and women noticed him, and came over to shake his hand. The gigantic man in uniform, in charge of the carriages at the door, came in for a word. He had opened carriages for Mr. Clemens at the 23rd Street station, and now wanted to claim that honor. I think he received the most cordial welcome of any one who came. I am sure he did. It was Mark Twain's way to warm to the man of the lower social rank. He was never too busy, never too preoccupied, to grasp the hand of such a man, to listen to his story, and to say just the words that would make that man happy remembering them. We left the Plaza Hotel and presently were amid the throng of outpouring congregations. Of course, he was the object on which every passing eye turned, the presence to which every hat was lifted. I realized that this open and eagerly paid homage of the multitude was still dear to him, not in any small and petty way, but as the tribute of a nation, the expression of that affection which in his London and Liverpool speeches he had declared to be the last and final and most precious reward that any man can win, whether by character or achievement. It was his final harvest, and he had the courage to claim it, the aftermath of all his years of honorable labor and noble living. Kukuksi. From Mark Twain's Mail. If the reader has any curiosity as to some of the less usual letters which a man of wide public note may inspire, perhaps he will find a certain interest in a few selected from the thousands which yearly came to Mark Twain. For one thing, he was constantly receiving prescriptions and remedies whenever the papers reported one of his bronchial or rheumatic attacks. It is hardly necessary to quote examples of these, but only a form of his occasional reply, which was likely to be in this wise: Dear Sir or Madam, I try every remedy sent to me. I am now on number 87. Yours is 2653. I am looking forward to its beneficial results. Of course, a large number of the nostrums and palliatives offered were preparations made by the wildest and longest-haired medical cranks. One of these sent an advertisement of a certain elixir of life, which was guaranteed to cure everything, to wash and cleanse the human molecules, and so restore youth and preserve life everlasting. Anonymous letters are not usually popular or to be encouraged, but Mark Twain had an especial weakness for compliments that came in that way. They were not mercenary compliments. The writer had nothing to gain. 2 such letters follow, both written in England just at the time of his return. Mark Twain. Dear Sir, please accept a poor widow's goodbye and kindest wishes. I have had some of your books sent to me, have enjoyed them very much, only wish I could afford to buy some. I should very much like to have seen you. I have many photos of you which I have cut from several papers which I read. I have one where you are writing in bed, which I cut from the Daily News. Like myself, you believe in lots of sleep and rest. I am 70 and I find I need plenty. Please forgive the liberty I have taken in writing to you. If I can't come to your funeral, may we meet beyond the river. May God guard you, is the wish of a lonely old widow. Yours sincerely. The other letter also tells its own story. Dear, kind Mark Twain, for years I have wanted to write and thank you for the comfort you were to me once, only I never quite knew where you were, and besides I did not want to bother you. But today I was told by someone who saw you going into the lift at the Savoy that you looked sad, and I thought it might cheer you a little tiny bit to hear how you kept a poor lonely girl from running her eyes with crying every night for long months. 10 years ago I had to leave home and earn my living as a governess, and fate sent me to spend a winter with a very dull old country family in the depths of Staffordshire. According to the genial English custom, after my 5 charges had gone to bed, I took my evening meal alone in the schoolroom, where Henry Tudor had supped the night before Bosworth, and there I had to stay without a soul to speak to till I went to bed. At first I used to cry every night, but a friend sent me a copy of your Huckleberry Finn and I never cried any more. I kept him handy under the copybooks and maps, and when Henry Tudor commenced to stretch out his chilly hands toward me I grabbed my dear Huck and he never once failed me. I opened him at random and in 2 minutes I was in another world. That's why I am so grateful to you and so fond of you, and I thought you might like to know, for it is yourself that has the kind heart, as is easily seen from the way you wrote about the poor old nigger. I am a stenographer now and live at home, but I shall never forget how you helped me. God bless you and spare you long to those you are dear to. A letter which came to him soon after his return from England contained a clipping which reported the good work done by Christian missionaries in the Congo, especially among natives afflicted by the terrible sleeping sickness. The letter itself consisted merely of a line, which said, "Won't you give your friends, the missionaries, a good mark for this?" The writer's name was signed, and Mark Twain answered, "In China the missionaries are not wanted, and so they ought to be decent and go away." But I have not heard that in the Congo the missionary servants of God are unwelcome to the native. Evidently those missionaries act pitying, compassionate, kind. How it would improve God to take a lesson from them. He invented and distributed the germ of that awful disease among those helpless, poor savages, and now he sits with his elbows on the balusters and looks down, and enjoys this wanton crime. Confidently, and between you and me, well, never mind, I might get struck by lightning if I said it. Those are good and kindly men, those missionaries, but they are a measureless satire upon their master. To which the writer answered, O wicked Mr. Clemens! I have to ask St. Joan of Arc to pray for you, then one of these days, when we all stand before the golden gates and we no longer see through a glass darkly and know only in part, there will be a struggle at the heavenly portals between Joan of Arc and St. Peter, but your blessed Joan will conquer, and she'll lead Mr. Clemens through the gates of pearl and apologize and plead for him. Of the letters that irritated him, perhaps the following is as fair a sample as any, and it has additional interest in its sequel. Dear Sir, I have written a book, naturally, which fact, however, since I am not your enemy, need give you no occasion to rejoice. Nor need you grieve, though I am sending you a copy. If I knew of any way of compelling you to read it, I would do so, but unless the first few pages have that effect, I can do nothing. Try the first few pages. I have done a great deal more than that with your books, so perhaps you owe me something, say 10 pages. If after that attempt you put it aside, I shall be sorry, for you. I am afraid that the above looks flippant, but think of the twitterings of the soul of him who brings in his hand an unbidden book, written by himself. To such a one much is due in the way of indulgence. Will you remember that? Have you forgotten early twitterings of your own? In a memorandum made on this letter, Mark Twain wrote, another one of those peculiarly depressing letters, a letter cast in artificially humorous form, whilst no art could make the subject humorous, to me. Commenting further, he said, as I have remarked before about 1,000 times, the coat of arms of the human race ought to consist of a man with an axe on his shoulder proceeding toward a grindstone, or it ought to represent the several members of the human race holding out the hat to one another, for we are all beggars, each in his own way. One beggar is too proud to beg for pennies, but will beg for an introduction into society. Another does not care for society, but he wants a postmastership. Another will inveigle a lawyer into conversation and then sponge on him for free advice. The man who wouldn't do any of these things will beg for the presidency. Each admires his own dignity and greatly guards it, but in his opinion the others haven't any. Mendicancy is a matter of taste and temperament, no doubt, but no human being is without some form of it. I know my own form, you know yours. Let us conceal them from view and abuse the others. There is no man so poor but what at intervals some man comes to him with an axe to grind. By and by the axe's aspect becomes familiar to the proprietor of the grindstone. He perceives that it is the same old axe. If you are a governor, you know that the stranger wants an office. The first time he arrives you are deceived. He pours out such noble praises of you and your political record that you are moved to tears. There's a lump in your throat, and you are thankful that you have lived for this happiness. Then the stranger discloses his axe, and you are ashamed of yourself and your race. 6 repetitions will cure you. After that you interrupt the compliments and say, yes, yes, that's all right, never mind about that. What is it you want? But you and I are in the business ourselves. Every now and then we carry our axe to somebody and ask a whet. I don't carry mine to strangers, I draw the line there. Perhaps that is your way. This is bound to set us up on a high and holy pinnacle and make us look down in cold rebuke on persons who carry their axes to strangers. I do not know how to answer that stranger's letter. I wish he had spared me. Never mind about him, I am thinking about myself. I wish he had spared me. The book has not arrived yet, but no matter, I am prejudiced against it. It was a few days later that he added, I wrote to that man. I fell back upon the old overworked, polite lie, and thanked him for his book and said I was promising myself the pleasure of reading it. Of course that set me free. I was not obliged to read it now at all, and being free, my prejudice was gone, and as soon as the book came I opened it to see what it was like. I was not able to put it down until I had finished. It was an embarrassing thing to have to write to that man and confess that fact, but I had to do it. That first letter was merely a lie. Do you think I wrote the second one to give that man pleasure? Well, I did, but it was second-hand pleasure. I wrote it first to give myself comfort, to make myself forget the original lie. Mark Twain's interest was once aroused by the following. Dear Sir, I have had more or less of your works on my shelves for years, and believe I have practically a complete set now. This is nothing unusual, of course, but I presume it will seem to you unusual for anyone to keep books constantly in sight which the owner regrets ever having read. Every time my glance rests on the books I do regret having read them, and do not hesitate to tell you so to your face, and care not who may know my feelings. You, who must be kept busy attending to your correspondence, will probably pay little or no attention to this small fraction of it, yet my reasons, I believe, are sound and are probably shared by more people than you are aware of. Probably you will not read far enough through this to see who has signed it, but if you do, and care to know why I wish I had left your work unread, I will tell you as briefly as possible if you will ask me. George B. Lauder. Clemens did not answer the letter, but put it in his pocket, perhaps intending to do so, and a few days later, in Boston, when a reporter called, he happened to remember it. The reporter asked permission to print the queer document, and it appeared in his Mark Twain interview next morning. A few days later the writer of it sent a second letter, this time explaining. My dear Sir, I saw in today's paper a copy of the letter which I wrote you October 26th. I have read and reread your works until I can almost recall some of them word for word. My familiarity with them is a constant source of pleasure which I would not have missed, and therefore the regret which I have expressed is more than offset by thankfulness. Believe me, the regret which I feel for having read your works is entirely due to the unalterable fact that I can never again have the pleasure of reading them for the first time. Your sincere admirer, George B. Lauder. Mark Twain promptly replied this time, Dear Sir, you fooled me completely. I didn't divine what the letter was concealing, either did the newspaper men, so you are a very competent deceiver. Truly yours, S. L. Clemens. It was about the end of 1907 that the new St. Louis harbor boat was completed. The editor of the St. Louis Republic reported that it has been christened Mark Twain, and asked for a word of comment. Clemens sent this line. May my namesake follow in my righteous footsteps, then neither of us will need any fire insurance. Clixii some literary luncheons. Howells, in his book, refers to the Human Race Luncheon Club, which Clemens once organized for the particular purpose of damning the species in concert. It was to consist, beside Clemens himself, of Howells, Colonel Harvey, and Peter Dunn, but it somehow never happened that even this small membership could be assembled while the idea was still fresh, and therefore potent. Out of it, however, grew a number of those private social gatherings which Clemens so dearly loved, small luncheons and dinners given at his own table. The first of these came along toward the end of 1907, when Howells was planning to spend the winter in Italy. Howells is going away, he said, and I should like to give him a stag party. We'll enlarge the Human Race Club for the occasion. So Howells, Colonel Harvey, Martin Littleton, Augustus Thomas, Robert Porter, and Paderewski were invited. Paderewski was unable to come, and 7 in all assembled. Howells was first to arrive. Here comes Howells, Clemens said. Old Howells 1,000 years old. But Howells didn't look it. His face was full of good nature and apparent health, and he was by no means venerable, either in speech or action. Thomas, Porter, Littleton, and Harvey drifted in. Cocktails were served and luncheon was announced. Claude, the butler, had prepared the table with fine artistry, its center a mass of roses. There was to be no woman in the neighborhood. Clemens announced this fact as a sort of warrant for general freedom of expression. Thomas's play, The Witching Hour, was then at the height of its great acceptance, and the talk naturally began there. Thomas told something of the difficulty which he found in being able to convince a manager that it would succeed, and declared it to be his own favorite work. I believe there was no dissenting opinion as to its artistic value, or concerning its purpose and psychology, though these had been the stumbling blocks from a managerial point of view. When the subject was concluded, and there had come a lull, Colonel Harvey, who was seated at Clemens's left, said, "Uncle Mark," he often called him that. "Major Lee handed me a report of the year's sales just as I was leaving. It shows your royalty returns this year to be very close to $50,000. I don't believe there is another such return from old books on record." This was said in an undertone, to Clemens only, but was overheard by one or two of those who sat nearest. Clemens was not unwilling to repeat it for the benefit of all, and did so. Howells said, "A statement like that arouses my basest passions. The books are no good, it's just the advertising they get." Clemens said, "Yes, my contract compels the publisher to advertise. It costs them $200 every time they leave the advertisement out of the magazines. And $300 every time we put it in," said Harvey. "We often debate whether it is more profitable to put in the advertisement or to leave it out." The talk switched back to plays and acting. Thomas recalled an incident of Beerbohm Tree's performance of Hamlet. W.S. Gilbert, of light opera celebrity, was present at a performance, and when the play ended, Mrs. Tree hurried over to him and said, "Oh, Mr. Gilbert, what did you think of Mr. Tree's rendition of Hamlet?" "Remarkable," said Gilbert. "Funny without being vulgar." It was with such idle tales and talk play that the afternoon passed. Not much of it all is left to me, but I remember Howells saying, "Did it ever occur to you that the newspapers abolished hell? Well, they did. It was never done by the church. There was a consensus of newspaper opinion that the old hell with its lake of fire and brimstone was an antiquated institution, in fact a dead letter." And again, "I was coming down Broadway last night, and I stopped to look at one of the street vendors selling those little toy fighting roosters. It was a bleak, desolate evening, nobody was buying anything, and as he pulled the string and kept those little roosters dancing and fighting, his remarks grew more and more cheerless and sardonic. 'Japanese game chickens,' he said, 'pretty toys, amuse the children with their antics. Child of 3 can operate it. Take them home for Christmas. Chicken fight at your own fireside.' I tried to catch his eye to show him that I understood his desolation and sorrow, but it was no use. He went on dancing his toy chickens, and sang, over and over, 'Chicken fight at your own fireside.' The luncheon over, we wandered back into the drawing room, and presently all left but Colonel Harvey. Clemens and the Colonel went up to the billiard room and engaged in a game of cushion caroms, at 25 cents a game. I was umpire and stakeholder, and it was a most interesting occupation, for the series was close and a very cheerful one. It ended the day much to Mark Twain's satisfaction, for he was oftenest winner. That evening he said, "We will repeat that luncheon. We ought to repeat it once a month. Howells will be gone, but we must have the others. We cannot have a thing like that too often." There was, in fact, a second stag luncheon very soon after, at which George Riggs was present and that rare Irish musician, Denis O'Sullivan. It was another choice afternoon, with a mystical quality which came of the music made by O'Sullivan on some Hindu reeds pipes of Pan. But we shall have more of O'Sullivan presently, all too little, for his days were few and fleeting. Howells could not get away just yet. Colonel Harvey, who, like James Osgood, would not fail to find excuse for entertainment, chartered 2 drawing-room cars, and with Mrs. Harvey took a party of 55 or 60 congenial men and women to Lakewood for a goodbye luncheon to Howells. It was a day borrowed from June, warm and beautiful. The trip down was a sort of reception. Most of the guests were acquainted, but many of them did not often meet. There was constant visiting back and forth the full length of the 2 coaches. Denis O'Sullivan was among the guests. He looked in the bloom of health, and he had his pipes and played his mystic airs. Then he brought out the tin whistle of Ireland, and blew such rollicking melodies as capering fairies invented a long time ago. This was on the train going down. There was a brief program following the light-hearted feasting, an informal program fitting to that sunny day. It opened with some recitations by Miss Kitty Cheatham. Then Colonel Harvey introduced Howells, with mention of his coming journey. As a rule, Howells does not enjoy speaking. He is willing to read an address on occasion, but he has owned that the prospect of talking without his notes terrifies him. This time, however, there was no reluctance, though he had prepared no speech. He was among friends. He looked even happy when he got on his feet, and he spoke like a happy man. He talked about Mark Twain. It was all delicate, delicious chaffing which showed Howells at his very best, all too short for his listeners. Clemens, replying, returned the chaff, and rambled amusingly among his fancies, closing with a few beautiful words of Godspeed and safe return to his old comrade and friend. Then once more came Dennis and his pipes. No one will ever forget his part of the program. The little samples we had heard on the train were expanded and multiplied and elaborated in a way that fairly swept his listeners out of themselves into that land where perhaps Dennis himself wanders playing now. For a month later, strong and lusty and beautiful as he seemed that day, he suddenly vanished from among us, and his reeds were silent. It never occurred to us then that Dennis could die, and as he finished each melody and song there was a shout for a repetition, and I think we could have sat there and let the days and years slip away unheeded, for time is banished by music like that, and one wonders if it might not even divert death. It was dark when we crossed the river homeward. The myriad lights from heaven-climbing windows made an enchanted city in the sky. The evening, like the day, was warm, and some of the party left the ferry cabin to lean over and watch the magic spectacle, the like of which is not to be found elsewhere on the earth. Kuklev, Captain Stormfield, in print. During the 40 years or so that had elapsed since the publication of The Gates Ajar, and the perpetration of Mark Twain's intended burlesque, built on Captain Ned Wakeman's dream, the Christian religion in its more orthodox aspects had undergone some large modifications. It was no longer regarded as dangerous to speak lightly of hell, or even to suggest that the golden streets and jeweled architecture of the sky might be regarded as symbols of hope rather than exhibits of actual bullion and lapidary construction. Clemens reread his extravaganza, Captain Stormfield's Visit to Heaven, gave it a modernizing touch here and there, and handed it to his publishers, who must have agreed that it was no longer dangerous, for it was promptly accepted and appeared in the December and January numbers, 1907-8, of Harper's Magazine, and was also issued as a small book. If there were any readers who still found it blasphemous, or even irreverent, they did not say so. The letters that came, and they were a good many, expressed enjoyment and approval, also, some of them, a good deal of satisfaction that Mark Twain had returned to his earlier form. The publication of this story recalled to Clemens's mind another heresy somewhat similar which he had written during the winter of 1891 and 1892 in Berlin. This was a dream of his own, in which he had set out on a train with the evangelist Sam Jones and the Archbishop of Canterbury for the other world. He had noticed that his ticket was to a different destination than the Archbishop's, and so, when the prelate nodded and finally went to sleep, he changed the tickets and their hats with disturbing results. Clemens thought a good deal of this fancy when he wrote it, and when Mrs. Clemens had refused to allow it to be printed he had laboriously translated it into German, with some idea of publishing it surreptitiously, but his conscience had been too much for him. He had confessed, and even the German version had been suppressed. Clemens often allowed his fancy to play with the idea of the Orthodox heaven, its curiosities of architecture, and its employments of continuous prayer, psalm-singing, and harpistry. "What a childish notion it was," he said. "And how curious that only a little while ago human beings were so willing to accept such fragile evidences about a place of so much importance. If we should find somewhere today an ancient book containing an account of a beautiful and blooming tropical paradise secreted in the center of eternal icebergs, an account written by men who did not even claim to have seen it themselves, no geographical society on earth would take any stock in that book, yet that account would be quite as authentic as any we have of heaven. If God has such a place prepared for us, and really wanted us to know it, He could have found some better way than a book so liable to alterations and misinterpretation. God has had no trouble to prove to man the laws of the constellations and the construction of the world, and such things as that, none of which agree with His so-called book. As to a hereafter, we have not the slightest evidence that there is any, no evidence that appeals to logic and reason. I have never seen what to me seemed an atom of proof that there is a future life. Then, after a long pause, he added, "And yet, I am strongly inclined to expect one." CCLX v. Lotus Club Honors. It was on January 11, 1908, that Mark Twain was given his last great banquet by the Lotus Club. The club was about to move again, into splendid new quarters, and it wished to entertain him once more in its old rooms. He wore white, and amid the throng of black-clad men was like a white moth among a horde of beetles. The room fairly swarmed with them, and they seemed likely to overwhelm him. President Lawrence was toastmaster of the evening, and he ended his customary address by introducing Robert Porter, who had been Mark Twain's host at Oxford. Porter told something of the great Oxford week, and ended by introducing Mark Twain. It had been expected that Clemens would tell of his London experiences. Instead of doing this, he said he had started a new kind of collection, a collection of compliments. He had picked up a number of valuable ones abroad and some at home. He read selections from them, and kept the company going with cheers and merriment until just before the close of his speech. Then he repeated, in his most impressive manner, that stately conclusion of his Liverpool speech, and the room became still and the eyes of his hearers grew dim. It may have been even more moving than when originally given, for now the closing words, "Homeward bound," had only the deeper meaning. Dr. John MacArthur followed with a speech that was as good a sermon as any he ever delivered, and closed it by saying, "I do not want men to prepare for heaven, but to prepare to remain on earth, and it is such men as Mark Twain who make other men not fit to die, but fit to live." Andrew Carnegie also spoke, and Colonel Harvey, and as the speaking ended, Robert Porter stepped up behind Clemens and threw over his shoulders the scarlet Oxford robe which had been surreptitiously brought, and placed the mortar-board cap upon his head, while the diners vociferated their approval. Clemens was quite calm. "I like this," he said, when the noise had subsided. "I like its splendid color. I would dress that way all the time, if I dared." In the cab going home I mentioned the success of his speech, how well it had been received. "Yes," he said, "but then I have the advantage of knowing now that I am likely to be favorably received, whatever I say. I know that my audiences are warm and responseful. It is an immense advantage to feel that. There are cold places in almost every speech, and if your audience notices them and becomes cool, you get a chill yourself in those zones, and it is hard to warm up again. Perhaps there haven't been so many lately, but I have been acquainted with them more than once." And then I could not help remembering that deadly Whittier birthday speech of more than 30 years before, that bleak, Arctic experience from beginning to end. "We have just time for 4 games," he said, as we reached the billiard room, but there was no sign of stopping when the 4 games were over. We were winning alternately, and neither noted the time. I was leaving by an early train, and was willing to play all night. The milk wagons were rattling outside when he said, "Well, perhaps we'd better quit now. It seems pretty early, though." I looked at my watch. It was 3:45, and we said good night. Via Winter in Bermuda. Edmund Clarence Stedman died suddenly at his desk, January 18, 1908, and Clemens, in response to telegrams, sent this message: "I do not wish to talk about it. He was a valued friend from days that date back 35 years. His loss stuns me and unfits me to speak." He recalled the New England dinners which he used to attend, and where he had often met Stedman. "Those were great affairs," he said. "They began early, and they ended early. I used to go down from Hartford with the feeling that it wasn't an all-night supper, and that it was going to be an enjoyable time. Choate and Depew and Stedman were in their prime then. We were all young men together. Their speeches were always worth listening to. Stedman was a prominent figure there. There don't seem to be any such men now, or any such occasions." Stedman was one of the last of the old literary group. Aldrich had died the year before. Howells and Clemens were the lingering last leaves. Clemens gave some further luncheon entertainments to his friends, and added the feature of Doe luncheons, pretty affairs where, with Clara Clemens as hostess, were entertained a group of brilliant women, such as Mrs. Kate Douglas Riggs, Geraldine Ferrix, Mrs. Robert Collier, Mrs. Frank Doubleday, and others. I cannot report those luncheons, for I was not present, and the drift of the proceedings came to me later in too fragmentary a form to be used as history. But I gathered from Clemens himself that he had done all of the talking, and I think they must have been very pleasant afternoons. Among the acknowledgments that followed one of these affairs is this characteristic wordplay from Mrs. Riggs. N.B. A lady who is invited to and attends a doe luncheon is, of course, a doe. The question is, if she attends 2 doe luncheons in succession, is she a dodo? If so, is she extinct and can never attend a 3rd? Luncheons and billiards, however, failed to give sufficient brightness to the dull winter days, or to insure him against an impending bronchial attack, and toward the end of January he sailed away to Bermuda, where skies were bluer and roadsides gay with bloom. His sojourn was brief this time, but long enough to cure him, he said, and he came back full of happiness. He had been driving about over the island with a newly adopted granddaughter, little Margaret Blackmer, whom he had met one morning in the hotel dining room. A part of his dictated story will convey here this pretty experience. My first day in Bermuda paid a dividend, in fact a double dividend. It broke the back of my cold, and it added a jewel to my collection. As I entered the breakfast room, the first object I saw in that spacious and far-reaching place was a little girl seated solitary at a table for 2. I bent down over her and patted her cheek and said, "I don't seem to remember your name. What is it?" By the sparkle in her brown eyes it amused her. She said, "Why, you've never known it, Mr. Clemens, because you've never seen me before." "Why, that is true, now that I come to think. It certainly is true, and it must be one of the reasons why I have forgotten your name. But I remember it now perfectly. It's Mary." She was amused again, amused beyond smiling, amused to a chuckle, and she said, "Oh no, it isn't, it's Margaret." I feigned to be ashamed of my mistake and said, "Ah, well, I couldn't have made that mistake a few years ago, but I am old, and one of age's earliest infirmities is a damaged memory. But I am clearer now, clearer-headed. It all comes back to me just as if it were yesterday. It's Margaret Holcomb." She was surprised into a laugh this time, the rippling laugh that a happy brook makes when it breaks out of the shade into the sunshine, and she said, "Oh, you are wrong again. You don't get anything right. It isn't Holcomb, it's Blackmer." I was ashamed again, and confessed it, then. "How old are you, dear?" 12, New Year's. 12 in a month." We were close comrades inseparables, in fact for 8 days. Every day we made pedestrian excursions, called them that anyway, and honestly they were intended for that, and that is what they would have been but for the persistent intrusion of a gray and grave and rough-coated donkey by the name of Maud. Maud was 4 feet long. She was mounted on 4 slender little stilts, and had ears that doubled her altitude when she stood them up straight. Her tender was a little bit of a cart with seat room for 2 in it, and you could fall out of it without knowing it, it was so close to the ground. This battery was in command of a nice, grave, dignified, gentle-faced little black boy whose age was about 12, and whose name, for some reason or other, was Reginald. Reginald and Maud, I shall not easily forget those names, nor the combination they stood for. The trips going and coming were 5 or 6 miles, and it generally took us 3 hours to make it. This was because Maud set the pace. Whenever she detected an ascending grade she respected it, she stopped and said with her ears, "This is getting unsatisfactory. We will camp here." The whole idea of these excursions was that Margaret and I should employ them for the gathering of strength, by walking, yet we were oftener in the cart than out of it. She drove and I superintended. In the course of the first excursions I found a beautiful little shell on the beach at Spanish Point. Its hinge was old and dry, and the 2 halves came apart in my hand. I gave one of them to Margaret and said, "Now, dear, sometime or other in the future I shall run across you somewhere, and it may turn out that it is not you at all, but will be some girl that only resembles you. I shall be saying to myself, I know that this is a Margaret by the look of her, but I don't know for sure whether this is my Margaret or somebody else's. But no matter, I can soon find out, for I shall take my half-shell out of my pocket and say, I think you are my Margaret, but I am not certain. If you are my Margaret you can produce the other half of this shell." Next morning, when I entered the breakfast room and saw the child, I approached and scanned her searchingly all over, then said sadly, "No, I am mistaken. It looks like my Margaret, but it isn't, and I am so sorry. I shall go away and cry now." Her eyes danced triumphantly, and she cried out, "No, you don't have to. There!" And she fetched out the identifying shell. I was beside myself with gratitude and joyful surprise, and revealed it from every pore. The child could not have enjoyed this thrilling little drama more if we had been playing it on the stage. Many times afterward she played the chief part herself, pretending to be in doubt as to my identity, and challenging me to produce my half of the shell. She was always hoping to catch me without it, but I always defeated that game, wherefore she came to recognize at last that I was not only old, but very smart. Sometimes, when they were not walking or driving, they sat on the veranda, and he prepared history lessons for little Margaret by making grotesque figures on cards with numerous legs and arms and other fantastic symbols and features to fix the length of some king's reign. For William the Conqueror, for instance, who reigned 21 years, he drew a figure of 11 legs and 10 arms. It was the proper method of impressing facts upon the mind of a child. It carried him back to those days at Elmira when he had arranged for his own little girls the game of kings. A Miss Wallace, a friend of Margaret's, and usually one of the pedestrian party, has written a dainty book of those Bermudian days. Mark Twain and the Happy Islands, by Elizabeth Wallace. Miss Wallace says, Margaret felt for him the deep affection that children have for an older person who understands them and treats them with respect. Mr. Clemens never talked down to her, but considered her opinions with a sweet dignity. There were some pretty sequels to the shell incident. After Mark Twain had returned to New York, and Margaret was there, she called one day with her mother, and sent up her card. He sent back word saying, "I seem to remember the name, but if this is really the person whom I think it is, she can identify herself by a certain shell I once gave her, of which I have the other half. If the two halves fit, I shall know that this is the same little Margaret that I remember." The message went down, and the other half of the shell was promptly sent up. Mark Twain had the 2 half-shells incised firmly in gold, and one of these he wore on his watch fob, and sent the other to Margaret. He afterward corresponded with Margaret, and once wrote her, "I'm already making mistakes. When I was in New York, 6 weeks ago, I was on a corner of Fifth Avenue and I saw a small girl, not a big one, start across from the opposite corner, and I exclaimed to myself joyfully, 'That is certainly my Margaret!' So I rushed to meet her. But as she came nearer I began to doubt, and said to myself, 'It's a Margaret, that is plain enough, but I'm afraid it is somebody else's.' So when I was passing her I held my shell so she couldn't help but see it. Dear, she only glanced at it and passed on. I wondered if she could have overlooked it. It seemed best to find out, so I turned and followed and caught up with her, and said deferentially, 'Dear miss, I already know your first name by the look of you, but would you mind telling me your other one?' She was vexed and said pretty sharply, 'It's Douglas, if you're so anxious to know. I know your name by your looks, and I'd advise you to shut yourself up with your pen and ink and write some more rubbish. I am surprised that they allow you to run at large. You are likely to get run over by a baby carriage any time. Run along now and don't let the cows bite you.' What an idea! There aren't any cows in Fifth Avenue. But I didn't smile. I didn't let on to perceive how uncultured she was. She was from the country, of course, and didn't know what a comical blunder she was making. Mr. Rogers's health was very poor that winter, and Clemens urged him to try Bermuda, and offered to go back with him. So they sailed away to the summer island, and though Margaret was gone, there was other entertaining company, other granddaughters to be adopted, and new friends and old friends, and diversions of many sorts. Mr. Rogers's son-in-law, William Everett's Benjamin, came down and joined the little group. It was one of Mark Twain's real holidays. Mr. Rogers's health improved rapidly, and Mark Twain was in fine trim. To Mrs. Rogers, at the end of the first week, he wrote, "Dear Mrs. Rogers, he is getting along splendidly. This was the very place for him. He enjoys himself, and is as quarrelsome as a cat. But he will get a backset if Benjamin goes home. Benjamin is the brightest man in these regions, and the best company. Bright? He is much more than that, he is brilliant. He keeps the crowd intensely alive. With love and all good wishes. S.L.C. Mark Twain and Henry Rogers were much together and much observed. They were often referred to as the King and the Raja, and it was always a question whether it was the King who took care of the Raja, or vice versa. There was generally a group to gather around them, and Clemens was sure of an attentive audience, whether he wanted to air his philosophies, his views of the human race, or to read aloud from the verses of Kipling. "I am not fond of all poetry," he would say, "but there's something in Kipling that appeals to me. I guess he's just about my level." Miss Wallace recalls certain Kipling readings in his room, when his friends gathered to listen. On those Kipling evenings the mise-en-scene was a striking one. The bare hotel room, the pine woodwork and pine furniture, loose windows which rattled in the sea wind. Once in a while a gust of asthmatic music from the spiritless orchestra downstairs came up the hallway. Yellow, unprotected gas lights burned uncertainly, and Mark Twain in the midst of this lay on his bed. There was no couch, still in his white serge suit, with the light from the jet shining down on the crown of his silver hair, making it gleam and glisten like frosted threads. In one hand he held his book, in the other he had his pipe, which he used principally to gesture with in the most dramatic passages. Margaret's small successors became the earliest members of the Angel Fish Club, which Clemens concluded to organize after a visit to the spectacular Bermuda Aquarium. The pretty angelfish suggested youth and feminine beauty to him, and his adopted granddaughters became angelfish to him from that time forward. He bought little enamel angelfish pins, and carried a number of them with him most of the time, so that he could create membership on short notice. It was just another of the harmless and happy diversions of his gentler side. He was always fond of youth and freshness. He regarded the decrepitude of old age as an unnecessary part of life. Often he said, "If I had been helping the Almighty when He created man, I would have had Him begin at the other end, and start human beings with old age. How much better it would have been to start old, and have all the bitterness and blindness of age in the beginning. One would not mind then if he were looking forward to a joyful youth. Think of the joyous prospect of growing young instead of old. Think of looking forward to 18 instead of 80. Yes, the Almighty made a poor job of it. I wish He had invited my assistance." To one of the angelfish he wrote, just after his return, "I miss you, dear. I miss Bermuda too, but not so much as I miss you, for you were rare, and occasional and select, and limited, whereas Bermuda's charms and graciousnesses were free and common and unrestricted, like the rain, you know, which falls upon the just and the unjust alike, a thing which would not happen if I were superintending the rain's affairs. No, I would rain softly and sweetly upon the just, but whenever I caught a sample of the unjust outdoors I would drown him." Klecki Views and Addresses. As I am beginning this chapter, April 16, 1912, the news comes of the loss, on her first trip, of the great White Star Line steamer Titanic, with the destruction of many passengers, among whom are Frank D. Millet, William T. Stead, Isidore Straus, John Jacob Astor, and other distinguished men. They died as heroes, remaining with the ship in order that the women and children might be saved. It was the kind of death Frank Millet would have wished to die. He was always a soldier, a knight. He has appeared from time to time in these pages, for he was a dear friend of the Clemens household. One of America's foremost painters, at the time of his death he was head of the American Academy of Arts in Rome. Mark Twain made a number of addresses during the spring of 1908. He spoke at the cartoonist's dinner, very soon after his return from Bermuda. He spoke at the bookseller's banquet, expressing his debt of obligation to those who had published and sold his books. He delivered a fine address at the dinner given by the British Schools and University Club at Delmonico's, May 25, in honor of Queen Victoria's birthday. In that speech he paid high tribute to the Queen for her attitude toward America, during the crisis of the civil wax, and to her royal consort, Prince Albert. "What she did for us in America in our time of storm and stress we shall not forget," and whenever we call it to mind we shall always gratefully remember the wise and righteous mind that guided her in it, and sustained and supported her, Prince Albert's. We need not talk any idle talk here tonight about either possible or impossible war between two countries. There will be no war while we remain sane and the son of Victoria and Albert sits upon the throne. In conclusion, I believe I may justly claim to utter the voice of my country in saying that we hold him in deep honor, and also in cordially wishing him a long life and a happy reign. But perhaps his most impressive appearance was at the dedication of the great City College, May 14, 1908, where President John Finley, who had been struggling along with insufficient room, was to have space at last for his freer and fuller educational undertakings. A great number of honored scholars, statesmen, and diplomats assembled on the college campus, a spacious open court surrounded by stately college architecture of medieval design. These distinguished guests were clad in their academic robes, and the procession could not have been widely different from that one at Oxford of a year before. But there was something rather fearsome about it, too. A kind of scaffolding had been reared in the center of the campus for the ceremonies, and when those grave men in their robes of state stood grouped upon it, the picture was strikingly suggestive of one of George Cruikshank's drawings of an execution scene at the Tower of London. Many of the robes were black; these would be the priests, and the few scarlet ones would be the cardinals who might have assembled for some royal martyrdom. There was a bright May sunlight over it all, one of those still, cool brightnesses which served to heighten the weird effect. I am sure that others felt it besides myself, for everybody seemed wordless and awed, even at times when there was no occasion for silence. There was something of another age about the whole setting, to say the least. We left the place in a motor car, a crowd of boys following after. As Clemens got in, they gathered around the car and gave the college yell, ending with "Twain! Twain! Twain!" and added 3 cheers for Tom Sawyer, Huck Finn, and Pudd'nhead Wilson. They called for a speech, but he only said a few words in apology for not granting their request. He made a speech to them that night at the Waldorf, where he proposed for the City College a chair of citizenship, an idea which met with hearty applause. In the same address he referred to the "God Trust" motto on the coins, and spoke approvingly of the President's order for its removal. We do not trust in God, in the important matters of life, and not even a minister of the gospel will take any coin for a cent more than its accepted value because of that motto. If cholera should ever reach these shores, we should probably pray to be delivered from the plague, but we would put our main trust in the Board of Health. Next morning, commenting on the report of this speech, he said, "If only the reporters would not try to improve on what I say. They seem to miss the fact that the very art of saying a thing effectively is in its delicacy, and as they can't reproduce the manner and intonation in type, they make it emphatic and clumsy in trying to convey it to the reader." I pleaded that the reporters were often young men, eager, and unmellowed in their sense of literary art. "Yes," he agreed. "They are so afraid their readers won't see my good points that they set up red flags to mark them and beat a gong. They mean well, but I wish they wouldn't do it." He referred to the portion of his speech concerning the motto on the coins. He had freely expressed similar sentiments on other public occasions, and he had received a letter criticizing him for saying that we do not really trust in God in any financial matter. "I wanted to answer it," he said, "but I destroyed it. It didn't seem worth noticing." I asked how the motto had originated. "About 1853, some idiot in Congress wanted to announce to the world that this was a religious nation, and proposed putting it there, and no other congressman had courage enough to oppose it, of course. It took courage in those days to do a thing like that, but I think the same thing would happen today. Still, the country has become broader. It took a brave man before the Civil War to confess he had read The Age of Reason. So it did, and yet that seems a mild book now. I read it first when I was a cub pilot, read it with fear and hesitation, but marveling at its fearlessness and wonderful power. I read it again a year or two ago, for some reason, and was amazed to see how tame it had become. It seemed that Paine was apologizing everywhere for hurting the feelings of the reader." He drifted, naturally, into a discussion of the Knickerbocker Trust Company's suspension, which had tied up some $55,000 of his capital, and wondered how many were trusting in God for the return of these imperiled sums. Clemens himself, at this time, did not expect to come out whole from that disaster. He had said very little when the news came, though it meant that his immediate fortunes were locked up, and it came near stopping the building activities at Reading. It was only the smaller things of life that irritated him. He often met large calamities with a serenity which almost resembled indifference. In the Knickerbocker situation, he even found humor as time passed, and wrote a number of gay letters, some of which found their way into print. It should be added that in the end there was no loss to any of the Knickerbocker depositors. Via Reading. The building of the new home at Reading had been going steadily forward for something more than a year. John Mead Howells had made the plans. W. Sunderland and his son Philip, of Danbury, Connecticut, were the builders, and in the absence of Miss Clemens, then on a concert tour, Mark Twain's secretary, Miss I. V. Lyon, had superintended the furnishing. Innocence at Home, as the place was originally named, was to be ready for its occupant in June, with every detail in place, as he desired. He had never visited Reading. He had scarcely even glanced at the plans or discussed any of the decorations of the new home. He had required only that there should be one great living room for the orchestrelle, and another big room for the billiard table, with plenty of accommodations for guests. He had required that the billiard room be red, for something in his nature answered to the warm luxury of that color, particularly in moments of diversion. Besides, his other billiard rooms had been red, and such association may not be lightly disregarded. His one other requirement was that the place should be complete. "I don't want to see it," he said, "until the cat is purring on the hearth." Howells says, he had grown so weary of change, and so indifferent to it, that he was without interest. But it was rather, I think, that he was afraid of losing interest by becoming wearied with details which were likely to exasperate him. Also, he wanted the dramatic surprise of walking into a home that had been conjured into existence as with a word. It was expected that the move would be made early in the month, but there were delays, and it was not until the 18th of June that he took possession. The plan at this time was only to use the Reading place as a summer residence, and the Fifth Avenue house was not dismantled. A few days before the 18th the servants, with one exception, were taken up to the new house, Clemens and myself remaining in the loneliness of number 21, attending to the letters in the morning and playing billiards the rest of the time, waiting for the appointed day and train. It was really a pleasant 3 days. He invented a new game, and we were riotous and laughed as loudly as we pleased. I think he talked very little of the new home which he was so soon to see. It was referred to no oftener than once or twice a day, and then I believe only in connection with certain of the billiard room arrangements. I have wondered since what picture of it he could have had in his mind, for he had never seen a photograph. He had a general idea that it was built upon a hill, and that its architecture was of the Italian villa order. I confess I had moments of anxiety, for I had selected the land for him, and had been more or less accessory otherwise. I did not really worry, for I knew how beautiful and peaceful it all was, also something of his taste and needs. It had been a dry spring, and country roads were dusty, so that those who were responsible had been praying for rain, to be followed by a pleasant day for his arrival. Both petitions were granted. June 18th would fall on Thursday, and Monday night there came a good, thorough, and refreshing shower that washed the vegetation clean and laid the dust. The morning of the 18th was bright and sunny and cool. Clemens was up and shaved by 6 o'clock in order to be in time, though the train did not leave until 4 in the afternoon, an express newly timed to stop at Reading, its first trip scheduled for the day of Mark Twain's arrival. We were still playing billiards when word was brought up that the cab was waiting. My daughter, Louise, whose school on Long Island had closed that day, was with us. Clemens wore his white flannels and a Panama hat, and at the station a group quickly collected, reporters and others, to interview him and speed him to his new home. He was cordial and talkative, and quite evidently full of pleasant anticipation. A reporter or two and a special photographer came along, to be present at his arrival. The new, quick train, the green, flying landscape, with glimpses of the Sound and white sails, the hillsides and clear streams becoming rapidly steeper and dearer as we turned northward, all seemed to gratify him, and when he spoke at all it was approvingly. The hour and a half required to cover the 60 miles of distance seemed very short. As the train slowed down for the Reading station, he said, "We'll leave this box of candy." He had bought a large box on the way. "Those colored porters sometimes like candy, and we can get some more." He drew out a great handful of silver. "Give them something, give everybody liberally that does any service." There was a sort of open-air reception in waiting. Reading had recognized the occasion as historic. A varied assemblage of vehicles festooned with flowers had gathered to offer a gallant country welcome. It was now a little before 6 o'clock of that long June day, still and dreamlike, and to the people assembled there may have been something which was not quite reality in the scene. There was a tendency to be very still. They nodded, waved their hands to him, smiled, and looked their fill, but a spell lay upon them, and they did not cheer. It would have been a pity if they had done so. A noise, and the illusion would have been shattered. His carriage led away on the 3-mile drive to the house on the hilltop, and the floral turnout fell in behind. No first impression of a fair land could have come at a sweeter time. Hillsides were green, fields were white with daisies, dogwood and laurel shone among the trees. And over all was the blue sky, and everywhere the fragrance of June. He was very quiet as we drove along. Once with gentle humor, looking over a white daisy field, he said, "That is buckwheat. I always recognize buckwheat when I see it. I wish I knew as much about other things as I know about buckwheat. It seems to be very plentiful here, it even grows by the roadside." And a little later, "This is the kind of a road I like, a good country road through the woods." The water was flowing over the milldam where the road crosses the Saugatuck, and he expressed approval of that clear, picturesque little river, one of those charming Connecticut streams. A little farther on a brook cascaded down the hillside, and he compared it with some of the tiny streams of Switzerland, I believe the Giesbach. The lane that led to the new home opened just above, and as he entered the leafy way he said, "This is just the kind of a lane I like," thus completing his acceptance of everything but the house and the location. The last of the procession had dropped away at the entrance of the lane, and he was alone with those who had most anxiety for his verdict. They had not long to wait. As the carriage ascended higher to the open view he looked away, across the Saugatuck Valley to the nestling village and church spire and farmhouses, and to the distant hills, and declared the land to be a good land and beautiful, a spot to satisfy one's soul. Then came the house, simple and severe in its architecture, an Italian villa, such as he had known in Florence, adapted now to American climate and needs. The scars of building had not all healed yet, but close to the house waved green grass and blooming flowers that might have been there always. Neither did the house itself look new. The soft, gray stucco had taken on a tone that melted into the sky and foliage of its background. At the entrance his domestic staff waited to greet him, and then he stepped across the threshold into the wide hall and stood in his own home for the first time in 17 years. It was an anxious moment, and no one spoke immediately. But presently his eye had taken in the satisfying harmony of the place and followed on through the wide doors that led to the dining room, on through the open French windows to an enchanting vista of treetops and distant farmside and blue hills. He said very gently, "How beautiful it all is! I did not think it could be as beautiful as this." He was taken through the rooms, the great living room at one end of the hall, a room on the walls of which there was no picture, but only color harmony, and at the other end of the hall, the splendid, glowing billiard room, where hung all the pictures in which he took delight. Then to the floor above, with its spacious apartments and a continuation of color, welcome and concord, the windows opened to the pleasant evening hills. When he had seen it all, the natural Italian garden below the terraces, the loggia, whose arches framed landscape vistas and formed a rare picture gallery, when he had completed the round and stood in the billiard room, his especial domain, once more he said, as a final verdict, "It is a perfect house, perfect, so far as I can see, in every detail. It might have been here always." He was at home there from that moment, absolutely, marvelously at home, for he fitted the setting perfectly, and there was not a hitch or flaw in his adaptation. To see him over the billiard table, 5 minutes later, one could easily fancy that Mark Twain, as well as the house, had been there always. Only the presence of his daughters was needed now to complete his satisfaction in everything. There were guests that first evening, a small home dinner party, and so perfect were the appointments and service, that one not knowing would scarcely have imagined it to be the first dinner served in that lovely room. A little later, at the foot of the garden of bay and cedar, neighbors, inspired by Dan Beard, who had recently located nearby, set off some fireworks. Clemens stepped out on the terrace and saw rockets climbing through the summer sky to announce his arrival. "I wonder why they all go to so much trouble for me," he said softly. "I never go to any trouble for anybody." A statement which all who heard it, and all his multitude of readers in every land, stood ready to deny. That first evening closed with billiards, boisterous, triumphant billiards, and when with midnight the day ended and the cues were set in the rack, there was none to say that Mark Twain's first day in his new home had not been a happy one. Cook's first days at Stormfield. I went up next afternoon, for I knew how he dreaded loneliness. We played billiards for a time, then set out for a walk, following the long drive to the leafy lane that led to my own property. Presently he said, "In one way I am sorry I did not see this place sooner. I never want to leave it again. If I had known it was so beautiful I should have vacated the house in town and moved up here permanently." I suggested that he could still do so, if he chose, and he entered immediately into the idea. By and by we turned down a deserted road, grassy and beautiful, that ran along his land. At one side was a slope facing the west, and dotted with the slender, cypress-like cedars of New England. He had asked if that were part of his land, and on being told it was, he said, "I would like Howells to have a house there. We must try to give that to Howells." At the foot of the hill we came to a brook and followed it into a meadow. I told him that I had often caught fine trout there, and that soon I would bring in some for breakfast. He answered, "Yes, I should like that. I don't care to catch them any more myself. I like them very hot." We passed through some woods and came out near my own ancient little house. He noticed it and said, "The man who built that had some memory of Greece in his mind when he put on that little porch with those columns." My second daughter, Frances, was coming from a distant school on the evening train, and the carriage was starting just then to bring her. I suggested that perhaps he would find it pleasant to make the drive. "Yes," he agreed. "I should enjoy that." So I took the reins, and he picked up little Joy, who came running out just then, and climbed into the back seat. It was another beautiful evening, and he was in a talkative humor. Joy pointed out a small turtle in the road, and he said, "That is a wild turtle. Do you think you could teach it arithmetic?" Joy was uncertain. "Well," he went on, "you ought to get an arithmetic, a little 10-cent arithmetic, and teach that turtle." We passed some swampy woods, rather dim and jungle-like. "Those," he said, "are elephant woods." But Joy answered, "They are fairy woods. The fairies are there, but you can't see them because they wear magic cloaks." He said, "I wish I had one of those magic cloaks sometimes. I had one once, but it is worn out now." Joy looked at him reverently, as one who had once been the owner of a piece of fairyland. It was a sweet drive to and from the village. There are none too many such evenings in a lifetime. Colonel Harvey's little daughter, Dorothy, came up a day or two later, and with my daughter Louise spent the first week with him in the new home. They were created angelfishes, the first in the new aquarium, that is to say, the billiard room, where he followed out the idea by hanging a row of colored prints of Bermuda fishes in a sort of frieze around the walls. Each visiting member was required to select one as her particular patron fish, and he wrote her name upon it. It was his delight to gather his juvenile guests in this room and teach them the science of billiard angles, but it was so difficult to resist taking the cue and making plays himself that he was required to stand on a little platform and give instruction just out of reach. His snowy flannels and gleaming white hair, against those rich red walls, with those small, summer-clad players, made a pretty picture. The place did not retain its original name. He declared that it would always be Innocence at Home to the angelfish visitors, but that the title didn't remain continuously appropriate. The money which he had derived from Captain Stormfield's visit to heaven had been used to build the loggia wing, and he considered the name of Stormfield as a substitute. When, presently, the summer storms gathered on that rock-bound, open hill, with its wide reaches of vine and shrub wild, fierce storms that bent the birch and cedar, and strained at the bay and huckleberry, with lightning and turbulent wind and thunder, followed by the charging rain, the name seemed to become peculiarly appropriate. Standing with his head bared to the tumult, his white hair tossing in the blast, and looking out upon the wide splendor of the spectacle, he rechristened the place, and Stormfield it became and remained. The last day of Mark Twain's first week in Reading, June 25th, was saddened by the news of the death of Grover Cleveland at his home in Princeton, New Jersey. Clemens had always been an ardent Cleveland admirer, and to Mrs. Cleveland now he sent this word of condolence. Your husband was a man I knew and loved and honored for 25 years. I mourn with you. And once during the evening he said, he was one of our 2 or 3 real presidents. There is none to take his place. CCLXX The Aldrich Memorial. At the end of June came the dedication at Portsmouth, New Hampshire, of the Thomas Bailey Aldrich Memorial Museum, which the poet's wife had established there in the old Aldrich homestead. It was hot weather. We were obliged to take a rather poor train from South Norwalk, and Clemens was silent and gloomy most of the way to Boston. Once there, however, lodged in a cool and comfortable hotel, matters improved. He had brought along for reading the old copy of Sir Thomas Malory's Arthur Tales, and after dinner he took off his clothes and climbed into bed and sat up and read aloud from those stately legends, with comments that I wish I could remember now, only stopping at last when overpowered with sleep. We went on a special train to Portsmouth next morning through the summer heat, and assembled, with those who were to speak, in the back portion of the opera house, behind the scenes. Clemens was genial and good-natured with all the discomfort of it, and he liked to fancy, with Howells, who had come over from Kittery Point, how Aldrich must be amused at the whole circumstance if he could see them punishing themselves to do honor to his memory. Richard Watson Gilder was there, and Hamilton Mabie, also Governor Floyd of New Hampshire, Colonel Higginson, Robert Bridges, and other distinguished men. We got to the more open atmosphere of the stage presently, and the exercises began. Clemens was last on the program. The others had all said handsome, serious things, and Clemens himself had mentally prepared something of the sort. But when his turn came, and he rose to speak, a sudden reaction must have set in, for he delivered an address that certainly would have delighted Aldrich living, and must have delighted him dead, if he could hear it. It was full of the most charming humor, delicate, refreshing, and spontaneous. The audience, that had been maintaining a proper gravity throughout, showed its appreciation in ripples of merriment that grew presently into genuine waves of laughter. He spoke out his regret for having worn black clothes. It was a mistake, he said, to consider this a solemn time. Aldrich would not have wished it to be so considered. He had been a man who loved humor and brightness and wit, and had helped to make life merry and delightful. Certainly, if he could know, he would not wish this dedication of his own home to be a lugubrious, smileless occasion. Outside, when the services were ended, the venerable juvenile writer J. T. Trowbridge came up to Clemens with extended hand. Clemens said, "Trowbridge, are you still alive? You must be 1,000 years old." "Why, I listened to your stories while I was being rocked in the cradle," Trowbridge said. "Mark, there's some mistake. My earliest infant smile was wakened with one of your jokes." They stood side by side against a fence in the blazing sun and were photographed. An interesting picture. We returned to Boston that evening. Clemens did not wish to hurry in the summer heat, and we remained another day quietly sightseeing, and driving around and around Commonwealth Avenue in a Victoria in the cool of the evening. Once, remembering Aldrich, he said, "I was just planning Tom Sawyer when he was beginning the story of a bad boy. When I heard that he was writing that I thought of giving up mine, but Aldrich insisted that it would be a foolish thing to do. He thought my Missouri boy could not by any chance conflict with his boy of New England, and of course he was right." He spoke of how great literary minds usually came along in company. he said. Now and then, on the stream of time, small gobs of that thing which we call genius drift down, and a few of these lodge at some particular point, and others collect about them and make a sort of intellectual island, a towhead, as they say on the river. Such an accumulation of intellect we call a group, or school, and name it. 30 years ago there was the Cambridge group. Now there's been still another, which included Aldrich and Howells and Stedman and Cable. It will soon be gone. I suppose they will have to name it by and by. He pointed out houses here and there of people he had known and visited in other days. The driver was very anxious to go farther, to other and more distinguished sights. Clemens mildly but firmly refused any variation of the program, and so we kept on driving around and around the shaded loop of Beacon Street until dusk fell and the lights began to twinkle among the trees. See Death of Sam Moffat. Clemens' next absence from Reading came on August 1, 1908, when the sudden and shocking news was received of the drowning of his nephew, Samuel E. Moffat, in the surf of the Jersey shore. Moffat was his nearest male relative, and a man of fine intellect and talents. He was superior in those qualities which men love. He was large-minded and large-hearted, and of noble ideals. With much of the same sense of humor which had made his uncle's fame, he had what was really an abnormal faculty of acquiring and retaining encyclopedic data. Once as a child he had visited Hartford when Clemens was laboring over his history game. The boy was much interested, and asked permission to help. His uncle willingly consented, and referred him to the library for his facts. But he did not need to consult the books. He already had English history stored away, and knew where to find every detail of it. At the time of his death Moffat held an important editorial position on Collier's Weekly. Clemens was fond and proud of his nephew. Returning from the funeral, he was much depressed, and a day or two later became really ill. He was in bed for a few days, resting, he said, after the intense heat of the journey. Then he was about again and proposed billiards as a diversion. We were all alone one very still, warm August afternoon playing, when he suddenly said, "I feel a little dizzy. I will sit down a moment." I brought him a glass of water, and he seemed to recover. But when he rose and started to play I thought he had a dazed look. He said, "I have lost my memory. I don't know which is my ball. I don't know what game we are playing." But immediately this condition passed, and we thought little of it, considering it merely a phase of biliousness due to his recent journey. I have been told since, by eminent practitioners, that it was the first indication of a more serious malady. He became apparently quite himself again, and showed his usual vigor, light of step and movement, able to skip up and down stairs as heretofore. In a letter to Mrs. Crane, August 12, he spoke of recent happenings. "Dear Aunt Sue, it was a most moving, a most heartbreaking sight, the spectacle of that stunned and crushed and inconsolable family. I came back here in bad shape, and had a bilious collapse, but I am all right again, though the doctor from New York has given peremptory orders that I am not to stir from here before frost. Oh, fortunate Sam Moffat! Fortunate Livy Clemens! Doubly fortunate Susie! Those swords go through and through my heart, but there is never a moment that I am not glad, for the sake of the dead, that they have escaped. How Livy would love this place! How her very soul would steep itself thankfully in this peace, this tranquility, this deep stillness, this dreamy expanse of woodsy hill and valley. You must come, Aunt Sue, and stay with us a real good visit. Since June 26th we have had 21 guests, and they have all liked it, and said they would come again." To Howells on the same day he wrote, "Won't you and Mrs. Howells and Mildred come and give us as many days as you can spare and examine John's Triumph? It is the most satisfactory house I am acquainted with, and the most satisfactorily situated. I have dismissed my stenographer, and have entered upon a holiday whose other end is the cemetery." C.I. Stormfield Adventures. Clemens had fully decided, by this time, to live the year round in the retirement at Stormfield, and the house at 21 Fifth Avenue was being dismantled. He had also, as he said, given up his dictations for the time, at least, after continuing them, with more or less regularity, for a period of 2.5 years, during which he had piled up about 500,000 words of comment and reminiscence. His general idea had been to add portions of this matter to his earlier books as the copyrights expired, to give them new life and interest, and he felt that he had plenty now for any such purpose. He gave his time mainly to his guests, his billiards, and his reading, though of course he could not keep from writing on this subject, and that as the fancy moved him, and a drawer in one of his dressers began to accumulate fresh though usually fragmentary manuscripts. He read the daily paper, but he no longer took the keen, restless interest in public affairs. New York politics did not concern him any more, and national politics not much. When the Evening Post wrote him concerning the advisability of renominating Governor Hughes, he replied, "If you had asked me 2 months ago, my answer would have been prompt and loud and strong. Yes, I want Governor Hughes renominated. But it is too late, and my mouth is closed. I have become a citizen and taxpayer of Connecticut, and could not now, without impertinence, meddle in matters which are none of my business. I could not do it with impertinence without trespassing on the monopoly of another." Howells speaks of Mark Twain's absolute content with his new home, and these are the proper words to express it. He was like a storm-beaten ship that had drifted at last into a serene South Sea haven. The days began and ended in tranquility. There were no special morning regulations. One could have his breakfast at any time and at almost any place. He could have it in bed if he liked, or in the loggia or living room, or billiard room. He might even have it in the dining room, or on the terrace, just outside. Guests, there were usually guests, might suit their convenience in this matter, also as to the forenoons. The afternoon brought games, that is, billiards, provided the guests knew billiards, otherwise hearts. Those 2 games were his safety valves, and while there were no printed requirements relating to them, the unwritten code of Stormfield provided that guests, of whatever age or previous faith, should engage in one or both of these diversions. Clemens, who usually spent his forenoon in bed with his reading and his letters, came to the green table of skill and chance eager for the onset. If the fates were kindly, he approved of them openly. If not, well, the fates were old enough to know better, and, as heretofore, had to take the consequences. Sometimes, when the weather was fine and there were no games, this was likely to be on Sunday afternoons, there were drives among the hills and along the Saugatuck through the bedding glen. The cat was always purring on the hearth. At Stormfield, several cats, for Mark Twain's fondness for this clean, intelligent domestic animal remained, to the end, one of his happiest characteristics. There were never too many cats at Stormfield, and the hearth included the entire house, even the billiard table. When, as was likely to happen at any time during the game, the kittens Sinbad, or Danbury, or billiards would decide to hop up and play with the balls, or sit in the pockets and grab at them as they went by, the game simply added this element of chance, and the uninvited player was not disturbed. The cats really owned Stormfield. Any one could tell that from their deportment. Mark Twain held the title deeds, but it was Danbury and Sinbad and the others that possessed the premises. They occupied any portion of the house or its furnishings at will, and they never failed to attract attention. Mark Twain might be preoccupied and indifferent to the comings and goings of other members of the household, but no matter what he was doing, let Danbury appear in the offing and he was observed and greeted with due deference, and complimented and made comfortable. Clemens would arise from the table and carry certain choice food out on the terrace to Tammany, and be satisfied with almost no acknowledgment by way of appreciation. One could not imagine any home of Mark Twain where the cats were not supreme. In the evening, as at 21 Fifth Avenue, there was music, the stately measures of the orchestrelle, while Mark Twain smoked and mingled unusual speculation with long, long backward dreams. It was 3 months from the day of arrival in Reading that some guests came to Stormfield without invitation, 2 burglars, who were carrying off some bundles of silver when they were discovered. Claude, the butler, fired a pistol after them to hasten their departure, and Clemens, wakened by the shots, thought the family was opening champagne and went to sleep again. It was far in the night, but neighbor H.A. Lounsbury and Deputy Sheriff Banks were notified, and by morning the thieves were captured, though only after a pretty desperate encounter, during which the officer received a bullet wound. Lounsbury and a Stormfield guest had tracked them in the dark with a lantern to Bethel, a distance of some 7 miles. The thieves, also the pursuers, had boarded the train there. Sheriff Banks was waiting at the West Reading station when the train came down, and there the capture was made. It was a remarkably prompt and shrewd piece of work. Clemens gave credit for its success chiefly to Lounsbury, whose talents in many fields always impressed him. The thieves were taken to the Reading Town Hall for a preliminary hearing. Subsequently, they received severe sentences. Clemens tacked this notice on his front door. Notice to the next burglar. There is nothing but plated ware in this house now and henceforth. You will find it in that brass thing in the dining room over in the corner by the basket of kittens. If you want the basket, put the kittens in the brass thing. Do not make a noise, it disturbs the family. You will find rubbers in the front hall by that thing which has the umbrellas in it, chiffonier, I think they call it, or pergola, or something like that. Please close the door when you go away. Very truly yours, S. L. Clemens. C.I. Stormfield Philosophies. Now came the tranquil days of the Connecticut autumn. The change of the landscape colors was a constant delight to Mark Twain. There were several large windows in his room, and he called them his picture gallery. The window panes were small, and each formed a separate picture of its own that was changing almost hourly. The red tones that began to run through the foliage, the red berry bushes, the fading grass, and the little touches of sparkling frost that came every now and then at early morning, the background of distant blue hills and changing skies, these things gave his gallery a multitude of variation that no art museums could furnish. He loved it all, and he loved to walk out in it, pacing up and down the terrace, or the long path that led to the pergola at the foot of a natural garden. If a friend came, he was willing to walk much farther, and we often descended the hill in one direction or another, though usually going toward the gorge, a romantic spot where a clear brook found its way through a deep and rather dangerous-looking chasm. Once he was persuaded to descend into this fairy-like place, for it was well worth exploring, but his footing was no longer sure, and he did not go far. He liked better to sit on the grass-grown, rocky arch above and look down into it, and let his talk follow his mood. He liked to contemplate the geology of his surroundings, the record of the ageless periods of construction required to build the world. The marvels of science always appealed to him. He reveled in the thought of the almost limitless stretches of time, the millions upon millions of years that had been required for this stratum and that. He liked to amaze himself with the sounding figures. I remember him expressing a wish to see the Grand Canyon of Arizona, where, on perpendicular walls 6,000 feet high, the long story of geological creation is written. I had stopped there during my western trip of the previous year, and I told him something of its wonders. I urged him to see them for himself, offering to go with him. He said, "I should enjoy that, but the railroad journey is so far and I should have no peace. The papers would get hold of it, and I would have to make speeches and be interviewed, and I never want to do any of those things again." I suggested that the railroads would probably be glad to place a private car at his service, so that he might travel in comfort, but he shook his head. "That would only make me more conspicuous. How about a disguise?" "Yes," he said. "I might put on a red wig and false whiskers and change my name, but I couldn't disguise my drawling speech and they'd find me out." It was amusing, but it was rather sad too. His fame had deprived him of valued privileges. He talked of many things during these little excursions. Once he told how he had successively advised his nephew, Moffat, in the matter of obtaining a desirable position. Moffat had wanted to become a reporter. Clemens devised a characteristic scheme. He said, "I will get you a place on any newspaper you may select if you promise faithfully to follow out my instructions." The applicant agreed, eagerly enough. Clemens said, "Go to the newspaper of your choice. Say that you are idle and want work, that you are pining for work, longing for it, and that you ask no wages, and will support yourself. All that you ask is work. That you will do anything, sweep, fill the inkstands, mucilage bottles, run errands, and be generally useful. You must never ask for wages. You must wait until the offer of wages comes to you. You must work just as faithfully and just as eagerly as if you were being paid for it. Then see what happens." The scheme had worked perfectly. Young Moffat had followed his instructions to the letter. By and by he attracted attention. He was employed in a variety of ways that earned him the gratitude and the confidence of the office. In obedience to further instructions, he began to make short, brief, unadorned notices of small news matters that came under his eye and laid them on the city editor's desk. No pay was asked, none was expected. Occasionally one of the items was used. Then, of course, it happened, as it must sooner or later at a busy time, that he was given a small news assignment. There was no trouble about his progress after that. He had won the confidence of the management, and shown that he was not afraid to work. The plan had been variously tried since, Clemens said, and he could not remember any case in which it had failed. The idea may have grown out of his own pilot apprenticeship on the river, when cub pilots not only received no salary, but paid for the privilege of learning. Clemens discussed public matters less often than formerly, but they were not altogether out of his mind. He thought our republic was in a fair way to become a monarchy, that the signs were already evident. He referred to the letter which he had written so long ago in Boston, with its amusing fancy of the Archbishop of Dublin and his Grace of Ponkapog, and declared that, after all, it contained something of prophecy. See Chapter 97, also Appendix M. He would not live to see the actual monarchy, he said, but it was coming. "I'm not expecting it in my time nor in my children's time, though it may be sooner than we think. There are two special reasons for it, and one condition. The first reason is that it is in the nature of man to want a definite something to love, honor, reverently look up to and obey, a god and king, for example. The second reason is that while little republics have lasted long, protected by their poverty and insignificance, great ones have not. And the condition is vast power and wealth, which breed commercial and political corruptions, and incite public favorites to dangerous ambitions." He repeated what I had heard him say before, that in one sense we already had a monarchy, that is to say, a ruling public and political aristocracy which could create a presidential succession. He did not say these things bitterly now, but reflectively and rather indifferently. He was inclined to speak unhopefully of the international plans for universal peace, which were being agitated rather persistently. "The gospel of peace," he said, "is always making a deal of noise, always rejoicing in its progress but always neglecting to furnish statistics. There are no peaceful nations now. All Christendom is a soldier camp. The poor have been taxed in some nations to the starvation point to support the giant armaments which Christian governments have built up, each to protect itself from the rest of the Christian brotherhood, and incidentally to snatch any scrap of real estate left exposed by a weaker owner. King Leopold II. of Belgium, the most intensely Christian monarch, except Alexander VI, that has escaped hell thus far, has stolen an entire kingdom in Africa, and in 14 years of Christian endeavor there has reduced the population from 30 millions to 15 by murder and mutilation and overwork, confiscating the labor of the helpless natives, and giving them nothing in return but salvation and a home in heaven, furnished at the last moment by the Christian priest. Within the last generation each Christian power has turned the bulk of its attention to finding out newer and still newer and more effective ways of killing Christians, and incidentally, a pagan now and then. And the surest way to get rich quickly in Christ's earthly kingdom is to invent a kind of gun that can kill more Christians at one shot than any other existing kind. All the Christian nations are at it. The more advanced they are, the bigger and more destructive engines of war they create. Once, speaking of battles great and small, and how important even a small battle must seem to a soldier who had fought in no other, he said, "To him it is a mighty achievement, an achievement with a big A, when to a wax-worn veteran it would be a mere incident. For instance, to the soldier of one battle, San Juan Hill was an achievement with an A as big as the pyramids of Cheops, whereas, if Napoleon had fought it, he would have set it down on his cuff at the time to keep from forgetting it had happened. But that is all natural and human enough. We are all like that." The curiosities and absurdities of religious superstitions never failed to furnish him with themes more or less amusing. I remember one Sunday, when he walked down to have luncheon at my house, he sat under the shade and fell to talking of Herod's slaughter of the innocents, which he said could not have happened. Tacitus makes no mention of it, he said, and he would hardly have overlooked a sweeping order like that, issued by a petty ruler like Herod. Just consider a little king of a corner of the Roman Empire ordering the slaughter of the firstborn of a lot of Roman subjects. Why, the emperor would have reached out that long arm of his and dismissed Herod. That tradition is probably about as authentic as those connected with a number of old bridges in Europe which are said to have been built by Satan. The inhabitants used to go to Satan to build bridges for them, promising him the soul of the first one that crossed the bridge. Then, when Satan had the bridge done, they would send over a rooster or a jackass, a cheap jackass. That was for Satan, and of course they could fool him that way every time. Satan must have been pretty simple, even according to the New Testament, or he wouldn't have led Christ up on a high mountain and offered him the world if he would fall down and worship him. That was a manifestly absurd proposition, because Christ, as the Son of God, already owned the world, and besides, what Satan showed him was only a few rocky acres of Palestine. It is just as if someone should try to buy Rockefeller, the owner of all the Standard Oil Company, with a gallon of kerosene. He often spoke of the unseen forces of creation, the immutable laws that hold the planet in exact course and bring the years and the seasons always exactly on schedule time. The great law was a phrase often on his lips. The exquisite foliage, the cloud shapes, the varieties of color everywhere, these were for him outward manifestations of the great law, whose principle I understood to be unity, exact relations throughout all nature, and in this I failed to find any suggestion of pessimism, but only of justice. Once he wrote on a card for preservation, "From everlasting to everlasting, this is the law, the sum of wrong and misery shall always keep exact step with the sum of human blessedness. No civilization, no advance, has ever modified these proportions by even the shadow of a shade, nor ever can, while our race endures." Cleve, citizen and farmer. The procession of guests at Stormfield continued pretty steadily. Clemens kept a book in which visitors set down their names and the dates of arrival and departure, and when they failed to attend to these matters he diligently did it himself after they were gone. Members of the Harper Company came up with their wives. Angelfish swam in and out of the aquarium. Bermuda friends came to see the new home. Robert Collier, the publisher, and his wife, Mrs. Sally, as Clemens liked to call her, paid their visits. Lord Northcliffe, who was visiting America, came with Colonel Harvey, and was so impressed with the architecture of Stormfield that he adopted its plans for a country place he was about to build in Newfoundland. Helen Keller, with Mr. and Mrs. Macy, came up for a weekend visit. Mrs. Crane came over from Elmira, and behold, one day came the long-ago sweetheart of his childhood, little Laura Hawkins, Laura Fraser now, widowed and in the 70s, with a granddaughter already a young lady quite grown up. That Mark Twain was not wearying of the new conditions we may gather from a letter written to Mrs. Rogers in October. "I've grown young in these months of dissipation here. And I have left off drinking, it isn't necessary now. Society and theology are sufficient for me." To Helen Allen, of Bermuda, Angelfish, he wrote, "We have good times here in this soundless solitude on the hilltop. The moment I saw the house I was glad I built it, and now I am gladder and gladder all the time. I was not dreaming of living here except in the summertime. That was before I saw this region and the house, you see, but that is all changed now. I shall stay here winter and summer both and not go back to New York at all. My child, it's as tranquil and contenting as Bermuda. You will be very welcome here, dear." He interested himself in the affairs and in the people of Reading. Not long after his arrival he had gathered in all the inhabitants of the countryside, neighbors of every quality, for closer acquaintance, and threw open to them for inspection every part of the new house. He appointed Mrs. Lounsbury, whose acquaintance was very wide, a sort of committee on reception, and stood at the entrance with her to welcome each visitor in person. It was a sort of gala day, and the rooms and the grounds were filled with the visitors. In the dining room there were generous refreshments. Again, not long afterward, he issued a special invitation to all of those architects, builders, and workmen who had taken any part, however great or small, in the building of his home. Mr. and Mrs. Littleton were visiting Stormfield at this time, and both Clemens and Littleton spoke to these assembled guests from the terrace, and made them feel that their efforts had been worth while. Presently the idea developed to establish something that would be of benefit to his neighbors, especially to those who did not have access to much reading matter. He had been for years flooded with books by authors and publishers, and there was a heavy surplus at his home in the city. When these began to arrive, he had a large number of volumes set aside as the nucleus of a public library. An unused chapel not far away, it could be seen from one of his windows, was obtained for the purpose. Officers were elected, a librarian was appointed, and so the Mark Twain Library of Reading was duly established. Clemens himself was elected its first president, with the resident physician, Dr. Ernest H. Smith, vice president, and another resident, William E. Grumman, librarian. On the afternoon of its opening, the president made a brief address. He said, "I am here to speak a few instructive words to my fellow farmers. I suppose you are all farmers. I am going to put in a crop next year, when I have been here long enough and know how. I couldn't make a turnip stay on a tree now after I had grown it. I like to talk. It would take more than the Reading air to make me keep still, and I like to instruct people. It's noble to be good, and it's nobler to teach others to be good, and less trouble. I am glad to help this library. We get our morals from books. I didn't get mine from books, but I know that morals do come from books, theoretically at least. Mr. Beard or Mr. Adams will give some land, and by we are going to have a building of our own." This statement was news to both Mr. Beard and Mr. Adams and an inspiration of the moment. But Mr. Theodore Adams, who owned a most desirable site, did in fact promptly resolve to donate it for library purposes. Clemens continued, "I am going to help build that library with contributions from my visitors. Every male guest who comes to my house will have to contribute $1 or go away without his baggage. A characteristic notice to guests requiring them to contribute $1 to the library building fund was later placed on the billiard room mantel at Stormfield with good results. If those burglars that broke into my house recently had done that, they would have been happier now, or if they'd have broken into this library they would have read a few books and led a better life. Now they are in jail, and if they keep on they will go to Congress. When a person starts downhill you can never tell where he's going to stop. I am sorry for those burglars. They got nothing that they wanted and scared away most of my servants. Now we are putting in a burglar alarm instead of a dog. Some advise the dog, but it costs even more to entertain a dog than a burglar. I am having the ground electrified, so that for a mile around anyone who puts his foot across the line sets off an alarm that will be heard in Europe. Now I will introduce the real president to you, a man whom you know already, Dr. Smith." So a new and important benefit was conferred upon the community, and there was a feeling that Reading, besides having a literary colony, was to be literary in fact. It might have been mentioned earlier that Reading already had literary associations when Mark Twain arrived. As far back as Revolutionary days, Joe Barlow, a poet of distinction, and once minister to France, had been a resident of Reading, and there were still Barlow descendants in the township. William Edgar Grumman, the librarian, had written the story of Reading's share in the Revolutionary War, no small share, for Gen. Israel Putnam's army had been quartered there during at least one long, trying winter. Charles Berthoud, of one of the oldest Reading families himself, still a resident, was also the author of a Reading history. Of literary folk not native to Reading, Dora Reed Goodale and her sister Elaine, the wife of Dr. Charles A. Eastman, had long been residents of Reading Center. Jeanette L. Gilder and Ida M. Tarbell had summer homes on Reading Ridge. Dan Beard, as already mentioned, owned a place near the banks of the Saugatuck, while Kate V. St. Moore. Also, two of Nathaniel Hawthorne's granddaughters had recently located adjoining the Stormfield lands. By which it will be seen that Reading was in no way unsuitable as a home for Mark Twain. Lex via mantle and a baby elephant. Mark Twain was the receiver of two notable presents that year. The first of these, a mantle from Hawaii, presented to him by the Hawaiian Promotion Committee, was set in place in the billiard room on the morning of his 73rd birthday. This committee had written, proposing to build for his new home either a mantel or a chair, as he might prefer, the same to be carved from the native woods. Clemens decided on a billiard room mantel, and John Howells forwarded the proper measurements. So, in due time, the mantel arrived, a beautiful piece of work and in fine condition, with the Hawaiian word, aloha, one of the sweetest forms of greeting in any tongue, carved as its central ornament. To the donors of the gift Clemens wrote, "The beautiful mantel was put in its place an hour ago, and its friendly, aloha, was the first uttered greeting received on my 73d birthday. It is rich in color, rich in quality, and rich in decoration, therefore it exactly harmonized with the taste for such things which was born in me, and which I have seldom been able to indulge to my content. It will be a great pleasure to me, daily renewed, to have under my eye this lovely reminder of the loveliest fleet of islands that lies anchored in any ocean, and I beg to thank the committee for providing me that pleasure." To F. N. Otremba, who had carved the mantel, he sent this word: "I am grateful to you for the valued compliment to me in the labor of heart and hand and brain which you have put upon it. It is worthy of the choicest place in the house, and it has it." It was the second beautiful mantel in Stormfield, the Hartford Library mantel, removed when that house was sold, having been installed in the Stormfield living room. Altogether the 73rd birthday was a pleasant one. Clemens, in the morning, drove down to see the library lot which Mr. Theodore Adams had presented, and the rest of the day there were fine, close billiard games, during which he was in the gentlest and happiest moods. He recalled the games of 2 years before, and as we stopped playing I said, "I hope a year from now we shall be here, still playing the great game." And he answered as then, "Yes, it is a great game, the best game on earth." And he held out his hand and thanked me for coming, as he never failed to do when we parted, though it always hurt me a little, for the debt was so largely mine. Mark Twain's second present came at Christmas time. About 10 days earlier, a letter came from Robert J. Collier, saying that he had bought a baby elephant which he intended to present to Mark Twain as a Christmas gift. He added that it would be sent as soon as he could get a car for it, and the loan of a keeper from Barnum and Bailey's headquarters at Bridgeport. The news created a disturbance in Stormfield. One could not refuse, discourteously and abruptly, a costly present like that, but it seemed a disaster to accept it. An elephant would require a roomy and warm place, also a variety of attention which Stormfield was not prepared to supply. The telephone was set going and certain timid excuses were offered by the secretary. There was no good place to put an elephant in Stormfield, but Mr. Collier said, quite confidently, "Oh, put him in the garage." "But there's no heat in the garage." "Well, put him in the loggia then." "That's closed in, isn't it, for the winter?" "Plenty of sunlight, just the place for a young elephant." "But we play cards in the loggia. We use it for a sort of sun parlor." "But that wouldn't matter. He's a kindly, playful little thing. He'll be just like a kitten. I'll send the man up to look over the place and tell you just how to take care of him, and I'll send up several bales of hay in advance. It isn't a large elephant, you know, just a little one, a regular plaything." There was nothing further to be done, only to wait and dread until the Christmas present's arrival. A few days before Christmas 10 bales of hay arrived and several bushels of carrots. This store of provender aroused no enthusiasm at Stormfield. It would seem there was no escape now. On Christmas morning Mr. Lounsbury telephoned up that there was a man at the station who said he was an elephant trainer from Barnum and Bailey's, sent by Mr. Collier to look at the elephant's quarters and get him settled when he should arrive. Orders were given to bring the man over. The day of doom was at hand. But Lounsbury's detective instinct came once more into play. He had seen a good many elephant trainers at Bridgeport, and he thought this one had a doubtful look. "Where is the elephant?" he asked, as they drove along. "He will arrive at noon." "Where are you going to put him?" "In the loggia." "How big is he?" "About the size of a cow." "How long have you been with Barnum and Bailey?" 6 years. "Then you must know some friends of mine," naming 2 that had no existence until that moment. "Oh yes, indeed. I know them well. Lounsbury didn't say any more just then, but he had a feeling that perhaps the dread at Stormfield had grown unnecessarily large. Something told him that this man seemed rather more like a butler, or a valet, than an elephant trainer. They drove to Stormfield, and the trainer looked over the place. It would do perfectly, he said. He gave a few instructions as to the care of this new household feature, and was driven back to the station to bring it. Lounsbury came back by and by, bringing the elephant but not the trainer. It didn't need a trainer. It was a beautiful specimen, with soft, smooth coat and handsome trappings, perfectly quiet, well-behaved and small, suited to the lodger, as Collier had said, for it was only 2 feet long and beautifully made of cloth and cotton, one of the forest toy elephants ever seen anywhere. It was a good joke, such as Mark Twain loved, a carefully prepared, harmless bit of foolery. He wrote Robert Collier, threatening him with all sorts of revenge, declaring that the elephant was devastating Stormfield. To send an elephant in a trance, under pretense that it was dead or stuffed, he said. The animal came to life, as you knew it would, and began to observe Christmas, and we now have no furniture left, and no servants and no visitors, no friends, no photographs, no burglars, nothing but the elephant. Be kind, be merciful, be generous. Take him away and send us what is left of the earthquake. Collier wrote that he thought it unkind of him to look a gift elephant in the trunk. And with such chaffing and gaiety the year came to an end. Kleck's vi Shakespeare Bacon talk. When the bad weather came there was not much company at Stormfield, and I went up regularly each afternoon, for it was lonely on that bleak hill, and after his forenoon of reading or writing he craved diversion. My own home was a little more than a half-mile away, and I enjoyed the walk, whatever the weather. I usually managed to arrive about 3 o'clock. He would watch from his high windows until he saw me raise the hilltop, and he would be at the door when I arrived, so that there might be no delay in getting at the games. Or if it happened that he wished to show me something in his room, I would hear his rich voice sounding down the stair. Once, when I arrived, I heard him calling, and going up I found him highly pleased with the arrangement of 2 pictures on a chair, placed so that the glasses of them reflected the sunlight on the ceiling. He said, "They seem to catch the reflection of the sky and the winter colors. Sometimes the hues are wonderfully iridescent." He pointed to a bunch of wild red berries on the mantel with the sun on them. "How beautifully they light up," he said. "Some of them in the sunlight, some still in the shadow." He walked to the window and stood looking out on the somber fields. "The lights and colors are always changing there," he said. "I never tire of it." To see him then so full of the interest and delight of the moment, one might easily believe he had never known tragedy and shipwreck. More than anyone I ever knew, he lived in the present. Most of us are either dreaming of the past or anticipating the future, forever beating the dirge of yesterday or the tattoo of tomorrow. Mark Twain's step was timed to the march of the moment. There were days when he recalled the past and grieved over it, and when he speculated concerning the future, but his greater interest was always of the now, and of the particular locality where he found it. The thing which caught his fancy, however slight or however important, possessed him fully for the time, even if never afterward. He was especially interested that winter in the Shakespeare Bacon problem. He had long been unable to believe that the actor-manager from Stratford had written those great plays, and now a book just published, The Shakespeare Problem Restated, by George Greenwood, and another one in press, Some Characteristic Signatures of Francis Bacon, by William Stone Booth, had added the last touch of conviction that Francis Bacon, and Bacon only, had written the Shakespeare dramas. I was ardently opposed to this idea. The romance of the boy was Shakespeare, who had come up to London and began by holding horses outside of the theatre, and ended by winning the proudest place in the world of letters, was something I did not wish to let perish. I produced all the stock testimony, Ben Jonson's sonnet, the internal evidence of the plays themselves, the actors who had published them, but he refused to accept any of it. He declared that there was not a single proof to show that Shakespeare had written one of them. "Is there any evidence that he didn't?" I asked. "There's evidence that he couldn't," he said. "It required a man with the fullest legal equipment to have written them." When you have read Greenwood's book, you will see how untenable is any argument for Shakespeare's authorship. I was willing to concede something, and offered a compromise. Perhaps, I said, Shakespeare was the Belisou of that day, the managerial genius, unable to write plays himself, but with the supreme gift of making effective drama from the plays of others. In that case, it is not unlikely that the plays would be known as Shakespeare's. Even in this day, John Luther Long's Madame Butterfly is sometimes called Belasco's play, though it is doubtful if Belasco ever wrote a line of it. He considered this view, but not very favorably. The Booth book was at this time a secret, and he had not told me anything concerning it, but he had it in his mind when he said, with an air of the greatest conviction, I know that Shakespeare did not write those plays, and I have reason to believe he did not touch the text in any way. How can you be so positive? I asked. He replied, I have private knowledge from a source that cannot be questioned. I now suspected that he was joking, and asked if he had been consulting a spiritual medium, but he was clearly in earnest. It is the great discovery of the age, he said quite seriously. The world will soon ring with it. I wish I could tell you about it, but I have passed my word. You will not have long to wait. I was going to sail for the Mediterranean in February, and I asked if it would be likely that I would know this great secret before I sailed. He thought not, but he said that more than likely the startling news would be given to the world while I was on the water, and it might come to me on the ship by wireless. I confess I was amazed and intensely curious by this time. I conjectured the discovery of some document, some Bacon or Shakespeare private paper which dispelled all the mystery of the authorship. I hinted that he might write me a letter which I could open on the ship, but he was firm in his refusal. He had passed his word, he repeated, and the news might not be given out as soon as that, but he assured me more than once that wherever I might be, in whatever remote locality, it would come by cable, and the world would quake with it. I was tempted to give up my trip, to be with him at Stormfield at the time of the upheaval. Naturally, the Shakespeare theme was uppermost during the remaining days that we were together. He had engaged another stenographer, and was now dictating, forenoons, his own views on the subject, views coordinated with those of Mr. Greenwood, whom he liberally quoted, but embellished and decorated in his own gay manner. These were chapters for his autobiography, he said, and I think he had then no intention of making a book of them. I could not quite see why he should take all this argumentary trouble if he had, as he said, positive evidence that Bacon, and not Shakespeare, had written the plays. I thought the whole matter very curious. The Shakespeare interest had diverging bypaths. One evening, when we were alone at dinner, he said, There is only one other illustrious man in history about whom there is so little known. And he added, Jesus Christ. He reviewed the statements of the Gospels concerning Christ, though he declared them to be mainly traditional and of no value. I agreed that they contained confusing statements, and inflicted more or less with justice and reason, but I said I thought there was truth in them, too. Why do you think so? He asked. Because they contain matters that are self-evident, things eternally and essentially just. Then you make your own Bible? Yes, from those materials combined with human reason. Then it does not matter where the truth, as you call it, comes from? I admitted that the source did not matter, that truth from Shakespeare, Epictetus, or Aristotle was quite as valuable as from the Scriptures. We were on common ground now. He mentioned Marcus Aurelius, the Stoics, and their blameless lives. I, still pursuing the thought of Jesus, asked, Do you not think it strange that in that day when Christ came, admitting that there was a Christ, such a character could have come at all, in the time of the Pharisees and the Sadducees, when all was ceremony and unbelief? I remember, he said. The Sadducees didn't believe in hell. He brought them one. Nor the resurrection. He brought them that also. He did not admit that there had been a Christ with the character and mission related by the Gospels. It is all a myth, he said. There have been saviors in every age of the world. It is all just a fairy tale, like the idea of Santa Claus. But, I argued, even the spirit of Christmas is real when it is genuine. Suppose that we admit there was no physical savior, that it is only an idea, a spiritual embodiment which humanity has made for itself and is willing to improve upon as its own spirituality improves. Wouldn't that make it worthy? But then the fairy story of the atonement dissolves, and with it crumbles the very foundations of any established church. You can create your own testament, your own scripture, and your own Christ, but you've got to give up your atonement. As related to the crucifixion, yes, and good riddance to it. But the death of the old order and the growth of spirituality comes to a sort of atonement, doesn't it? He said. A conclusion like that has about as much to do with the Gospels and Christianity as Shakespeare had to do with Bacon's plays. You are preaching a doctrine that would have sent a man to the stake a few centuries ago. I have preached that in my own Gospel. I remembered then, and realized that, by my own clumsy ladder, I had merely mounted from dogma and superstition to his platform of training the ideals to a higher contentment of soul. Fight. Is Shakespeare dead? I set out on my long journey with much reluctance. However, a series of guests with various diversions had been planned, and it seemed a good time to go. Clemens gave me letters of introduction, and bade me Godspeed. It would be near the end of April before I should see him again. Now and then on the ship, and in the course of my travels, I remembered the great news I was to hear concerning Shakespeare. In Cairo, at Shepheard's, I looked eagerly through English newspapers, expecting any moment to come upon great headlines, but I was always disappointed. Even on the return voyage there was no one I could find who had heard any particular Shakespeare news. Arriving in New York, I found that Clemens himself had published his Shakespeare dictations in a little volume of his own, entitled, Is Shakespeare Dead? The title certainly suggested spiritistic matters, and I got a volume at Harper's, and read it going up on the train, hoping to find somewhere in it a solution of the great mystery. But it was only matter I had already known, the secret was still unrevealed. At Reading I lost not much time in getting up to Stormfield. There had been changes in my absence. Clara Clemens had returned from her travels, and Jean, whose health seemed improved, was coming home to be her father's secretary. He was greatly pleased with these things, and declared he was going to have a home once more with his children about him. He was quite alone that day, and we walked up and down the great living room for an hour, perhaps, while he discussed his new plans. For one thing, he had incorporated his pen name, Mark Twain, in order that the protection of his copyrights and the conduct of his literary business in general should not require his personal attention. He seemed to find a relief in this, as he always did in dismissing any kind of responsibility. When we went in for billiards I spoke of his book, which I had read on the way up, and of the great Shakespearean secret which was to astonish the world. Then he told me that the matter had been delayed, but that he was no longer required to suppress it, that the revelation was in the form of a book which revealed conclusively to any one who would take the trouble to follow the directions that the acrostic name of Francis Bacon in a great variety of forms ran through many, probably through all of the so-called Shakespeare plays. He said it was far and away beyond anything of the kind ever published, that Ignatius Donnelly and others had merely glimpsed the truth, but that the author of this book, William Stone Booth, had demonstrated, beyond any doubt or question, that the Bacon signatures were there. The book would be issued in a few days, he said. He had seen a set of proofs of it, and while it had not been published in the best way to clearly demonstrate its great revelation, it must settle the matter with every reasoning mind. He confessed that his faculties had been more or less defeated in attempting to follow the ciphers, and he complained bitterly that the evidence had not been set forth so that he who merely schemes a book might grasp it. He had failed on the acrostics at first, but more recently he had understood the rule, and had been able to work out several Bacon signatures. He complimented me by saying that he felt sure that when the book came I would have no trouble with it. Without going further with this matter, I may say here that the book arrived presently, and between us we did work out a considerable number of the claimed acrostics by following the rules laid down. It was certainly an interesting if not wholly convincing occupation, and it would be a difficult task for any one to prove that the ciphers are not there. Just why this pretentious volume created so little agitation it would be hard to say. Certainly it did not cause any great upheaval in the literary world, and the name of William Shakespeare still continues to be printed on the title page of those marvelous dramas so long associated with his name. Mark Twain's own book on the subject, Is Shakespeare Dead?, found a wide acceptance, and probably convinced as many readers. It contained no new arguments, but it gave a convincing touch to the old ones, and it was certainly readable. Mark Twain had the fullest conviction as to the Bacon authorship of the Shakespeare plays. One evening, with Mr. Edward Loomis, we attended a fine performance of Romeo and Juliet, given by Southern and Marlowe. At the close of one splendid scene he said, quite earnestly, "That is about the best play that Lord Bacon ever wrote." Among the visitors who had come to Stormfield was Howells. Clemens had called a meeting of the Human Race Club, but only Howells was able to attend. We will let him tell of his visit. We got on very well without the absentees, after finding them in the wrong, as usual, and the visit was like those I used to have with him so many years before in Hartford, but there was not the old ferment of subjects. Many things had been discussed and put away for good, but we had our old fondness for nature and for each other, who were so differently parts of it. He showed his absolute content with his house, and that was the greater pleasure for me because it was my son who designed it. The architect had been so fortunate as to be able to plan it where a natural avenue of savans, the close-knit, slender, cypress-like cedars of New England, led away from the rear of the villa to the little level of a pergola, meant some day to be wreathed and roofed with vines. But in the early spring days all the landscape was in the beautiful nakedness of the northern winter. It opened in the surpassing loveliness of wooded and meadowed uplands, under skies that were the first days blue, and the last gray over a rainy and then a snowy floor. We walked up and down, between the villa terrace and the pergola, and talked with the melancholy amusement, the sad tolerance of age for the sort of men and things that used to excite us or enrage us. Now we were far past turbulence or anger. Once we took a walk together across the yellow pastures to a Chasmal Creek on his grounds, where the ice still knit the clay banks together like crystal mosses, and the stream far down clashed through and over the stones and the shards of ice. Clemens pointed out the scenery he had bought to give himself elbow room, and showed me the lot he was going to have me build on. The next day we came again with the geologist he had asked up to Stormfield to analyze its rocks. Truly he loved the place. My visit at Stormfield came to an end with tender relucting on his part, and on mine. Every morning before I dressed I heard him sounding my name through the house for the fun of it, and I know for the fondness, and if I looked out of my door there he was in his long nightgown swaying up and down the corridor, and wagging his great white head like a boy that leaves his bed and comes out in the hope of frolic with someone. The last morning a soft sugar snow had fallen and was falling, and I drove through it down to the station in the carriage which had been given him by his wife's father when they were first married, and had been kept all those intervening years in honorable retirement for this final use. This carriage, a finely built coupe, had been presented to Mrs. Crane when the Hartford house was closed. When Stormfield was built she returned it to its original owner. Its springs had not grown yielding with time, it had rather the stiffness and severity of age. But for him it must have swung low like the sweet chariot of the Negro, spiritual, which I heard him sing with such fervor when those wonderful hymns of the slaves began to make their way northward. Howells's visit resulted in a new inspiration. Clemens started to write him one night when he could not sleep, and had been reading the volume of letters of James Russell Lowell. Then, next morning, he was seized with the notion of writing a series of letters to such friends as Howells, Twitchell, and Rogers, letters not to be mailed, but to be laid away for some future public. He wrote 2 of these immediately, to Howells and to Twitchell. The Howells letter, or letters, for it was really double, is both pathetic and amusing. The first part ran, 3 in the morning, April 17, 1909. My pen has gone dry and the ink is out of reach. Howells, did you write me day before yesterday, or did I dream it? In my mind's eye I most vividly see your handwrite on a square blue envelope in the mail pile. I have hunted the house over, but there is no such letter. Was it an illusion? I am reading Lowell's letters and smoking. I woke an hour ago and am reading to keep from wasting the time. On page 305, volume 1, I have just margined a note. Young friend! I like that. You ought to see him now. It seemed startlingly strange to hear a person call you young. It was a brick out of a blue sky, and knocked me groggy for a moment. Ah me, the pathos of it is that we were young then. And why, so was he, but he didn't know it. He didn't even know it 9 years later, when we saw him approaching and you warned me, saying, "Don't say anything about age, he has just turned 50 and thinks he is old, and broods over it." Well, Clara did sing. And you wrote her a dear letter. Time to go to sleep. Yours ever, Mark. The second letter, begun at 10 a.m., outlines the plan by which he is to write on the subject uppermost in his mind without restraint, knowing that the letter is not to be mailed. The scheme furnishes a definite target for each letter, and you can choose the target that's going to be the most sympathetic for what you are hungering and thirsting to say at that particular moment. And you can talk with a quite unallowable frankness and freedom because you are not going to send the letter. When you are on fire with theology, you'll not write it to Rogers, who wouldn't be an inspiration. You'll write it to Twitchell, because it will make him writhe and squirm and break the furniture. When you are on fire with a good thing that's indecent, you won't waste it on Twitchell. You'll save it for Howells, who will love it. As he will never see it, you can make it really indecenter than he could stand, and so no harm is done, yet a vast advantage is gained. The letter was not finished, and the scheme perished there. The Twitchell letter concerned missionaries, and added nothing to what he had already said on the subject. He wrote no letter to Mr. Rogers, perhaps never wrote to him again. Clxvii, the death of Henry Rogers. Clemens, a little before my return, had been on a trip to Norfolk, Virginia, to attend the opening ceremonies of the Virginia Railway. He had made a speech on that occasion, in which he had paid a public tribute to Henry Rogers, and told something of his personal obligation to the financier. He began by telling what Mr. Rogers had done for Helen Keller, whom he called the most marvelous person of her sex that has existed on this earth since Joan of Arc. Then he said, "That is not all Mr. Rogers has done, but you never see that side of his character because it is never protruding, but he lends a helping hand daily out of that generous heart of his. You never hear of it. He is supposed to be a moon which has one side dark and the other bright. But the other side, though you don't see it, is not dark, it is bright, and its rays penetrate, and others do see it who are not God. I would take this opportunity to tell something that I have never been allowed to tell by Mr. Rogers, either by my mouth or in print, and if I don't look at him I can tell it now. In 1894, when the publishing company of Charles L. Webster, of which I was financial agent, failed, it left me heavily in debt. If you will remember what commerce was at that time, you will recall that you could not sell anything, and could not buy anything, and I was on my back. My books were not worth anything at all, and I could not give away my copyrights. Mr. Rogers had long enough vision ahead to say, "Your books have supported you before, and after the panic is over they will support you again." And that was a correct proposition. He saved my copyrights, and saved me from financial ruin. He it was who arranged with my creditors to allow me to roam the face of the earth and persecute the nations thereof with lectures, promising at the end of 4 years I would pay dollar for dollar. That arrangement was made, otherwise I would now be living out of doors under an umbrella, and a borrowed one at that. You see his white mustache and his hair trying to get white. He is always trying to look like me. I don't blame him for that. These are only emblematic of his character, and that is all. I say, without exception, hair and all, he is the whitest man I have ever known. This had been early in April. Something more than a month later, Clemens was making a business trip to New York to see Mr. Rogers. I was telephoned early to go up and look over some matters with him before he started. I do not remember why I was not to go along that day, for I usually made such trips with him. I think it was planned that Miss Clemens, who was in the city, was to meet him at the Grand Central Station. At all events, she did meet him there, with the news that during the night Mr. Rogers had suddenly died. This was May 20th, 1909. The news had already come to the house, and I had lost no time in preparations to follow by the next train. I joined him at the Grosvenor Hotel, on 5th Avenue and 10th Street. He was upset and deeply troubled by the loss of his stanch adviser and friend. He had a helpless look, and he said his friends were dying away from him and leaving him adrift. "And how I hate to do anything," he added, That requires the least modicum of intelligence. We remained at the Grosvenor for Mr. Rogers's funeral. Clemens served as one of the pallbearers, but he did not feel equal to the trip to Fairhaven. He wanted to be very quiet, he said. He could not undertake to travel that distance among those whom he knew so well, and with whom he must of necessity join in conversation, so we remained in the hotel apartment, reading and saying very little until bedtime. Once he asked me to write a letter to Jean. Say, your father says every little while, "How glad I am that Jean is at home again." For that is true, and I think of it all the time. But by and by, after a long period of silence, he said, "Mr. Rogers is under the ground now." And so passed out of earthly affairs the man who had contributed so largely to the comfort of Mark Twain's old age. He was a man of fine sensibilities and generous impulses, withal a keen sense of humor. One Christmas, when he presented Mark Twain with a watch and a match case, he wrote, "My dear Clemens, for many years your friends have been complaining of your use of tobacco, both as to quantity and quality. Complaints are now coming in of your use of time. Most of your friends think that you are using your supply somewhat lavishly, but the chief complaint is in regard to the quality. I have been appealed to in the meantime, and have concluded that it is impossible to get the right kind of time from a blacking box. Therefore, I take the liberty of sending you here with a machine that will furnish only the best. Please use it with the kind wishes of yours truly, H. Rogers. P.S. Complaint has also been made in regard to the furrows you make in your trousers in scratching matches. You will find a furrow on the bottom of the article enclosed. Please use it. Compliments of the season to the family." He was a man too busy to write many letters, but when he did write, to Clemens at least, they were always playful and unhurried. One reading them would not find it easy to believe that the writer was a man on whose shoulders lay the burdens of stupendous finance, burdens so heavy that at last he was crushed beneath their weight. Clook 6. An extension of copyright. One of the pleasant things that came to Mark Twain that year was the passage of a copyright bill, which added to the royalty period an extension of 14 years. Champ Clark had been largely instrumental in the success of this measure, and had been fighting for it steadily since Mark Twain's visit to Washington in 1906. Following that visit, Clark wrote, "The original bill would never pass because the bill had literature and music all mixed together. Being a Missourian, of course it would give me great pleasure to be of service to you. What I want to say is this: you have prepared a simple bill relating only to the copyright of books. Send it to me and I will try to have it passed." Clemens replied that he might have something more to say on the copyright question by and by, that he had in hand a dialogue, similar to the Open Letter to the Register of Copyrights, North American Review, January, 1905, which would instruct Congress, but this he did not complete. Meantime a simple bill was proposed, and early in 1909 it became a law. In June Clark wrote, "Dr. Samuel L. Clemens, Stormfield, Reading, Connecticut. My dear Doctor, I am gradually becoming myself again, after a period of exhaustion that almost approximated prostration. After a long lecture tour last summer I went immediately into a hard campaign. As soon as the election was over, and I had recovered my disposition, I came here and went into those tariff hearings, which began shortly after breakfast each day, and sometimes lasted until midnight. Listening patiently and meekly, withal, to the lying of tariff barons for many days and nights was followed by the work of the long session. That was followed by a hot campaign to take Uncle Joe's rules away from him. On the heels of that campaign that failed, came the tariff fight in the House. I am now getting time to breathe regularly, and I am writing to ask you if the copyright law is acceptable to you. If it is not acceptable to you, I want to ask you to write and tell me how it should be changed, and I will give my best endeavors to the work. I believe that your ideas and wishes in the matter constitute the best guide we have as to what should be done in the case. Your friend, Champ Clark." To this Clemens replied, "Stormfield, Reading, Connecticut, June 5, 1909. Dear Champ Clark, is the new copyright law acceptable to me? Emphatically yes. Clark, it is the only sane and clearly defined and just and righteous copyright law that has ever existed in the United States. Whosoever will compare it with its predecessors will have no trouble in arriving at that decision. The bill which was before the committee 2 years ago, when I was down there, was the most stupefying jumble of conflicting and apparently irreconcilable interests that was ever seen, and we all said, "The case is hopeless, absolutely hopeless. Out of this chaos nothing can be built." But we were in error. Out of that chaotic mass this excellent bill has been constructed, the warring interests have been reconciled, and the result is as comely and substantial a legislative edifice as lifts its domes and towers and protective lightning rods out of the statute book, I think. When I think of that other bill, which even the deity couldn't understand, and of this one, which even I can understand, I take off my hat to the man or men who devised this one. Was it R.U. Johnson? Was it the Authors' League? Was it both together? I don't know, but I take off my hat anyway. Johnson has written a valuable article about the new law. I enclose it. At last, and for the first time in copyright history, we are ahead of England. Ahead of her in 2 ways, by length of time and by fairness to all interests concerned. Does this sound like shouting? Then I must modify it. All we possessed of copyright justice before the 4th of last March we owed to England's initiative. Truly yours, S. L. Clemens. Clemens had prepared what was the final word in the subject of copyright just before this bill was passed, a petition for a law which he believed would regulate the whole matter. It was a generous, even if a somewhat utopian, plan, eminently characteristic of its author. The new 14-year extension, with the prospect of more, made this or any other compromise seem inadvisable. The reader may consider this last copyright document by Mark Twain under Appendix N, at the end of this volume. CCLXXX a warning? Clemens had promised to go to Baltimore for the graduation of Francesca, of his London visit in 1907, and to make a short address to her class. It was the 8th of June when we set out on this journey. The reader may remember that it was the 8th of June 1867 that Mark Twain sailed for the Holy Land. It was the 8th of June 1907 that he sailed for England to take his Oxford degree. This 8th of June 1909 was at least slightly connected with both events, for he was keeping an engagement made with Francesca in London, and my notes show that he discussed, on the way to the station, some incidents of his Holy Land trip and his attitude at that time toward Christian traditions. As he rarely mentioned the Quaker City trip, the coincidence seems rather curious. It is most unlikely that Clemens himself in any way associated the 2 dates. But the day was rather bleak and there was a chilly rain. Clemens had a number of errands to do in New York, and we drove from one place to another, attending to them. Finally, in the afternoon, the rain ceased, and while I was arranging some matters for him, he concluded to take a ride on the top of a Fifth Avenue stage. It was fine and pleasant when he started, but the weather thickened again, and when he returned he complained that he had felt a little chilly. He seemed in fine condition, however, next morning and was in good spirits all the way to Baltimore. Chauncey Depew was on the train and they met in the dining car, the last time, I think, they ever saw each other. He was tired when we reached the Belvedere Hotel in Baltimore and did not wish to see the newspaper men. It happened that the reporters had a special purpose in coming just at this time, for it had suddenly developed that in his Shakespeare book, through an oversight, due to haste in publication, full credit had not been given to Mr. Greenwood for the long extracts quoted from his work. The sensational headlines in a morning paper, "Is Mark Twain a plagiarist?" had naturally prompted the newspaper men to see what he would have to say on the subject. It was a simple matter, easily explained, and Clemens himself was less disturbed about it than anybody. He felt no sense of guilt, he said, and the fact that he had been stealing and caught at it would give Mr. Greenwood's book far more advertising than if he had given him the full credit which he had intended. He found a good deal of amusement in the situation, his only worry being that Clara and Jean would see the paper and be troubled. He had taken off his clothes and was lying down, reading. After a little he got up and began walking up and down the room. Presently he stopped, and facing me, placed his hand upon his breast. He said, "I think I must have caught a little cold yesterday on that Fifth Avenue stage. I have a curious pain in my breast." I suggested that he lie down again, and I would fill his hot water bag. The pain passed away presently, and he seemed to be dozing. I stepped into the next room and busied myself with some writing. By and by I heard him stirring again, and went in where he was. He was walking up and down and began talking of some recent ethnological discoveries, something relating to prehistoric man. "What a fine boy that prehistoric man must have been," he said. "The very first one. Think of the gaudy style of him, how he must have lorded it over those other creatures, walking on his hind legs, waving his arms, practicing and getting ready for the pulpit." The fancy amused him, but presently he paused in his walk and again put his hand on his breast, saying, "That pain has come back. It's a curious, sickening, deadly kind of pain. I never had anything just like it." It seemed to me that his face had become rather gray. I said, "Where is it, exactly, Mr. Clemens?" He laid his hand in the center of his breast and said, "It is here, and it is very peculiar indeed." Remotely in my mind occurred the thought that he had located his heart, and the peculiar deadly pain he had mentioned seemed ominous. I suggested, however, that it was probably some rheumatic touch, and this opinion seemed warranted when, a few moments later, the hot water had again relieved it. This time the pain had apparently gone to stay, for it did not return while we were in Baltimore. It was the first positive manifestation of the angina which eventually would take him from us. The weather was pleasant in Baltimore, and his visit to St. Timothy's School and his address there were the kind of diversions that meant most to him. The flock of girls, all in their pretty commencement dresses, assembled and rejoicing at his playfully given advice, not to smoke, to excess, not to drink, to excess, not to marry, to excess, he standing there in a garb as white as their own. It made a rare picture, a sweet memory, and it was the last time he ever gave advice from the platform to anyone. Edward S. Martin also spoke to the school, and then there was a great feasting in the big assembly hall. It was on the lawn that a reporter approached him with the news of the death of Edward Everett Hale, another of the old group. Clemens said thoughtfully, after a moment, "I had the greatest respect and esteem for Edward Everett Hale, the greatest admiration for his work. I am as grieved to hear of his death as I can ever be to hear of the death of any friend, though my grief is always tempered with the satisfaction of knowing that for the one that goes, the hard, bitter struggle of life is ended." We were leaving the Belvedere next morning, and when the subject of breakfast came up for discussion, he said, "That was the most delicious Baltimore fried chicken we had yesterday morning. I think we'll just repeat that order. It reminds me of John Quarles's farm." We had been having our meals served in the rooms, but we had breakfast that morning down in the dining room, and Francesca and her mother were there. As he stood on the railway platform waiting for the train, he told me how once, 55 years before, as a boy of 18, he had changed cars there for Washington and had barely caught his train, the crowd yelling at him as he ran. We remained overnight in New York, and that evening, at the Grosvenor, he read aloud a poem of his own which I had not seen before. He had brought it along with some intention of reading it at St. Timothy's, he said, but had not found the occasion suitable. "I wrote it a long time ago in Paris. I'd been reading aloud to Mrs. Clemens and Susie, in '93, I think, about Lord Clive and Warren Hastings, from Macaulay, how great they were and how far they fell. Then I took an imaginary case, that of some old demented man mumbling of his former state. I described him, and repeated some of his mumblings. Susie and Mrs. Clemens said, 'Write it,' so I did by and by, and this is it. I call it The Derelict." He read in his effective manner that fine poem, the opening stanza of which follows: "You sneer, you ships that pass me by, your snow-pure canvas towering proud. You traitors base, why, once such fry paid reverence, when like a cloud storm swept I drove along, my admiral at post, his pennon blew faint in the wilderness of sky, my long yards bristling with my gallant crew, my ports flung wide, my guns displayed, my tall spars hid in bellying sail. You struck your topsails then, and made obeisance, now your manners fail." He had employed rhyme with more facility than was usual for him, and the figure and phrasing were full of vigor. "It is strong and fine," I said when he had finished. Yes, he assented. It seems so as I read it now. It is so long since I have seen it that it is like reading another man's work. I should call it good, I believe. He put the manuscript in his bag and walked up and down the floor talking. There is no figure for the human being like the ship, he said. No such figure for the storm-beaten human drift as the derelict. Such men as Clive and Hastings could only be imagined as derelicts adrift, helpless, tossed by every wind and tide. We returned to Reading next day. On the train going home he fell to talking of books and authors, mainly of the things he had never been able to read. When I take up one of Jane Austen's books, he said, such as Pride and Prejudice, I feel like a barkeeper entering the kingdom of heaven. I know what his sensation would be and his private comments. He would not find the place to his taste, and he would probably say so. He recalled again how Stepniak had come to Hartford, and how humiliated Mrs. Clemens had been to confess that her husband was not familiar with the writings of Thackeray and others. I don't know anything about anything, he said mournfully, and never did. My brother used to try to get me to read Dickens long ago. I couldn't do it, I was ashamed, but I couldn't do it. Yes, I have read The Tale of Two Cities, and could do it again. I have read it a good many times, but I never could stand Meredith and most of the other celebrities. By and by he handed me the Saturday Times Review, saying, Here is a fine poem, a great poem, I think. I can stand that. It was The Palatine in the Dark Ages, by Wella Siebert Cather, reprinted from McClure's. The reader will understand better than I can express why these lofty opening stanzas appealed to Mark Twain. The Palatine. Have you been with the king to Rome, brother, big brother? I've been there and I've come home, back to your play, little brother. Oh, how high is Caesar's house, brother, big brother? Goats about the doorways browse, nighthawks nest in the burnt roof tree, home of the wild bird and home of the bee. 1,000 chambers of marble lie wide to the sun and the wind and the sky. Poppies we find amongst our wheat grow on Caesar's banquet seat. Cattle crop and neat herds drowse on the floors of Caesar's house. But what has become of Caesar's gold, brother, big brother? The times are bad and the world is old. Who knows the wear of the Caesar's gold? Night comes black on the Caesar's hill. The wells are deep and the tales are ill. Fireflies gleam in the damp and mold. All that is left of the Caesar's gold. Back to your play, little brother. Farther along in our journey he handed me the paper again, pointing to these lines of Kipling. How is it not good for the Christian's health to hurry the Aryan brown, for the Christian riles and the Aryan smiles, and he weareth the Christian down, and the end of the fight is a tombstone white and the name of the late deceased, and the epitaph drear. A fool lies here who tried to hustle the East. I could stand any amount of that, he said, and presently, life is too long and too short. Too long for the weariness of it, too short for the work to be done. At the very most, the average mind can only master a few languages and a little history. I said, still, we need not worry. If death ends all, it does not matter, and if life is eternal, there will be time enough. Yes, he assented, rather grimly. That optimism of yours is always ready to turn hell's backyard into a playground. I said that, old as I was, I had taken up the study of French, and mentioned Bayard Taylor's having begun Greek at 50, expecting to need it in heaven. Clemens said, reflectively, Yes, but you see that was Greek. Cook sighed. The last summer at Stormfield. I was at Stormfield pretty constantly during the rest of that year. At first I went up only for the day, but later, when his health did not improve, and when he expressed a wish for companionship evenings, I remained most of the nights as well. Our rooms were separated only by a bathroom, and as neither of us was much given to sleep, there was likely to be talk or reading aloud at almost any hour when both were awake. In the very early morning I would usually slip in, softly, sometimes to find him propped up against his pillow sound asleep, his glasses on, the reading lamp blazing away as it usually did, day or night. But as often as not he was awake, and would have some new plan or idea of which he was eager to be delivered, and there was always interest, and nearly always amusement in it. Even if it happened to be 3 in the morning or earlier. Sometimes, When he thought it time for me to be stirring, he would call softly, but loudly enough for me to hear if awake, and I would go in, and we would settle again problems of life and death and science, or rather, he would settle them while I dropped in a remark here and there, merely to hold the matter a little longer in solution. The pains in his breast came back, and with a good deal of frequency as the summer advanced. Also, they became more severe. Dr. Edward Quintard came up from New York, and did not hesitate to say that the trouble proceeded chiefly from the heart, and counseled diminished smoking, with less active exercise, advising particularly against Clemens's lifetime habit of lightly skipping up and down stairs. There was no prohibition as to billiards, however, or leisurely walking, and we played pretty steadily through those peaceful summer days, and often took a walk down into the meadows or perhaps in the other direction, when it was not too warm or windy. Once we went as far as the river, and I showed him a part of his land he had not seen before, a beautiful cedar hillside, remote and secluded, a place of enchantment. On the way I pointed out a little corner of land which earlier he had given me to straighten our division line. I told him I was going to build a study on it, and call it Markland. He thought it an admirable building site, and I think he was pleased with the name. Later he said, "If you had a place for that extra billiard table of mine, the Rogers table, which had been left in New York, I would turn it over to you." I replied that I could adapt the size of my proposed study to fit a billiard table, and he said, "Now that will be very good. Then, when I want exercise, I can walk down and play billiards with you, and when you want exercise, you can walk up and play billiards with me. You must build that study." So it was we planned, and by Mr. Lounsbury had undertaken the work. During the walks Clemens rested a good deal. There were the New England hills to climb, and then he found that he tired easily, and that weariness sometimes brought on the pain. As I remember now, I think how bravely he bore it. It must have been a deadly, sickening, numbing pain, for I have seen it crumple him, and his face become colorless while his hand dug at his breast. But he never complained, he never bewailed, and at billiards he would persist in going on and playing in his turn, even while he was bowed with the anguish of the attack. We had found that a glass of very hot water relieved it, and we kept always a thermos bottle or two filled and ready. At the first hint from him I would pour out a glass and another, and sometimes the relief came quickly, but there were times, and alas! They came oftener, when that deadly gripping did not soon release him. Yet there would come a week or a fortnight when he was apparently perfectly well, and at such times we dismissed the thought of any heart malady, and attributed the whole trouble to acute indigestion, from which he had always suffered more or less. We were alone together most of the time. He did not appear to care for company that summer. Clara Clemens had a concert tour in prospect, and her father, eager for her success, encouraged her to devote a large part of her time to study. For Jean, who was in love with every form of outdoor and animal life, he had established headquarters in a vacant farmhouse on one corner of the estate, where she had collected some stock and poultry, and was overflowingly happy. Ossip Gabrilowitsch was a guest in the house a good portion of the summer, but had been invalid through severe surgical operations, and for a long time rarely appeared, even at meal times. So it came about that there could hardly have been a closer daily companionship than was ours during this the last year of Mark Twain's life. For me, of course, nothing can ever be like it again in this world. One is not likely to associate twice with a being from another star. Clexii Personal Memoranda. In the notes I made of this period I caught a little drift of personality and utterance, and I do not know better how to preserve these things than to give them here as nearly as may be in the sequence, and in the fourth in which they were set down. One of the first of these entries occurs in June, when Clemens was rereading with great interest and relish Andrew D. White's Science and Theology, which he called a lovely book. A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom. June 21st. A peaceful afternoon, and we walked farther than usual, resting at last in the shade of a tree in the lane that leads to Jean's farmhouse. I picked a dandelion ball, with some remark about its being one of the evidences of the intelligent principle in nature, the seeds winged for a wider distribution. "Yes," he said, "those are the great evidences. No one who reasons can doubt them." and presently he added, "That is a most amusing book of White's. When you read it, you see how those old theologians never reasoned at all. White tells of an old bishop who figured out that God created the world in an instant on a certain day in October exactly so many years before Christ, and proved it. And I knew a preacher myself once who declared that the fossils in the rocks proved nothing as to the age of the world. He said that God could create the rocks with those fossils in them for ornaments if he wanted to. Why, it takes 20 years to build a little island in the Mississippi River, and that man actually believed that God created the whole world and all that's in it in 6 days." White tells of another bishop who gave 2 new reasons for thunder, one being that God wanted to show the world his power, and another that he wished to frighten sinners to repent. Now consider the proportions of that conception, even in the pettiest way you can think of it. Consider the idea of God thinking of all that. Consider the President of the United States wanting to impress the flies and fleas and mosquitoes, getting up on the dome of the Capitol and beating a bass drum and setting off red fire. He followed the theme a little further, then we made our way slowly back up the long hill, he holding to my arm, and resting here and there, but arriving at the house seemingly fresh and ready for billiards. June 23rd. I came up this morning with a basket of strawberries. He was walking up and down, looking like an ancient Roman. He said, "Consider the case of Elsie Siegel, granddaughter of Jen Franz Siegel. She was mysteriously murdered while engaged in settlement work among the Chinese. What a ghastly ending to any life!" Then turning upon me fiercely, he continued, "Anybody that knows anything knows that there was not a single life that was ever lived that was worth living. Not a single child ever begotten that the beginning of it was not a crime. Suppose a community of people to be living on the slope of a volcano, directly under the crater and in the path of lava flow. That volcano has been breaking out right along for ages and is certain to break out again. They do not know when it will break out, but they know it will do it. That much can be counted on. Suppose those people go to a community in a far neighborhood and say, 'We'd like to change places with you. Come take our homes and let us have yours.' Those people would say, 'Never mind, we are not interested in your country. We know what has happened there, and what will happen again. We don't care to live under the blow that is likely to fall at any moment, and yet every time we bring a child into the world we are bringing it to a country, to a community gathered under the crater of a volcano, knowing that sooner or later death will come, and that before death there will be catastrophes infinitely worse. Formerly it was much worse than now, for before the ministers abolished hell a man knew, when he was begetting a child, that he was begetting a soul that had only one chance in 100 of escaping the eternal fires of damnation. He knew that in all probability that child would be brought to damnation, one of the 99 black sheep. But since hell has been abolished, death has become more welcome. I wrote a fairy story once. It was published somewhere. I don't remember just what it was now, but the substance of it was that a fairy gave a man the customary wishes. I was interested in seeing what he would take. First he chose wealth and went away with it, but it did not bring him happiness. Then he came back for the second selection, and chose fame, and that did not bring happiness either. Finally he went to the fairy and chose death, and the fairy said, in substance, if you hadn't been a fool you'd have chosen that in the first place. The papers called me a pessimist for writing that story. Pessimist? The man who isn't a pessimist is a fool. But this was one of his savage humors stirred by tragic circumstance. Under date of July 5th I find this happier entry. We have invented a new game, 3-ball carom billiards, each player continuing until he has made 5, counting the number of his shots as in golf, the one who finishes in the fewer shots wins. It is a game we play with almost exactly equal skill, and he is highly pleased with it. He said this afternoon, "I have never enjoyed billiards as I do now. I look forward to it every afternoon as my reward at the end of a good day's work." His work at this time was an article on Marjorie Fleming, the wonder child, whose quaint writings and brief little life had been published to the world by Dr. John Brown. Clemens always adored the thought of Marjorie, and in this article one can see that she ranked almost next to Joan of Arc in his affections. We went out in the loggia by and Clemens read aloud from a book which Professor Zubelin left here a few days ago, The Religion of a Democrat. Something in it must have suggested to Clemens his favorite science, for presently he said, "I have been reading an old astronomy. It speaks of the perfect line of curvature of the earth in spite of mountains and abysses, and I have imagined a man 300,000 miles high picking up a ball like the earth and looking at it, and holding it in his hand. It would be about like a billiard ball to him, and he would turn it over in his hand and rub it with his thumb, and where he rubbed over the mountain ranges he might say, 'There seems to be some slight roughness here, but I can't detect it with my eye. It seems perfectly smooth to look at.' The Himalayas to him, the highest peak, would be 1/60,000th of his height, or about the 1,000th part of an inch as compared with the average man. I spoke of having somewhere read of some very tiny satellites, one as small, perhaps, as 6 miles in diameter, yet a genuine world. 'Could a man live on a world so small as that?' I asked. 'Oh, yes,' he said. 'The gravitation that holds it together would hold him on, and he would always seem upright, the same as here. His horizon would be smaller, but even if he were 6 feet tall, he would only have 1 foot for each mile of that world's diameter, so you see he would be little enough, even for a world that he could walk around in half a day.' He talked astronomy a great deal, marvel astronomy. He had no real knowledge of the subject, and I had none of any kind, which made its ungraspable facts all the more thrilling. He was always thrown into a sort of ecstasy by the unthinkable distances of space, the supreme drama of the universe. The fact that Alpha Centauri was 25 trillions of miles away, 250,000 times the distance of our own remote sun, and that our solar system was traveling, as a whole, toward the bright star Vega, in the constellation of Lyra, at the rate of 44 miles a second, yet would be thousands upon thousands of years reaching its destination, fairly enraptured him. The astronomical light year, that is to say, the distance which light travels in a year, was one of the things which he loved to contemplate, but he declared that no two authorities ever figured it alike, and that he was going to figure it for himself. I came in one morning, to find that he had covered several sheets of paper with almost interminable rows of ciphers, and with a result, to him at least, entirely satisfactory. I am quite certain that he was prouder of those figures and their enormous aggregate than if he had just completed an immortal tale, and when he added that the nearest fixed star, Alpha Centauri, was between 4 and 5 light-years distant from the Earth, and that there was no possible way to think that distance in miles or even any calculable fraction of it, his glasses shone and his hair was roached up as with the stimulation of these stupendous facts. By and by he said, "I came in with Halley's Comet in 1835. It is coming again next year, and I expect to go out with it. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's Comet. The Almighty has said, no doubt, now here are these two unaccountable freaks. They came in together, they must go out together. Oh! I am looking forward to that." And a little later he added, "I've got some kind of a heart disease, and Quintard won't tell me whether it is the kind that carries a man off in an instant, or keeps him lingering along and suffering for 20 years or so. I was in hopes that Quintard would tell me that I was likely to drop dead any minute, but he didn't. He only told me that my blood pressure was too strong. He didn't give me any schedule, but I expect to go with Halley's Comet." I seem to have omitted making any entries for a few days, but among his notes I find this entry, which seems to refer to some discussion of a favorite philosophy, and has a special interest of its own. July 14, 1909. Yesterday's dispute resumed, I still maintaining that, whereas we can think, we generally don't do it. Don't do it, and don't have to do it, we are automatic machines which act unconsciously. From morning till sleeping time, all day long. All day long our machinery is doing things from habit and instinct, and without requiring any help or attention from our poor little 7x9 thinking apparatus. This reminded me of something. 30 years ago, in Hartford, the billiard room was my study, and I wrote my letters there the first thing every morning. My table lay 2 points off the starboard bow of the billiard table, and the door of exit and entrance bore northeast and by east half east from that position. Consequently, you could see the door across the length of the billiard table, but you couldn't see the floor by the said table. I found I was always forgetting to ask intruders to carry my letters downstairs for the mail, so I concluded to lay them on the floor by the door. Then the intruder would have to walk over them, and that would indicate to him what they were there for. Did it? No, it didn't. He was a machine, and had habits. Habits take precedence of thought. Now consider this: a stamped and addressed letter lying on the floor, lying aggressively and conspicuously on the floor, is an unusual spectacle. So unusual a spectacle that you would think an intruder couldn't see it there without immediately divining that it was not there by accident, but had been deliberately placed there and for a definite purpose. Very well, it may surprise you to learn that that most simple and most natural and obvious thought would never occur to any intruder on this planet, whether he be fool, half-fool, or the most brilliant of thinkers. For he is always an automatic machine and has habits, and his habits will act before his thinking apparatus can get a chance to exert its powers. My scheme failed because every human being has the habit of picking up any apparently misplaced thing and placing it where it won't be stepped on. My first intruder was George. He went and came without saying anything. Presently I found the letters neatly piled up on the billiard table. I was astonished. I put them on the floor again. The next intruder piled them on the billiard table without a word. I was profoundly moved, profoundly interested. So I set the trap again. Also again, and yet again, all day long. I caught every member of the family, and every servant. Also I caught the 3 finest intellects in the town. In every instance old, time-worn automatic habit got in its work so promptly that the thinking apparatus never got a chance. I do not remember this particular discussion, but I do distinctly recall being one of those whose intelligence was not sufficient to prevent my picking up the letter he had thrown on the floor in front of his bed, and being properly classified for doing it. Clemens no longer kept notebooks, as in an earlier time, but set down innumerable memoranda, comments, stray reminders, and the like, on small pads, and bunches of these tiny sheets accumulated on his table and about his room. I gathered up many of them then and afterward, and a few of these characteristic bits may be offered here. Knee. It is at our mother's knee that we acquire our noblest and truest and highest ideals, but there is seldom any money in them. Jehovah. He is all good. He made man for hell or hell for man, one or the other, take your choice. He made it hard to get into heaven and easy to get into hell. He commended man to multiply and replenish what? Hell. Modesty antedates clothes, and will be resumed when clothes are no more. The latter part of this aphorism is erased, and underneath it he adds: modesty died when clothes were born. Modesty died when false modesty was born. History. A historian who would convey the truth has got to lie. Often he must enlarge the truth by diameters, otherwise his reader would not be able to see it. Morals are not the important thing, nor enlightenment, nor civilization. A man can do absolutely well without them, but he can't do without something to eat. The supremest thing is the needs of the body, not of the mind and spirit. Suggestion. There is conscious suggestion and there is unconscious suggestion. Both come from outside, whence all ideas come. Duels. I think I could wipe out a dishonor by crippling the other man, but I don't see how I could do it by letting him cripple me. I have no feeling of animosity toward people who do not believe as I do. I merely do not respect them. In some serious matters, religion, I would have them burnt. I am old now and once was a sinner. I often think of it with a kind of soft regret. I trust my days are numbered. I would not have that detail overlooked. She was always a girl, she was always young because her heart was young, and I was young because she lived in my heart and preserved its youth from decay. He often busied himself working out more extensively some of the ideas that came to him. Moral ideas, he called them. One fancy which he followed in several forms, some of them not within the privilege of print, was that of an inquisitive little girl, Bessie, who pursues her mother with difficult questionings. Under Appendix W, at the end of this volume, the reader will find one of the Bessie dialogues. He read these aloud as he finished them, and it is certain that they lacked either logic nor humor. Sometimes he went to a big drawer in his dresser, where he kept his finished manuscripts, and took them out and looked over them, and read parts of them aloud, and talked of the plans he had had for them, and how one idea after another had been followed for a time and had failed to satisfy him in the end. 2 fiction schemes that had always possessed him he had been unable to bring to any conclusion. Both of these have been mentioned in former chapters, one being the notion of a long period of dream existence during a brief moment of sleep, and the other being the story of a mysterious visitant from another realm. He had experimented with each of these ideas in no less than 3 forms, and there was fine writing and dramatic narrative in all, but his literary architecture had somehow fallen short of his conception. The Mysterious Stranger, in one of its forms, I thought might be satisfactorily concluded, and he admitted that he could probably end it without much labor. He discussed something of his plans, and later I found the notes, for its conclusion. But I suppose he was beyond the place where he could take up those old threads, though he contemplated, fondly enough, the possibility, and recalled how he had read at least one form of the dream tale to Howells, who had urged him to complete it. Cachexia Astronomy in Dreams. August 5, 1909. This morning I noticed on a chair a copy of Flaubert's Salammbô which I recently lent him. I asked if he liked it. No, he said. I didn't like any of it. But you read it? Yes, I read every line of it. You admitted its literary art? Well, it's like this. If I should go to the Chicago stockyards and they should kill a beef and cut it up and the blood should splash all over everything, and then they should take me to another pen and kill another beef and the blood should splash over everything again, and so on to pen after pen, I should care for it about as much as I do for that book. But those were bloody days, and you care very much for that period in history. Yes, that is so. But when I read Tacitus and know that I am reading history, I can accept it as such and supply the imaginary details and enjoy it. But this thing is such a continuous procession of blood and slaughter and stench it worries me. It has great art, I can see that. That scene of the crucified lions and the death cannon and the tent scene are marvelous. But I wouldn't read that book again without a salary. August 16th. He is reading Suetonius, which he already knows by heart, so full of the cruelties and licentiousness of imperial Rome. This afternoon he began talking about Claudius. They called Claudius a lunatic, he said, but just see what nice fancies he had. He would go to the arena between times and have captives and wild beasts brought out and turned in together for his special enjoyment. Sometimes when there were no captives on hand he would say, well, never mind, bring out a carpenter. Carpentering around the arena wasn't a popular job in those days. He went visiting once to a province and thought it would be pleasant to see how they disposed of criminals and captives in their crude, old-fashioned way, but there was no executioner on hand. No matter, the Emperor of Rome was in no hurry, he would wait. So he sat down and stayed there until an executioner came. I said, how do you account for the changed attitude toward these things? We are filled with pity today at the thought of torture and suffering. Ah! But that is because we have drifted that way and exercised the quality of compassion. Relax a muscle and it soon loses its vigor. Relax that quality and in 2 generations, in 1 generation, we should be gloating over the spectacle of blood and torture just the same. Why, I read somewhere a letter written just before the Lisbon catastrophe in 1755 about a scene on the public square of Lisbon. A lot of stakes with the faggots piled for burning and heretics chained for burning. The square was crowded with men and women and children, and when those fires were lighted, and the heretics began to shriek and writhe, those men and women and children laughed so they were fairly beside themselves with the enjoyment of the scene. The Greeks don't seem to have done these things. I suppose that indicates earlier advancement in compassion. Colonel Harvey and Mr. Danica came up to spend the night. Mr. Clemens had one of his seizures during the evening. They come oftener and last longer. One last night continued for an hour and a half. I slept there. September 7th. Today news of the North Pole discovered by Peary. 5 days ago the same discovery was reported by Cook. Clemens's comment: it's the greatest joke of the ages. But a moment later he referred to the stupendous fact of Arcturus being 50,000 times as big as the Sun. September 21st. This morning he told me, with great glee, the dream he had had just before wakening. He said, I was in an automobile going slowly, with a little girl beside me, and some uniformed person walking along by us. I said I'll get out and walk too, but the officer replied, "This is only one of the smallest of our fleet." Then I noticed that the automobile had no front, and there were two cannons mounted where the front should be. I noticed, too, that we were traveling very low, almost down on the ground. Presently we got to the bottom of a hill and started up another, and I found myself walking ahead of the mobile. I turned around to look for the little girl, and instead of her I found a kitten capering beside me, and when we reached the top of the hill we were looking out over a most barren and desolate waste of sand heaps without a speck of vegetation anywhere, and the kitten said, "This view beggars all admiration." Then all at once we were in a great group of people, and I undertook to repeat to them the kitten's remark. But when I tried to do it the words were so touching that I broke down and cried. And all the group cried, too, over the kitten's moving remark. The joy with which he told this absurd sleep fancy made it supremely ridiculous, and we laughed until tears really came. One morning he said, "I was awake a good deal in the night, and I tried to think of interesting things. I got to working out geological periods, trying to think of some way to comprehend them, and then astronomical periods. Of course it's impossible, but I thought of a plan that seemed to mean something to me. I remembered that Neptune is 2,800,000,000 miles away. That, of course, is incomprehensible, but then there is the nearest fixed star with its 25 trillion miles, 25 trillion, or nearly 1,000 times as far, and then I took this book and counted the lines on a page and I found that there was an average of 32 lines to the page in 240 pages, and I figured out that, counting the distance to Neptune as one line, there were still not enough lines in the book by nearly 2,000 to reach the nearest fixed star, and somehow that gave me a sort of dim idea of the vastness of the distance, and kind of a journey into space. Later I figured out another method of comprehending a little of that great distance by estimating the existence of the human race at 30,000 years, Lord Kelvin's figures, and the average generation to have been 33 years with a world population of 1,500,000,000 souls. I assumed the nearest fixed star to be the first station in paradise, and the first soul to have started 30,000 years ago. Traveling at the rate of about 30 miles a second, it would just now be arriving in Alpha Centauri with all the rest of that buried multitude stringing out behind at an average distance of 20 miles apart. Few things gave him more pleasure than the contemplation of such figures as these. We made occasional business trips to New York, and during one of them visited the Museum of Natural History to look at the brontosaur, and the meteorites, and the astronomical model in the entrance hall. To him these were the most fascinating things in the world. He contemplated the meteorites and the brontosaur, and lost himself in strange and marvelous imaginings concerning the far reaches of time and space whence they had come down to us. Mark Twain lived curiously apart from the actualities of life. Dwelling mainly among his philosophies and speculations, he observed vaguely, or minutely, what went on about him. But in either case the fact took a place, not in the actual world, but in a world within his consciousness, or subconsciousness, a place where facts were likely to assume new and altogether different relations from those they had borne in the physical occurrence. It not infrequently happened, therefore, when he recounted some incident, even the most recent, that history took on fresh and startling forms. More than once I have known him to relate an occurrence of the day before with a reality of circumstance that carried absolute conviction, when the details themselves were precisely reversed. If his attention were called to the discrepancy, his face would take on a blank look, as of one suddenly aroused from dreamland, to be followed by an almost childish interest in your revelation and ready acknowledgment of his mistake. I do not think such mistakes humiliated him, but they often surprised and, I think, amused him. Insubstantial and deceptive as was this inner world of his, to him it must have been much more real than the world of flitting physical shapes about him. He would fix you keenly with his attention, but you realized, at last, that he was placing you and seeing you not as a part of the material landscape, but as an item of his own inner world, a world in which philosophies and morals stood upright, a very good world indeed, but certainly a topsy-turvy world when viewed with the eye of mere literal scrutiny. And this was, mainly, of course, because the routine of life did not appeal to him. Even members of his household did not always stir his consciousness. He knew they were there. He could call them by name. He relied upon them. But his knowledge of them always suggested the knowledge that Mount Everest might have of the forests and caves and boulders upon its slopes, useful, perhaps, but hardly necessary to the giant's existence, and in no important matter a part of its greater life. Quequexive a library concert. In a letter which Clemens wrote to Miss Wallace at this time, he tells of a concert given at Stormfield on September 21st for the benefit of the new Reading Library. Gabrilowitsch had so far recovered that he was up and about and able to play. David Biffam, the great baritone, always genial and generous, agreed to take part, and Clara Clemens, already accustomed to public singing, was to join in the program. The letter to Miss Wallace supplies the rest of the history. We had a grand time here yesterday. Concert in aid of the little library. Team: Gabrilowitsch, pianist. David Biffam, vocalist. Clara Clemens, ditto. Mark Twain, introduces of team. Detachments and squads and groups and singles came from everywhere: Danbury, New Haven, Norwalk, Reading, Reading Ridge, Ridgefield, and even from New York, some in 60h.p. motor cars, some in buggies and carriages, and a swarm of farmer young folk on foot from miles around, 525 altogether. If we hadn't stopped the sale of tickets a day and a half before the performance, we should have been swamped. We jammed 160 into the library. Not quite all had seats. We filled the loggia, the dining room, the hall, clear into the billiard room, the stairs, and the brick-paved square outside the dining room door. The artists were received with a great welcome, and it woke them up, and I tell you they performed to the Queen's taste. The program was an hour and 3/4 long, and the encores added a half-hour to it. The enthusiasm of the house was hair-lifting. They all stayed an hour after the close to shake hands and congratulate. We had no dollar seats except in the library, but we accumulated $372 for the building fund. We had tea at 6:30 for a dozen, the Hawthorns, Jeanette Gilder, and her niece, etc., and after 8 o'clock dinner we had a private concert and a ball in the bear-stripped library until 10, nobody present but the team and Mr. and Mrs. Paine and Jean and her dog. And me. Biffon did, Danny Deaver, and the Rokenig, in his majestic, great organ tones and artillery, and Gabrilowitsch played the accompaniments as they were never played before, I do suppose. There is not much to add to that account. Clemens, introducing the performers, was the gay feature of the occasion. He spoke of the great reputation of Biffam and Gabrilowitsch. Then he said, "My daughter is not as famous as these gentlemen, but she is ever so much better looking." The music of the evening that followed, with Gabrilowitsch at the piano and David Biffam to sing, was something not likely ever to be repeated. Biffam sang the Rokenig, and Killiecrankie, and the Grenadiers, and several other songs. He spoke of having sung Wagner's arrangement of the Grenadiers at the composer's home following his death, and how none of the family had heard it before. There followed dancing, and Jean Clemens, fine and handsome, apparently full of life and health, danced down that great living room as carefree as if there was no shadow upon her life. And the evening was distinguished in another way, for before it ended Clara Clemens had promised Ossip Gabrilowitsch to become his wife. Cecile XXXV, a wedding at Stormfield. The wedding of Ossip Gabrilowitsch and Clara Clemens was not delayed. Gabrilowitsch had signed for a concert tour in Europe, and unless the marriage took place forthwith it must be postponed many months. It followed, therefore, 15 days after the engagement. They were busy days. Clemens, enormously excited and pleased over the prospect of the first wedding in his family, personally attended to the selection of those who were to have announcement cards, employing a stenographer to make the list. October 6th was a perfect wedding day. It was one of those quiet, lovely fall days when the whole world seems at peace. Claude the butler, with his usual skill in such matters, had decorated the great living room with gay autumn foliage and flowers, brought in mainly from the woods and fields. They blended perfectly with the warm tones of the walls and furnishings, and I do not remember ever having seen a more beautiful room. Only relatives and a few of the nearest friends were invited to the ceremony. The Twitchells came over a day ahead, for Twitchell, who had assisted in the marriage rites between Samuel Clemens and Olivia Langdon, was to perform that ceremony for their daughter now. A fellow student of the bride and groom when they had been pupils of Lesketizki, in Vienna, Miss Ethel Newcomb, was at the piano and played softly the wedding march from Tannhauser. Jean Clemens was the only bridesmaid, and she was stately and classically beautiful, with a proud dignity in her office. Jervis Langdon, the bride's cousin and childhood playmate, acted as best man, and Clemens, of course, gave the bride away. By request he wore his scarlet Oxford gown over his snowy flannels, and was splendid beyond words. I do not write of the appearance of the bride and groom, for brides and grooms are always handsome and always happy, and certainly these were no exception. It was all so soon over, the feasting ended, and the principals whirling away into the future. I have a picture in my mind of them seated together in the automobile, with Richard Watson Gilder standing on the step for a last goodbye, and before them a wide expanse of autumn foliage and distant hills. I remember Gilder's voice saying, when the car was on the turn, and they were waving back to us, "Over the hills and far away, beyond the utmost purple rim, beyond the night, beyond the day, through all the world she followed him." The matter of the wedding had been kept from the newspapers until the eve of the wedding, when the Associated Press had been notified. A representative was there, but Clemens had characteristically interviewed himself on the subject, and it was only necessary to hand the reporter a typewritten copy. Replying to the question, put to himself, "Are you pleased with the marriage?" he answered, "Yes, fully as much as any marriage could please me or any other father. There are 2 or 3 solemn things in life, and a happy marriage is one of them, for the terrors of life are all to come. I am glad of this marriage, and Mrs. Clemens would be glad, for she always had a warm affection for Gabrilowitsch." There was another wedding at Stormfield on the following afternoon, an imitation wedding. Little Joy came up with me, and wished she could stand in just the spot where she had seen the bride stand, and she expressed a wish that she could get married like that. Clemens said, "Frankness is a jewel, only the young can afford it." Then he happened to remember a ridiculous boy doll, a white-haired creature with red coat and green trousers, a souvenir imitation of himself from one of the Rogerses' Christmas trees. He knew where it was, and he got it out. Then he said, "Now, Joy, we will have another wedding. This is Mr. Colonel Williams, and you are to become his wedded wife." So Joy stood up very gravely and Clemens performed the ceremony, and I gave the bride away, and Joy to him became Mrs. Colonel Williams thereafter, and entered happily into her new estate. Klexvi Autumn Days. A harvest of letters followed the wedding, a general congratulatory expression, mingled with admiration, affection, and goodwill. In his interview Clemens had referred to the pain in his breast, and many begged him to deny that there was anything serious the matter with him, urging him to try this relief or that, pathetically eager for his continued life and health. They cited the comfort he had brought to world-weary humanity, and his unfailing stand for human justice as reasons why he should live. Such letters could not fail to cheer him. A letter of this period, from John Bigelow, gave him a pleasure of its own. Clemens had written Bigelow, apropos of some adverse expression on the tariff. "Thank you for any hard word you can say about the tariff. I guess the government that robs its own people earns the future it is preparing for itself." Bigelow was just then declining an invitation to the annual dinner of the Chamber of Commerce. In sending his regrets he said, "The sentiment I would propose if I dared to be present would be the words of Mark Twain, the statesman. The government that robs its own people earns the future it is preparing for itself." Now to Clemens himself he wrote, "Rochefoucauld never said a cleverer thing, nor Dr. Franklin a wiser one. Be careful, or the demos will be running you for president when you are not on your guard. Yours more than ever, John Bigelow." Among the tributes that came was a sermon by the Rev. Fred Window Adams, of Schenectady, New York, with Mark Twain as its subject. Mr. Adams chose for his text, "Take Mark and bring him with thee, for he is profitable for the ministry." And he placed the 2 Marks, St. Mark and Mark Twain, side by side as ministers to humanity, and characterized him as a fearless knight of righteousness, A few weeks later, Mr. Adams himself came to Stormfield, and, like all open-minded ministers of the gospel, he found that he could get on very well indeed with Mark Twain. In spite of the goodwill and the good wishes, Clemens's malady did not improve. As the days grew chillier, he found that he must remain closer indoors. The cold air seemed to bring on the pains, and they were gradually becoming more severe. Then, too, he did not follow the doctor's orders in the matter of smoking, nor altogether as to exercise. To Miss Wallace he wrote, "I can't walk, I can't drive, I'm not downstairs much, and I don't see company, but I drink barrels of water to keep the pain quiet. I read, and read, and read, and smoke, and smoke, and smoke all the time, as formerly, and it's a contented and comfortable life." But this was not altogether accurate as to details. He did come downstairs many times daily, and he persisted in billiards regardless of the paroxysms. We found, too, that the seizures were induced by mental agitation. One night he read aloud to Jean and myself the first chapter of an article, "The Turning Point in My Life," which he was preparing for Harper's Bazaar. He had begun it with one of his impossible burlesque fancies, and he felt our attitude of disappointment even before any word had been said. Suddenly he rose, and laying his hand on his breast said, "I must lie down," and started toward the stair. I supported him to his room and hurriedly poured out the hot water. He drank it and dropped back on the bed. "Don't speak to me," he said. "Don't make me talk." Jean came in, and we sat there several moments in silence. I think we both wondered if this might not be the end, but presently he spoke of his own accord, declaring he was better, and ready for billiards. We played for at least an hour afterward, and he seemed no worse for the attack. It is a curious malady, that angina. Even the doctors are acquainted with its manifestations, rather than its cause. Clemens's general habits of body and mind were probably not such as to delay its progress. Furthermore, there had befallen him that year one of those misfortunes which his confiding nature peculiarly invited, a betrayal of trust by those in whom it had been boundlessly placed, and it seems likely that the resulting humiliation aggravated his complaint. The writing of a detailed history of this episode afforded him occupation and a certain amusement, but probably did not contribute to his health. One day he sent for his attorney, Mr. Charles T. Lark, and made some final revisions in his will. Mark Twain's estate, later appraised at something more than $600,000, was left in the hands of trustees for his daughters. The trustees were Edward E. Loomis, Jervis Langdon, and Zoheth S. Freeman. The direction of his literary affairs was left to his daughter Clara and the writer of this history. To see him you would never have suspected that he was ill. He was in good flesh, and his movement was as airy and his eye as bright and his face as full of bloom as at any time during the period I had known him. Also, he was as light-hearted and full of ideas and plans, and he was even gentler, having grown mellow with age and retirement, like good wine. And of course he would find amusement in his condition. He said, "I have always pretended to be sick to escape visitors. Now, for the first time, I have got a genuine excuse. It makes me feel so honest." And once, when Jean reported a caller in the living room, he said, "Jean, I can't see her. Tell her I am likely to drop dead any minute, and it would be most embarrassing." But he did see her, for it was a poet, Angela Morgan, and he read her poem, "God's Man," aloud with great feeling, and later he sold it for her to Collier's Weekly. He still had violent rages now and then, remembering some of the most notable of his mistakes, and once, after denouncing himself, rather inclusively, as an idiot, he said, "I wish to God the lightning would strike me, but I've wished that 50,000 times and never got anything out of it yet. I have missed several good chances." Mrs. Clemens was afraid of lightning, and would never let me bare my head to the storm. The element of humor was never lacking, and the rages became less violent and less frequent. I was at Stormfield steadily now, and there was a regular routine of afternoon sessions of billiards or reading, in which we were generally alone, for Jean, occupied with her farming and her secretary labors, seldom appeared except at meal times. Occasionally she joined in the billiard games, but it was difficult learning and her interest was not great. She would have made a fine player, for she had a natural talent for games, as she had for languages, and she could have mastered the science of angles as she had mastered tennis and French and German and Italian. She had naturally a fine intellect, with many of her father's characteristics, and a tender heart that made every dumb creature her friend. Katie Leary, who had been Jean's nurse, once told how, as a little child, Jean had not been particularly interested in a picture of the Lisbon earthquake, where the people were being swallowed up, but on looking at the next page, which showed a number of animals being overwhelmed, she had said, "Poor things!" Katie said, "Why, you didn't say that about the people." But Jean answered, "Oh, they could speak." One night at the dinner table her father was saying how difficult it must be for a man who had led a busy life to give up the habit of work. "That is why the Rogerses kill themselves," he said. "They would rather kill themselves in the old treadmill than stop and try to kill time. They have forgotten how to rest. They know nothing but to keep on till they drop." I told of something I had read not long before. It was about an aged lion that had broken loose from his cage at Coney Island. He had not offered to hurt anyone, but after wandering about a little, rather aimlessly, he had come to a picket fence, and a moment later began pacing up and down in front of it, just the length of his cage. They had come and led him back to his prison without trouble, and he had rushed eagerly into it. I noticed that Jean was listening anxiously, and when I finished she said, "Is that a true story?" She had forgotten altogether the point in illustration. She was concerned only with the poor old beast that had found no joy in his liberty. Among the letters that Clemens wrote just then was one to Miss Wallace, in which he described the glory of the fall colors as seen from his windows. "The autumn splendors pass you by? What a pity! I wish you had been here. It was beyond words. It was heaven and hell and sunset and rainbows and the aurora all fused into one divine harmony, and you couldn't look at it and keep the tears back. Such a singing together, and such a whispering together, and such a snuggling together of cozy, soft colors, and such kissing and caressing, and such pretty blushing when the sun breaks out and catches those dainty weeds at it. You remember that weed garden of mine? And then the far hills sleeping in a dim blue trance. Oh, hearing about it is nothing, you should be here to see it." In the same letter he refers to some work that he was writing for his own satisfaction, Letters from the Earth, said letters supposed to have been written by an immortal visitant and addressed to other immortals in some remote sphere. I'll read passages to you. This book will never be published. In fact, it couldn't be, because it would be felony. Paine enjoys it, but Paine is going to be damned one of these days, I suppose. I very well remember his writing those letters from the earth. He read them to me from time to time as he wrote them, and they were fairly overflowing with humor and philosophy and satire concerning the human race. The immortal visitor pointed out, one after another, the absurdities of mankind, his ridiculous conception of heaven, and his special conceit in believing that he was the Creator's pet, the particular form of life for which all the universe was created. Clemens allowed his exuberant fancy free rein, being under no restrictions as to the possibility of print or public offense. He enjoyed them himself, too, as he read them aloud, and we laughed ourselves weak over his bold imaginings. One admissible extract will carry something of the flavor of these chapters. It is where the celestial correspondent describes man's religion. His heaven is like himself, strange, interesting, astonishing, grotesque. I give you my word it has not a single feature in it that he actually values. It consists, utterly and entirely, of diversions which he cares next to nothing about here in the earth, yet he is quite sure he will like in heaven. Isn't it curious? Isn't it interesting? You must not think I am exaggerating, for it is not so. I will give you the details. Most men do not sing, most men cannot sing, most men will not stay where others are singing if it be continued more than 2 hours. Note that. Only about 2 men in 100 can play upon a musical instrument, and not 4 in 100 have any wish to learn how. Set that down. Many men pray, not many of them like to do it. A few pray long, the others make a short cut. More men go to church than want to. To 49 men in 50 the Sabbath day is a dreary, dreary bore. Further, All sane people detest noise. All people, sane or insane, like to have variety in their lives. Monotony quickly wearies them. Now then, you have the facts. You know what men don't enjoy. Well, they have invented a heaven, out of their own heads, all by themselves. Guess what it is like. In 1500 years you couldn't do it. They have left out the very things they care for most, their dearest pleasures, and replaced them with prayer. In man's heaven everybody sings. There are no exceptions. The man who did not sing on earth sings there. The man who could not sing on earth sings there. Thus universal singing is not casual, not occasional, not relieved by intervals of quiet. It goes on all day long and every day during a stretch of 12 hours. And everybody stays where on earth the place would be empty in 2 hours. The singing is of hymns alone. Nay, it is one hymn alone. The words are always the same in number. They are only about a dozen. There is no rhyme. There is no poetry. Hosanna, Hosanna, Hosanna unto the highest. And a few such phrases constitute the whole service. Meantime, every person is playing on a harp. Consider the deafening hurricane of sound. Consider, further, it is a praise service, a service of compliment, flattery, adulation. Do you ask who it is that is willing to endure this strange compliment, this insane compliment, and who not only endures it but likes it, enjoys it, requires it, commands it? Hold your breath, it is God. This race's God, I mean, their own pet invention. Most of the ideas presented in this his last commentary on human absurdities were new only as to phrasing. He had exhausted the topic long ago, in one way or another, but it was one of the themes in which he never lost interest. Many subjects became stale to him at last, but the curious invention called man remained a novelty to him to the end. From my notebook. October 25th. I am constantly amazed at his knowledge of history, all history, religious, political, military. He seems to have read everything in the world concerning Rome, France, and England particularly. Last night we stopped playing billiards while he reviewed, in the most vivid and picturesque phrasing, the reasons of Rome's decline. Such a presentation would have enthralled any audience. I could not help feeling a great pity that he had not devoted some of his public effort to work of that sort. No one could have equaled him at it. He concluded with some comments on the possibility of America following Rome's example, though he thought the vote of the people would always, or at least for a long period, prevent imperialism. November 1st. Today he has been absorbed in his old interest in shorthand. It is the only rational alphabet, he declared. All this spelling reform is nonsense. What we need is alphabet reform, and shorthand is the thing. Take the letter M, for instance. It is made with one stroke in shorthand, while in longhand it requires at least 3. The word Mephistopheles can be written in shorthand with 1/6 the number of strokes that is required in longhand. I tell you shorthand should be adopted as the alphabet. I said. There is this objection. The characters are so slightly different that each writer soon forms a system of his own, and it is seldom that two can read each other's notes. You are talking of stenographic reporting, he said, rather warmly. Nothing of the kind is true in the case of the regular alphabet. It is perfectly clear and legible. Would you have it in the schools, then? Yes, it should be taught in the schools, not for stenographic purposes, but only for use in writing to save time. He was very much in earnest, and said he had undertaken an article on the subject. November 3rd. He said he could not sleep last night, for thinking what a fool he had been in his various investments. I have always been the victim of somebody, he said, and always an idiot myself, doing things that even a child would not do. Never asking anybody's advice, never taking it when it was offered. I can't see how anybody could do the things I have done, and have kept right on doing. I could see that the thought agitated him, and I suggested that we go to his room and read, which we did, and had a riotous time over the most recent chapters of the Letters from the Earth, and some notes he had made for future chapters on infant damnation and other distinctive features of Orthodox creeds. He told an anecdote of an old minister who declared that Presbyterianism without infant damnation would be like the dog on the train that couldn't be identified because it had lost its tag. Somewhat on the defensive, I said. But we must admit that the so-called Christian nations are the most enlightened and progressive. He answered, Yes, but in spite of their religion, not because of it. The Church has opposed every innovation and discovery from the day of Galileo down to our own time, when the use of anesthetics in childbirth was regarded as a sin because it avoided the biblical curse pronounced against Eve. And every step in astronomy and geology ever taken has been opposed by bigotry and superstition. The Greeks surpassed us in artistic culture and in architecture 500 years before the Christian religion was born. I have been reading Gibbon's celebrated 15th chapter, he said later, and I don't see what Christians found against it. It is so mild, so gentle in its sarcasm. He added that he had been reading also a little book of brief biographies and had found in it the saying of Darwin's father, Unitarianism is a featherbed to catch falling Christians. I was glad to find and identify that saying. He said, It is so good. He finished the evening by reading a chapter from Carlyle's French Revolution, a fine pyrotechnic passage, The Gathering at Versailles. I said that Carlyle somehow reminded me of a fervid stump speaker who pounded his fists and went at his audience fiercely, determined to convince them. Yes, he said, but he is the best one that ever lived. November 10th. This morning early he heard me stirring and called. I went in and found him propped up with a book, as usual. He said, I seldom read Christmas stories, but this is very beautiful. It has made me cry. I want you to read it. It was Booth Tarkington's Beasley's Christmas Party. Tarkington has the true touch, he said. His work always satisfies me. Another book he has been reading with great enjoyment is James Branch Cabell's Chivalry. He cannot say enough of the subtle poetic art with which Cabell has flung the light of romance about dark and sordid chapters of history. Classify Mark Twain's reading. Perhaps here one may speak of Mark Twain's reading in general. On the table by him, and on his bed, and in the billiard-room shelves he kept the books he read most. They were not many, not more than a dozen, but they were manifestly of familiar and frequent usage. All, or nearly all, had annotations, spontaneously uttered marginal notes, title prefatories, or concluding comments. They were the books he had read again and again, and it was seldom that he had not had something to say with each fresh reading. There were the 3 big volumes by Saint Simon, the Memoirs, which he once told me he had read no less than 20 times. On the flyleaf of the first volume he wrote, This, and Casanova and Pepys, set in parallel columns, could afford a good coup d'oeil of French and English high life of that epoch. All through those finely printed volumes are his commentaries, sometimes no more than a word, sometimes a filled, closely written margin. He found little to admire in the human nature of Saint Simon's period, little to approve in Saint Simon himself beyond his unrestrained frankness, which he admired without stint, and in one paragraph where the details of that early period are set down with startling fidelity he wrote, Oh, incomparable Saint Simon! Saint Simon is always frank, and Mark Twain was equally so. Where the former tells one of the unspeakable compulsions of Louis XIV, the latter has commented, We have to grant that God made this royal hog. We may also be permitted to believe that it was a crime to do so. And on another page, in her memories of this period, the Duchesse de St. Clair makes this striking remark. Sometimes one could tell a gentleman, but it was only by his manner of using his fork. His comments on the orthodox religion of St. Simon's period are not marked by gentleness. Of the author's reference to the Edict of Nantes, which he says depopulated half of the realm, ruined its commerce, and authorized torments and punishments by which so many innocent people of both sexes were killed by thousands, Clemens writes, So much blood has been shed by the Church because of an omission from the Gospel. Ye shall be indifferent as to what your neighbor's religion is, not merely tolerant of it, but indifferent to it. Divinity is claimed for many religions, but no religion is great enough or divine enough to add that new law to its code. In the place where Saint Simon describes the death of Monseigneur, son of the king, and the court hypocrites are wailing their extravagantly pretended sorrow, Clemens wrote, It is all so true, all so human. God made these animals. He must have noticed this scene. I wish I knew how it struck him. There were not many notes in the Suetonius, nor in the Carlyle Revolution, though these were among the volumes he read oftenest. Perhaps they expressed for him too completely and too richly their subject matter to require anything at his hand. Here and there are marked passages and occasional cross-references to related history and circumstance. There was not much room for comment on the narrow margins of the old copy of Pepys, which he had read steadily since the early 70s, but here and there a few crisp words, and the underscoring and marked passages are plentiful enough to convey his devotion to that quaint record which, perhaps next to Suetonius, was the book he read and quoted most. Francis Parkman's Canadian histories he had read periodically, especially the story of the old regime and of the Jesuits in North America. As late as January 1908, he wrote on the title page of the old regime. Very interesting. It tells how people religiously and otherwise insane came over from France and colonized Canada. He was not always complimentary to those who undertook to Christianize the Indians, but he did not fail to write his admiration of their courage, their very willingness to endure privation and even the fiendish savage tortures for the sake of their faith. "What manner of men are these?" he wrote, apropos of the account of Bressani, who had undergone the most devilish inflictions which savage ingenuity could devise, and yet returned maimed and disfigured the following spring to dare again the knives and fiery brand of the Iroquois. Clemens was likely to be on the side of the Indians, but hardly in their barbarism. In one place he wrote that men should be willing to leave their happy homes and endure what the missionaries endured in order to teach these Indians the road to hell would be rational, understandable, but why they should want to teach them a way to heaven is a thing which the mind somehow cannot grasp. Other histories, mainly English and French, showed how he had read them, read and digested every word and line. There were 2 volumes of Lecky, much worn, Andrew D. White's Science and Theology, a chief interest for at least one summer, and among the collection a well-worn copy of Modern English Literature, Its Blemishes and Defects, by Henry H. Breen. On the title page of this book Clemens had written, Hartford, 1876. Use with care, for it is a scarce book. England had to be ransacked in order to get it, or the bookseller speaketh falsely. He once wrote a paper for the Saturday Morning Club, using for his text examples of slipshod English which Breen had noted. Clemens had a passion for biography, and especially for autobiography, diaries, letters, and such intimate human history. Greville's Journal of the Reigns of George IV. and William IV. He had read much and annotated freely. Greville, while he admired Byron's talents, abhorred the poet's personality, and in one place condemns him as a vicious person and a debauchee. He adds, "Then he despises pretenders and charlatans of all sorts, while he is himself a pretender, as all men are who assume a character which does not belong to them and affect to be something which they are all the time conscious they are not in reality." Clemens wrote on the margin, "But, dear sir, you are forgetting that what a man sees in the human race is merely himself in the deep and honest privacy of his own heart. Byron despised the race because he despised himself. I feel as Byron did, and for the same reason. Do you admire the race, and consequently yourself?" A little further along, where Greville laments that Byron can take no profit to himself from the sinful characters he depicts so faithfully, Clemens commented, if any man, draws 50 characters, they are all himself, 50 shades, 50 moods, of his own character. And when the man draws them well, why do they stir my admiration? Because they are me, I recognize myself." A volume of Plutarch was among the biographies that showed usage, and the life of P. T. Barnum, written by himself 2 years before the mast he loved, and never tired of. The more recent memoirs of Andrew D. White and Montgomery D. Conway both, I remember, gave him enjoyment, as did the letters of Lowell. A volume of the letters of Madame de Sévigné had some annotated margins which were not complimentary to the translator, or for that matter to Sévigné herself, whom he once designates as a nauseating person, many of whose letters had been uselessly translated, as well as poorly arranged for reading. But he would read any volume of letters or personal memoirs. None were too poor that had the throb of life in them, however slight. Of such sort were the books that Mark Twain had loved best, and such were a few of his words concerning them. Some of them belonged to his earlier reading, and among these is Darwin's Descent of Man, a book whose influence was always present, though I believe he did not read it any more in later years. In the days I knew him he read steadily not much besides Suetonius and Pepys and Carlyle. These and his simple astronomies and geologies and the Mort Arthur and the poems of Kipling were seldom far from his hand. Cook's Facts via Bermuda Birthday. It was the middle of November, 1909, when Clemens decided to take another Bermuda vacation, and it was the 19th that we sailed. I went to New York a day ahead and arranged matters, and on the evening of the 18th received the news that Richard Watson Gilder had suddenly died. Next morning there was other news. Clemens's old friend, William M. Laffan, of the Sun, had died while undergoing a surgical operation. I met Clemens at the train. He had already heard about Gilder, but he had not yet learned of Laffan's death. He said, "That's just it. Gilder and Laffan get all the good things that come along, and I never get anything." Then, suddenly remembering, he added, "How curious it is! I have been thinking of Laffan coming down on the train, and mentally writing a letter to him on this Stetsonetti affair." I asked when he had begun thinking of Laffan. He said, "Within the hour." It was within the hour that I had received the news, and naturally in my mind had carried it instantly to him. Perhaps there was something telepathic in it. He was not at all going down to Bermuda, which was a fortunate thing, for the water was rough and I was quite disqualified. We did not even discuss astronomy, though there was what seemed most important news, the reported discovery of a new planet. But there was plenty of talk on the subject as soon as we got settled in the Hamilton Hotel. It was windy and rainy out of doors, and we looked out on the drenched semi-tropical foliage with a great bamboo swaying and bending in the foreground, while he speculated on the vast distance that the new planet must lie from our Sun, to which it was still a satellite. The report had said that it was probably 400 billions of miles distant, and that on this far frontier of the solar system the Sun could not appear to it larger than the blaze of a tallow candle. To us it was wholly incredible how, in that dim remoteness, it could still hold true to the central force and follow at a snail pace, yet with unvarying exactitude, its stupendous orbit. Clemens said that heretofore Neptune, the planetary outpost of our system, had been called the tortoise of the skies, but that comparatively it was rapid in its motion, and had become a near neighbor. He was a good deal excited at first, having somehow the impression that this new planet traveled out beyond the nearest fixed star. But then he remembered that the distance to that first solar neighbor was estimated in trillions, not billions, and that our little system, even with its new additions, was a child's handbreadth on the plane of the sky. He had brought along a small book called The Pith of Astronomy, a fascinating little volume, and he read from it about the great tempest of fire in the Sun, where the waves of flame roll up 2,000 miles high, though the Sun itself is such a tiny star in the deeps of the universe. If I dwell unwarrantably on this phase of Mark Twain's character, it is because it was always so fascinating to me, and the contemplation of the drama of the skies always meant so much to him, and somehow always seemed akin to him in its proportions. He had been born under a flaming star, a wanderer of the skies. He was himself, to me, always a comet rushing through space, from mystery to mystery, regardless of sun and systems. It is not likely to rain long in Bermuda, and when the sun comes back it brings summer, whatever the season. Within a day after our arrival we were driving about those coral roads along the beaches, and by that marvelously variegated water. We went often to the south shore, especially to Devonshire Bay, where the reefs and the sea coloring seemed more beautiful than elsewhere. Usually, when we reached the bay, we got out to walk along the indurated shore, stopping here and there to look out over the jeweled water, liquid turquoise, emerald, lapis lazuli, jade, the imperial garment of the Lord. At first we went alone with only the colored driver, Clifford Trott, whose name Clemens could not recollect, though he was always attempting resemblances with ludicrous results. A little later Helen Allen, an early Angelfish member already mentioned, was with us and directed the drives, for she had been born on the island and knew every attractive locality, though, for that matter, it would be hard to find there a place that was not attractive. Clemens, in fact, remained not many days regularly at the hotel. He kept a room and his wardrobe there, but he paid a visit to Bay House, the lovely and quiet home of Helen's parents, and prolonged it from day to day, and from week to week, because it was a quiet and peaceful place with affectionate attention and limitless welcome. Clifford Trott had orders to come with the carriage each afternoon, and we drove down to Bay House for Mark Twain and his playmate, and then went wandering at will among the labyrinth of blossom-bordered, perfectly kept roadways of a dainty paradise, that never, I believe, becomes quite a reality even to those who know it best. Clemens had an occasional paroxysm during these weeks, but they were not likely to be severe or protracted, and I have no doubt the peace of his surroundings, the remoteness from disturbing events, as well as the balmy temperature, all contributed to his improved condition. He talked pretty continuously during these drives, and he by no means restricted his subjects to juvenile matters. He discussed history and his favorite sciences and philosophies, and I am sure that his drift was rarely beyond the understanding of his young companion, for it was Mark Twain's gift to phrase his thoughts so that it commanded not only the respect of age, but the comprehension and the interest of youth. I remember that once he talked, during an afternoon's drive, on the French Revolution and the ridiculous episode of Anacharsis Clootz, orator and advocate of the human race, collecting the vast populace of France to swear allegiance to a king even then doomed to the block. The very name of Clootz suggested humor, and nothing could have been more delightful and graphic than the whole episode as he related it. Helen asked if he thought such a thing as that could ever happen in America. No, he said. The American sense of humor would have laughed it out of court in a week, and the Frenchman dreads ridicule, too, though he never seems to realize how ridiculous he is, the most ridiculous creature in the world. On the morning of his 74th birthday he was looking wonderfully well after a night of sound sleep, his face full of color and freshness, his eyes bright and keen and full of good humor. I presented him with a pair of cuff buttons silver enameled with the Bermuda lily, and I thought he seemed pleased with them. It was rather gloomy outside, so we remained indoors by the fire and played cards, game after game of hearts, at which he excelled, and he was usually kept happy by winning. There were no visitors, and after dinner Helen asked him to read some of her favorite episodes from Tom Sawyer, so he read the whitewashing scene, Peter and the Painkiller, and such chapters until tea time. Then there was a birthday cake, and afterward cigars and talk and a quiet fireside evening. Once, in the course of his talk, he forgot a word and denounced his poor memory. "I'll forget the Lord's middle name sometime," he declared. "Right in the midst of a storm, when I need all the help I can get." Later he said, "Nobody dreamed 74 years ago today that I would be in Bermuda now," and I thought he meant a good deal more than the words conveyed. It was during this Bermuda visit that Mark Twain added the finishing paragraph to his article, "The Turning Point in My Life," which, at Howells's suggestion, he had been preparing for Harper's Bazaar. It was a characteristic touch, and, as the last summary of his philosophy of human life, may be repeated here. Necessarily the scene of the real turning point of my life, and of yours, was the Garden of Eden. It was there that the first link was forged of the chain that was ultimately to lead to the emptying of me into the literary guild. Adam's temperament was the first command the deity ever issued to a human being on this planet. And it was the only command Adam would never be able to disobey. It said, "Be weak, be water, be characterless, be cheaply persuadable." The later command, to let the fruit alone, was certain to be disobeyed. Not by Adam himself, but by his temperament, which he did not create and had no authority over. For the temperament is the man, the thing tricked out with clothes and named man is merely its shadow, nothing more. The law of the tiger's temperament is, "Thou shalt kill," the law of the sheep's temperament is, "Thou shalt not kill." To issue later commands requiring the tiger to let the fat stranger alone, and requiring the sheep to imbrue its hands in the blood of the lion is not worthwhile, for those commands can't be obeyed. They would invite to violations of the law of temperament, which is supreme, and takes precedence of all other authorities. I cannot help feeling disappointed in Adam and Eve. That is, in their temperaments. Not in them, poor helpless young creatures, afflicted with temperaments made out of butter, which butter was commanded to get into contact with fire and be melted. What I cannot help wishing is, that Adam and Eve had been postponed, and Martin Luther and Joan of Arc put in their place, that splendid pair equipped with temperaments not made of butter, but of asbestos. By neither sugary persuasions nor by hellfire could Satan have beguiled them to eat the apple. There would have been results. Indeed, yes. The apple would be intact today. There would be no human race. There would be no you. There would be no me. And the old creation dawn scheme of ultimately launching me into the literary guild would have been defeated. Click the death of Jean. He decided to go home for the holidays, and how fortunate it seems now that he did so. We sailed for America on the 18th of December, arriving the 21st. Jean was at the wharf to meet us, blue and shivering with the cold, for it was wretchedly bleak there, and I had the feeling that she should not have come. She went directly, I think, to Stormfield, he following a day or two later. On the 23rd I was lunching with Jean alone. She was full of interest in her Christmas preparations. She had a handsome tree set up in the loggia, and the packages were piled about it, with new ones constantly arriving. With her farm management, her housekeeping, her secretary work, and her Christmas preparations, it seemed to me that she had her hands overfull. Such a mental pressure could not be good for her. I suggested that for a time at least I might assume a part of her burden. I was to remain at my own home that night, and I think it was as I left Stormfield that I passed Jean on the stair. She said cheerfully that she felt a little tired and was going up to lie down, so that she would be fresh for the evening. I did not go back, and I never saw her alive again. I was at breakfast next morning when word was brought in that one of the men from Stormfield was outside and wished to see me immediately. When I went out he said, "Miss Jean is dead. They have just found her in her bathroom. Mr. Clemens sent me to bring you." It was as incomprehensible as such things always are. I could not realize at all that Jean, so full of plans and industries and action less than a day before, had passed into that voiceless mystery which we call death. Harry Iles drove me rapidly up the hill. As I entered Clemens's room he looked at me helplessly and said, "Well, I suppose you have heard of this final disaster." He was not violent or broken down with grief. He had come to that place where, whatever the shock or the ill turn of fortune, he could accept it, and even in that first moment of loss he realized that, for Jean at least, the fortune was not ill. Her malady had never been cured, and it had been one of his deepest dreads that he would leave her behind him. It was believed, at first, that Jean had drowned, and Dr. Smith tried methods of resuscitation. But then he found that it was simply a case of heart cessation caused by the cold shock of her bath. The Gabreloches were by this time in Europe, and Clemens cabled them not to come. Later in the day he asked me if we would be willing to close our home for the winter and come to Stormfield. He said that he should probably go back to Bermuda before long, but that he wished to keep the house open so that it would be there for him to come to at any time that he might need it. We came, of course, for there was no thought among any of his friends but for his comfort and peace of mind. Jervis Langdon was summoned from Elmira, for Jean would lie there with the others. In the loggia stood the half-trimmed Christmas tree, and all about lay the packages of gifts, and in Jean's room, on the chairs and upon her desk, were piled other packages. Nobody had been forgotten. For her father she had bought a handsome globe. He had always wanted one. Once when I went into his room he said, "I have been looking in at Jean and envying her. I have never greatly envied anyone but the dead. I always envy the dead." He told me how the night before they had dined together alone, how he had urged her to turn over a part of her work to me, how she had clung to every duty as if now, after all the years, she was determined to make up for lost time. While they were at dinner a telephone inquiry had come concerning his health, for the papers had reported him as returning from Bermuda in a critical condition. He had written this playful answer: Manager Associated Press, New York. I hear the newspapers say I am dying. The charge is not true. I would not do such a thing at my time of life. I am behaving as good as I can. Merry Christmas to everybody. Mark Twain. Jean telephoned it for him to the press. It had been the last secretary service she had ever rendered. She had kissed his hand, he said, when they parted, for she had a severe cold and would not wish to impart it to him, Then happily she had said good night, and he had not seen her again. The reciting of this was good to him, for it brought the comfort of tears. Later, when I went in again, he was writing. "I am setting it down," he said. "Everything. It is a relief to me to write it. It furnishes me an excuse for thinking." He continued writing most of the day, and at intervals during the next day, and the next. It was on Christmas Day that they went with Jean on her last journey. Katie Leary, her baby nurse, had dressed her in the dainty gown which she had worn for Clara's wedding, and they had pinned on it a pretty buckle which her father had brought her from Bermuda, and which she had not seen. No Greek statue was ever more classically beautiful than she was, lying there in the great living room, which in its brief history had seen so much of the round of life. They were to start with Jean at about 6 o'clock, and a little before that time Clemens, he was unable to make the journey, asked me what had been her favorite music. I said that she seemed always to care most for the Schubert Impromptu Op. 142, No. 2. Then he said, "Play it when they get ready to leave with her, and add the intermezzo for Susie and the Largo for Mrs. Clemens. When I hear the music I shall know that they are starting. Tell them to set lanterns at the door, so I can look down and see them go." So I sat at the organ and began playing as they lifted and bore her away. A soft, heavy snow was falling, and the gloom of those shortest days was closing in. There was not the least wind or noise, the whole world was muffled. The lanterns at the door threw their light out on the thickly falling flakes. I remained at the organ, but the little group at the door saw him come to the window above, the light on his white hair as he stood mournfully gazing down, watching Jean going away from him for the last time. I played steadily on as he had instructed, the impromptu, the intermezzo from Cavalleria, and Handel's Largo. When I had finished I went up and found him. "Poor little Jean," he said, "but for her it is so good to go." In his own story of it he wrote, "From my windows I saw the hearse and the carriages wind along the road and gradually grow vague and spectral in the falling snow, and presently disappear. Jean was gone out of my life, and would not come back any more. The cousin she had played with when they were babies together, he and her beloved old Katie, were conducting her to her distant childhood home, where she will lie by her mother's side once more, in the company of Susie and Langdon." He did not come down to dinner, and when I went up afterward I found him curiously agitated. He said, "For one who does not believe in spirits, I have had a most peculiar experience. I went into the bathroom just now and closed the door. You know how warm it always is in there, and there are no drafts. All at once I felt a cold current of air about me. I thought the door must be open, but it was closed. I said, 'Jean, is this you trying to let me know you have found the others?' Then the cold air was gone." I saw that the incident had made a very great impression upon him, but I don't remember that he ever mentioned it afterward. Next day the storm had turned into a fearful blizzard. The whole hilltop was a raging, driving mass of white. He wrote most of the day, but stopped now and then to read some of the telegrams or letters of condolence which came flooding in. Sometimes he walked over to the window to look out on the furious tempest. Once, during the afternoon, he said, "Jean always so loved to see a storm like this, and just now at Elmira they are burying her." Later he read aloud some lines by Alfred Austin, which Mrs. Crane had sent him, lines which he had remembered in the sorrow for Susie. "When last came sorrow, around barn and by Wincarine snow, the year's white sepulchre lay. Come in," I said, "and warm you by the fire." And there she sits and never goes away. It was that evening that he came into the room where Mrs. Paine and I sat by the fire, bringing his manuscript. "I have finished my story of Jean's death," he said. "It is the end of my autobiography. I shall never write any more. I can't judge it myself at all. One of you read it aloud to the other, and let me know what you think of it. If it is worthy, perhaps some day it may be published." It was, in fact, one of the most exquisite and tender pieces of writing in the language. He had ended his literary labors with that perfect thing which so marvelously speaks the loftiness and tenderness of his soul. It was thoroughly in keeping with his entire career that he should, with this rare dramatic touch, bring it to a close. A paragraph which he omitted may be printed now. December 27th. Did I know Jean's value? No, I only thought I did. I knew a 10,000th fraction of it, that was all. It is always so, with us, it has always been so. We are like the poor ignorant private soldier dead, now, 400 years, who picked up the great Sanchi diamond on the field of the lost battle and sold it for a franc. Later he knew what he had done. Shall I ever be cheerful again, happy again? Yes. And soon. For I know my temperament. And I know that the temperament is master of the man, and that he is its fettered and helpless slave and must in all things do as it commands. A man's temperament is born in him, and no circumstances can ever change it. My temperament has never allowed my spirits to remain depressed long at a time. That was a feature of Jean's temperament, too. She inherited it from me. I think she got the rest of it from her mother. Jean Clemens had two natural endowments, the gift of justice and a genuine passion for all nature. In a little paper found in her desk she had written, I know a few people who love the country as I do, but not many. Most of my acquaintances are enthusiastic over the spring and summer months, but very few care much for it the year round. A few people are interested in the spring foliage and the development of the wild flowers. Nearly all enjoy the autumn colors, while comparatively few pay much attention to the coming and going of the birds, the changes in their plumage and songs, the apparent springing into life on some warm April day of the chipmunks and woodchucks, the scurrying of baby rabbits. And again in the fall the equally sudden disappearance of some of the animals, and the growing shyness of others. To me it is all as fascinating as a book, more so, since I have never lost interest in it. It is simple and frank, like Thoreau. Perhaps, had she exercised it, there was a third gift, the gift of written thought. Clemens remained at Stormfield 10 days after Jean was gone. The weather was fiercely cold, the landscape desolate, the house full of tragedy. He kept pretty closely to his room, where he had me bring the heaps of letters, a few of which he answered personally. For the others he prepared a simple card of acknowledgement. He was for the most part in gentle mood during these days, though he would break out now and then, and rage at the hardness of a fate that had laid an unearned burden of illness on Jean and shadowed her life. There were days not wholly without humor. None of his days could be altogether without that, though it was likely to be of a melancholy sort. Many of the letters offered orthodox comfort, saying, in effect, God does not willingly punish us. When he had read a number of these, he said, Well, why does he do it then? We don't invite it. Why does he give himself the trouble? I suggested that it was a sentiment that probably gave comfort to the writer of it. So it does, he said, and I am glad of it, glad of anything that gives comfort to anybody. He spoke of the larger God, the God of the great unvarying laws, and by dropped off to sleep, quite peacefully, and indeed peace came more and more to him each day with the thought that Jean and Susie and their mother could not be troubled any more. To Mrs. Gabrilowitsch he wrote, Reading, Connecticut, December 29, 1909. Oh, Clara, Clara dear, I am so glad she is out of it and safe, safe. I am not melancholy. I shall never be melancholy again, I think. You see, I was in such distress when I came to realize that you were gone far away and no one stood between her and danger but me, and I could die at any moment, and then, oh then what would become of her? For she was wilful, you know, and would not have been governable. You can't imagine what a darling she was that last 2 or 3 days, and how fine, and good, and sweet, and noble, and joyful, thank heaven, and how intellectually brilliant. I had never been acquainted with Jean before. I recognize that. But I mustn't try to write about her. I can't. I have already poured my heart out with the pen, recording that last day or 2. I will send you that, and you must let no one but Ossip read it. Goodbye. I love you so. And Ossip. Father. CCXC. The return to Bermuda. I don't think he attempted any further writing for print. His mind was busy with ideas, but he was willing to talk, rather than to write, rather even than to play billiards, it seemed, although we had a few quiet games, the last we should ever play together. Evenings he asked for music, preferring the Scotch airs such as Bonnie Doon and The Campbells Are Coming. I remember that once, after playing the latter for him, he told, with great feeling, how the Highlanders, led by Gen Colin Campbell, had charged at Lucknow, inspired by that stirring air. When he had retired, I usually sat with him, and he drifted into literature, or theology, or science, or history, the story of the universe and man. One evening he spoke of those who had written but one immortal thing and stopped there. He mentioned Ben Bolt. I met that man once, he said. In my childhood I sang Sweet Alice, Ben Bolt, and in my old age, 15 years ago, I met the man who wrote it. His name was Brown Dot, Thomas Dunn English. Mr. Clemens apparently remembered only the name satirically conferred upon him by Edgar Allan Poe, Thomas Dunn Brown. He was aged, forgotten, a mere memory. I remember how it thrilled me to realize that this was the very author of Sweet Alice, Ben Bolt. He was just an accident. He had a vision and echoed it. A good many persons do that. The thing they do is to put in compact form the thing which we have all vaguely felt. 20 years ago is just like it. I have wandered through the village, Tom, and sat beneath the tree, and Holmes's last leaf is another, the memory of the hallowed past, and the gravestones of those we love. It is all so beautiful, the past is always beautiful. He quoted, with great feeling and effect. The massy marbles rest on the lips that we have pressed in their bloom, and the names we love to hear have been carved for many a year on the tomb. He continued in this strain for an hour or more. He spoke of humor, and thought it must be one of the chief attributes of God. He cited plants and animals that were distinctly humorous in form and in their characteristics. These he declared were God's jokes. Why, he said, humor is mankind's greatest blessing. Your own case is an example, I answered. Without it, whatever your reputation as a philosopher, you could never have had the widespread affection that is shown by the writers of that great heap of letters. Yes, he said gently, they have liked to be amused. I tucked him in for the night, promising to send him to Bermuda, with Claude to take care of him, if he felt he could undertake the journey in 2 days more. He was able, and he was eager to go, for he longed for that sunny island, and for the quiet peace of the Allen home. His niece, Mrs. Loomis, came up to spend the last evening in Stormfield, a happy evening full of quiet talk, and next morning, in the old closed carriage that had been his wedding gift, he was driven to the railway station. This was on January 4, 1910. He was to sail next day, and that night, at Mr. Loomis's, Howells came in, and for an hour or two they reviewed some of the questions they had so long ago settled, or left forever unsettled, and laid away. I remember that at dinner Clemens spoke of his old Hartford butler, George, and how he had once brought George to New York and introduced him at the various publishing houses as his friend, with curious, and sometimes rather embarrassing results. The talk drifted to sociology and to the labor unions, which Clemens defended as being the only means by which the workman could obtain recognition of his rights. Howells in his book mentions this evening, which he says, was made memorable to me by the kind, clear, judicial sense with which he explained and justified the labor unions as the sole present help of the weak against the strong. They discussed dreams, and then in a little while Howells rose to go. I went also, and as we walked to his nearby apartment he spoke of Mark Twain's supremacy. He said, I turn to his books for cheer when I am downhearted. There was never anybody like him, there never will be. Clemens sailed next morning. They did not meet again. Keckside letters from Bermuda. Stormfield was solemn and empty without Mark Twain, but he wrote by every steamer, at first with his own hand, and during the last week by the hand of one of his enlisted secretaries, some member of the Allen family, usually Helen. His letters were full of brightness and pleasantry, always concerned more or less with business matters, though he was no longer disturbed by them, for Bermuda was too peaceful and too far away, and besides, he had faith in the Mark Twain Company's ability to look after his affairs. I cannot do better, I believe, than to offer some portions of these letters here. He reached Bermuda on the 7th of January 1910, and on the 12th he wrote, Again I am living the ideal life. There is nothing to mar it but the bloody-minded bandit Arthur, a small playmate of Helen's of whom Clemens pretended to be fiercely jealous. Once he wrote a memorandum to Helen. Let Arthur read this book. There is a page in it that is poisoned. Who still fetches and carries Helen. Presently he will be found drowned. Claude comes to Bay House twice a day to see if I need any service. He is invaluable. There was a military lecture last night at the Officers' Mess Prospect, as the lecturer honored me with a special urgent invitation, and said he wanted to lecture to me particularly. I naturally took Helen and her mother into the private carriage and went. As soon as we landed at the door with the crowd, the governor came to me, and was very cordial. I met up with that charming Colonel Chapman. We had known him on the previous visit, and other officers of the regiment, and had a good time. A few days later he wrote, Thanks for your letter and for its contenting news of the situation in that foreign and far-off and vaguely remembered country where you and Loomis and Lark and other beloved friends are. I had a letter from Clara this morning. She is solicitous and wants me well and watchfully taken care of. My, she ought to see Helen and her parents and Claude administer that trust. Also she says, I hope to hear from you or Mr. Paine very soon. I am writing her and I know you will respond to your part of her prayer. She is pretty desolate now after Jean's emancipation, the only kindness that God ever did that poor, unoffending child in all her hard life. Send Clara a copy of Howells's gorgeous letter. The gorgeous letter mentioned was an appreciation of his recent Bazaar article, The Turning Point in My Life. And here follows. January 18, 1910. Dear Clemens, while your wonderful words are warm in my mind, yet I want to tell you what you know already, that you never wrote anything greater, finer, than that Turning Point paper of yours. I shall feel it honor enough if they put on my tombstone. He was born in the same century and general section of Middle Western country with Dr. S. L. Clemens, Oxon, and had his degree 3 years before him through a mistake of the university. I hope you are worse. You will never be riper for a purely intellectual life, and it is a pity to have you lagging along with a worn-out material body on top of your soul. Yours ever, W. D. Howells. On the margin of this letter Clemens had written, I reckon this spontaneous outburst from the first critic of the day is good to keep, ain't it, Paine? January 24th he wrote again of his contentment. Life continues here the same as usual. There isn't a fault in it. Good times, good home, tranquil contentment all day and every day without a break. I know familiarly several very satisfactory people and meet them frequently, Mr. Hamilton, the Sloanes, Mr. and Mrs. Fells, Miss Waterman, and so on. I shouldn't know how to go about bettering my situation. On February 5th he wrote that the climate and condition of his health might require him to stay in Bermuda pretty continuously, but that he wished Stormfield kept open so that he might come to it at any time. And he added, Yesterday Mr. Allen took us on an excursion in Mr. Hamilton's big motorboat. Present Mrs. Allen, Mr. and Mrs. and Miss Sloane, Helen, Mildred Howells, Claude, and me. Several hours swift skimming over ravishing blue seas, a brilliant sun, also a couple of hours of picnicking and lazying under the cedars in a secluded place. The Orotava is arriving with 260 passengers. I shall get letters by her, no doubt. P.S. Please send me the standard unabridged that is on the table in my bedroom. I have no dictionary here. There is no mention in any of these letters of his trouble, but he was having occasional spasms of pain, though in that soft climate they would seem to have come with less frequency, and there was so little to disturb him, and much that contributed to his peace. Among the callers at the Bay House to see him was Woodrow Wilson, and the two put in some pleasant hours at miniature golf, putting, on the Allen lawn. Of course a catastrophe would come along now and then. Such things could not always be guarded against. In a letter toward the end of February he wrote, It is 2:30 in the morning and I am writing because I can't sleep. I can't sleep because a professional pianist is coming tomorrow afternoon to play for me. My God! I wouldn't allow Paderewski or Gabrilowitsch to do that. I would rather have a leg amputated. I knew he was coming, but I never dreamed it was to play for me. When I heard the horrible news 4 hours ago, BD if I didn't come near screaming. I meant to slip out and be absent, but now I can't. Don't pray for me. The thing is just as bad as it can be already. Clemens's love for music did not include the piano, except for very gentle melodies, and he probably did not anticipate these from a professional player. He did not report the sequel of the matter, but it is likely that his imagination had discounted its tortures. Sometimes his letters were pure nonsense. Once he sent a sheet, on one side of which was written, Bay House, March S. 1910. Received of S. L. C. $2.40 in return for my promise to believe everything he says hereafter. Helen S. Allen. And on the reverse, for sale. The proprietor of the hereinbefore mentioned promise desires to part with it on account of ill health and obliged to go away somewhere so as to let it reciprocate, and will take any reasonable amount for it above 2% of its face because experienced parties think it will not keep but only a little while in this kind of weather and is a kind of property that don't give a cuss for cold storage nohow. Clearly, however serious Mark Twain regarded his physical condition, he did not allow it to make him gloomy. He wrote that matters were going everywhere to his satisfaction, that Clara was happy, that his household and business affairs no longer troubled him, that his personal surroundings were of the pleasantest sort. Sometimes he wrote of what he was reading, and once spoke particularly of Professor William Lyon Phelps's literary essays, which he said he had been unable to lay down until he had finished the book. To Phelps himself he wrote, I thank you ever so much for the book, which I find charming, so charming, indeed, that I read it through in a single night, and did not regret the lost night's sleep. I am glad if I deserve what you have said about me, and even if I don't I am proud and well contented, since you think I deserve it. So his days seemed full of comfort. But in March I noticed that he generally dictated his letters, and once when he sent some small photographs I thought he looked thinner and older. Still he kept up his merriment. In one letter he said, While the matter is in my mind I will remark that if you ever send me another letter which is not paged at the top I will write you with my own hand, so that I may use with utter freedom and without embarrassment the kind of words which alone can describe such a criminal, to wit, you will have to put into words those dashes because propriety will not allow me to do it myself in my secretary's hearing. You are forgiven, but don't let it occur again. He had still made no mention of his illness, but on the 25th of March he wrote something of his plans for coming home. He had engaged passage on the Bermudan for April 23d, he said, and he added, But don't tell anybody. I don't want it known. I may have to go sooner if the pain in my breast does not mend its ways pretty considerable. I don't want to die here, for this is an unkind place for a person in that condition. I should have to lie in the undertaker's cellar until the ship would remove me, and it is dark down there and unpleasant. The colliers will meet me on the pier, and I may stay with them a week or two before going home. It all depends on the breast pain. I don't want to die there. I am growing more and more particular about the place. But in the same letter he spoke of plans for the summer, suggesting that we must look into the magic lantern possibilities, so that library entertainments could be given at Stormfield. I confess that this letter, in spite of its light tone, made me uneasy, and I was tempted to sail for Bermuda to bring him home. 3 days later he wrote again. I have been having a most uncomfortable time for the past 4 days with that breast pain, which turns out to be an affection of the heart, just as I originally suspected. The news from New York is to the effect that non-bronchial weather has arrived there at last. Therefore, if I can get my breast trouble in traveling condition I may sail for home a week or two earlier than has been proposed. The same mail that brought this brought a letter from Mr. Allen, who frankly stated that matters had become very serious indeed. Mr. Clemens had had some dangerous attacks, and the physicians considered his condition critical. These letters arrived April 1st. I went to New York at once and sailed next morning. Before sailing I consulted with Dr. Quintard, who provided me with some opiates and instructed me in the use of the hypodermic needle. He also joined me in a cablegram to the Gabrilowitsches, then in Italy, advising them to sail without delay. Kexide the voyage home. I sent no word to Bermuda that I was coming, and when on the second morning I arrived at Hamilton, I stepped quickly ashore from the tender and hurried to Bay House. The doors were all open, as they usually are in that summer island, and no one was visible. I was familiar with the place, and without knocking, I went through to the room occupied by Mark Twain. As I entered, I saw that he was alone, sitting in a large chair, clad in the familiar dressing gown. Bay House stands upon the water, and the morning light, reflected in at the window, had an unusual quality. He was not yet shaven, and he seemed unnaturally pale and gray. Certainly he was much thinner. I was too startled, for the moment, to say anything. When he turned and saw me, he seemed a little dazed. "Why," he said, holding out his hand, "you didn't tell us you were coming." "No," I said. "It is rather sudden. I didn't quite like the sound of your last letters." "But those were not serious," he protested. "You shouldn't have come on my account." I said then that I had come on my own account, that I had felt the need of recreation, and had decided to run down and come home with him. "That's very good," he said in his slow, gentle fashion. "Now I'm glad to see you." His breakfast came in, and he ate with an appetite. When he had been shaved and freshly propped up in his pillows, it seemed to me, after all, that I must have been mistaken in thinking him so changed. Certainly he was thinner, but his color was fine, his eyes were bright. He had no appearance of a man whose life was believed to be in danger. He told me then of the fierce attacks he had gone through, how the pains had torn at him, and how it had been necessary for him to have hypodermic injections, which he amusingly termed hypnotic injunctions, and subcutaneous applications. And he had his humor out of it, as of course he must have, even though death should stand there in person. From Mr. and Mrs. Allen and from the physician I learned how slender had been his chances and how uncertain were the days ahead. Mr. Allen had already engaged passage on the Oceania for the 12th, and the one purpose now was to get him physically in condition for the trip. How devoted those kind friends had been to him! They had devised every imaginable thing for his comfort. Mr. Allen had rigged an electric bell which connected with his own room, so that he could be aroused instantly at any hour of the night. Clemens had refused to have a nurse, for it was only during the period of his extreme suffering that he needed any one, and he did not wish to have a nurse always around. When the pains were gone, he was as bright and cheerful, and seemingly as well as ever. On the afternoon of my arrival we drove out, as formerly, and he discussed some of the old subjects in quite the old way. He had been rereading Macaulay, he said, and spoke at considerable length of the hypocrisy and intrigue of the English court under James II. He spoke, too, of the Reading Library. I had sold for him that portion of the land where Jean's farmhouse had stood, and it was in his mind to use the money for some sort of a memorial to Jean. I had written, suggesting that perhaps he would like to put up a small library building, as the Adams lot faced the corner where Jean had passed every day when she rode to the station for the mail. He had been thinking this over, he said, and wished the idea carried out. He asked me to write at once to his lawyer, Mr. Lark, and have a paper prepared appointing trustees for a memorial library fund. The pain did not trouble him that afternoon, nor during several succeeding days. He was gay and quite himself, and he often went out on the lawn, but we did not drive out again. For the most part, he sat propped up in his bed, reading or smoking, or talking in the old way, and as I looked at him he seemed so full of vigor and the joy of life that I could not convince myself that he would not outlive us all. I found that he had been really very much alive during those 3 months. Too much for his own good, sometimes, for he had not been careful of his hours or his diet, and had suffered in consequence. He had not been writing, though he had scribbled some playful valentines, and he had amused himself one day by preparing a chapter of advice, for me it appeared, which, after reading it aloud to the Allens and receiving their approval, he declared he intended to have printed for my benefit. As it would seem to have been the last bit of continued writing he ever did, and because it is characteristic and amusing, a few paragraphs may be omitted. The advice is concerning deportment on reaching the gate which St. Peter is supposed to guard. Upon arrival, do not speak to St. Peter until spoken to. It is not your place to begin. Do not begin any remark with, "Say." When applying for a ticket, avoid trying to make conversation. If you must talk, let the weather alone. St. Peter cares not a damn for the weather. And don't ask him what time the 4.30 train goes. There aren't any trains in heaven, except through trains, and the less information you get about them the better for you. You can ask him for his autograph. There is no harm in that. But be careful and don't remark that it is one of the penalties of greatness. He has heard that before. Don't try to Kodak him. Hell is full of people who have made that mistake. Leave your dog outside. Heaven goes by favor. If it went by merit, you would stay out, and the dog would go in. You will be wanting to slip down at night and smuggle water to those poor little chaps, the infant damned, but don't you try it. You would be caught, and nobody in heaven would respect you after that. Explain to Helen why I don't come. If you can. There were several pages of this counsel. One paragraph was written in shorthand. I meant to ask him to translate it, but there were many other things to think of, and I did not remember. I spent most of each day with him, merely sitting by the bed and reading while he himself read or dozed. His nights were wakeful. He found it easier to sleep by day, and he liked to think that someone was there. He became interested in Hardy's Jude, and spoke of it with high approval, urging me to read it. He dwelt a good deal on the morals of it, or rather on the lack of them. He followed the tale to the end, finishing it the afternoon before we sailed. It was his last continuous reading. I noticed, when he slept, that his breathing was difficult, and I could see from day to day that he did not improve. But each evening he would be gay and lively, and he liked the entire family to gather around, while he became really hilarious over the various happenings of the day. It was only a few days before we sailed that the very severe attacks returned. The night of the 8th was a hard one. The doctors were summoned, and it was only after repeated injections of morphine that the pain had been eased. When I returned in the early morning, he was sitting in his chair trying to sing, after his old morning habit. He took my hand and said, "Well, I had a picturesque night. Every pain I had was on exhibition." He looked out the window at the sunlight on the bay and green dotted islands. "Sparkling and bright in the liquid light," he quoted. "That's Hoffman. Anything left of Hoffman?" "No," I said. "I must watch for the Bermudian and see if she salutes," he said presently. "The captain knows I am here sick, and he blows 2 short whistles just as they come up behind that little island. Those are for me." He said he could breathe easier if he could lean forward, and I placed a card table in front of him. His breakfast came in, and a little later he became quite gay. He drifted to Macaulay again, and spoke of King James's plot to assassinate William II, and how the clergy had brought themselves to see that there was no difference between killing a king in battle and by assassination. He had taken his seat by the window to watch for the Bermudian. She came down the bay presently, her bright red stacks towering vividly above the green island. It was a brilliant morning, the sky and the water a marvelous blue. He watched her anxiously and without speaking. Suddenly there were 2 white puffs of steam, and 2 short, hoarse notes went up from her. "Those are for me," he said, his face full of contentment. "Captain Fraser does not forget me." There followed another bad night. My room was only a little distance away, and Claude came for me. I do not think any of us thought he would survive it, but he slept at last, or at least dozed. In the morning he said, "That breast pain stands watch all night and the short breath all day. I am losing enough sleep to supply a worn-out army. I want a jugful of that hypnotic injunction every night and every morning." We began to fear now that he would not be able to sail on the 12th. But by great good fortune he had wonderfully improved by the 12th, so much so that I began to believe, if once he could be in Stormfield, where the air was more vigorous, he might easily survive the summer. The humid atmosphere of the season increased the difficulty of his breathing. That evening he was unusually merry. Mr. and Mrs. Allen and Helen and myself went in to wish him good night. He was loath to let us leave, but was reminded that he would sail in the morning, and that the doctor had insisted that he must be quiet and lie still in bed and rest. He was never one to be very obedient. A little later Mrs. Allen and I, in the sitting room, heard someone walking softly outside on the veranda. We went out there, And he was marching up and down in his dressing gown as unconcerned as if he were not an invalid at all. He hadn't felt sleepy, he said, and thought a little exercise would do him good. Perhaps it did, for he slept soundly that night, a great blessing. Mr. Allen had chartered a special tug to come to Bay House Landing in the morning and take him to the ship. He was carried in a little hand-chair to the tug, and all the way out he seemed light-spirited, anything but an invalid. The sailors carried him again in the chair to his stateroom, and he bade those dear Bermuda friends good-bye, and we sailed away. As long as I remember anything, I shall remember the 48 hours of that homeward voyage. It was a brief 2 days as time is measured, but as time is lived it has taken its place among those unmeasured periods by the side of which even years do not count. At first he seemed quite his natural self, and asked for a catalogue of the ship's library, and selected some memoirs of the Countess of Cardigan for his reading. He asked also for the second volume of Carlyle's French Revolution, which he had with him. But we ran immediately into the more humid, more oppressive air of the Gulf Stream, and his breathing became at first difficult, then next to impossible. There were 2 large portholes, which I opened, but presently he suggested that it would be better outside. It was only a step to the main deck, and no passengers were there. I had a steamer chair brought, and with Claude supported him to it, and bundled him with rugs, but it had grown damp and chilly, and his breathing did not improve. It seemed to me that the end might come at any moment, and this thought was in his mind too, for once in the effort for breath he managed to say, "I am going, I shall be gone in a moment." Breath came, but I realized then that even his cabin was better than this. I steadied him back to his berth and shut out most of that deadly dampness. He asked for the hypnotic injunction, for his humor never left him, and though it was not yet the hour prescribed I could not deny it. It was impossible for him to lie down, even to recline, without great distress. The opiate made him drowsy, and he longed for the relief of sleep, but when it seemed about to possess him the struggle for air would bring him upright. During the more comfortable moments he spoke quite in the old way, and time and again made an effort to read, and reached for his pipe or a cigar which lay in the little berth hammock at his side. I held the match, and he would take a puff or 2 with satisfaction. Then the peace of it would bring drowsiness, and while I supported him there would come a few moments, perhaps, of precious sleep. Only a few moments, for the devil of suffocation was always lying in wait to bring him back for fresh tortures. Over and over again this was repeated, varied by him being steadied on his feet, or sitting on the couch opposite the berth. In spite of his suffering, 2 dominant characteristics remained, the sense of humor, and tender consideration for another. Once when the ship rolled and his hat fell from the hook, and made the circuit of the cabin floor, he said, "The ship is passing the hat." Again he said, "I am sorry for you, Paine, but I can't help it, I can't hurry this dying business. Can't you give me enough of the hypnotic injunction to put an end to me?" He thought if I could arrange the pillows so he could sit straight up it would not be necessary to support him, and then I could sit on the couch and read while he tried to doze. He wanted me to read Jude, he said, so we could talk about it. I got all the pillows I could and built them up around him, and sat down with the book, and this seemed to give him contentment. He would doze off a little and then come up with a start, his piercing, agate eyes searching me out to see if I was still there. Over and over, 20 times in an hour, this was repeated. When I could deny him no longer I administered the opiate, but it never completely possessed him or gave him entire relief. As I looked at him there, so reduced in his estate, I could not but remember all the labor of his years, and all the splendid honor which the world had paid to him. Something of this may have entered his mind too, for once, when I offered him some of the milder remedies which we had brought, he said, "After 40 years of public effort I have become just a target for medicines." The program of change from berth to the floor, from floor to the couch, from the couch back to the berth among the pillows, was repeated again and again, he always thinking of the trouble he might be making, rarely uttering any complaint, but once he said, "I never guessed that I was not going to outlive John Bigelow." And again, "This is such a mysterious disease. If we only had a bill of particulars we'd have something to swear at." Time and again he picked up Carlyle or the Cardigan Memoirs, and read, or seem to read a few lines, but then the drowsiness would come and the book would fall. Time and again he attempted to smoke, or in his drowse simulated the motion of placing a cigar to his lips and puffing in the old way. 2 dreams beset him in his momentary slumber, one of a play in which the title role of the general manager was always unfilled. He spoke of this now and then when it had passed, and it seemed to amuse him. The other was a discomfort. A college assembly was attempting to confer upon him some degree which he did not want. Once, half roused, he looked at me searchingly and asked, "Isn't there something I can resign and be out of all this? They keep trying to confer that degree upon me and I don't want it." Then realizing, he said, "I am like a bird in a cage, always expecting to get out, and always beaten back by the wires." And somewhat later, "Oh, it is such a mystery, and it takes so long." Toward the evening of the first day, when it grew dark outside, he asked, "How long have we been on this voyage?" I answered that this was the end of the first day. "How many more are there?" he asked. "Only 1 and 2 nights. We'll never make it," he said. "It's an eternity. But we must on Clara's account." I told him, and I estimated that Clara would be more than halfway across the ocean by now. "It is a losing race," he said. "No ship can outsail death." It has been written, I do not know with what proof, that certain great dissenters have recanted with the approach of death, have become weak, and afraid to ignore old traditions in the face of the great mystery. I wish to write here that Mark Twain, as he neared the end, showed never a single tremor of fear or even of reluctance. I have dwelt upon these hours when suffering was upon him, and death the imminent shadow, in order to show that at the end he was as he had always been, either more nor less, and never less than brave. Once, during a moment when he was comfortable and quite himself, he said earnestly, "When I seem to be dying, I don't want to be stimulated back to life. I want to be made comfortable to go." There was not a vestige of hesitation, there was no grasping at straws, no suggestion of dread. Somehow those 2 days and nights went by. Once, when he was partially relieved by the opiate, I slept, while Claude watched, and again, in the fading end of the last night, when we had passed at length into the cold, bracing northern air, and breath had come back to him, and with it sleep. Relatives, physicians, and news-gatherers were at the dock to welcome him. He was awake, and the northern air had brightened him, though it was the chill, I suppose, that brought on the pains in his breast, which, fortunately, he had escaped during the voyage. It was not a prolonged attack, and it was, blessedly, the last one. An invalid carriage had been provided, and a compartment secured on the afternoon express to Reading, the same train that had taken him there 2 years before. Dr. Robert H. Halsey and Dr. Edward Quintard attended him, and he made the journey really in cheerful comfort, for he could breathe now, and in the relief came back old interests. Half reclining on the couch, he looked through the afternoon papers. It happened curiously that Charles Harvey Genning, who, something more than 4 years earlier, had been so largely responsible for my association with Mark Twain, was on the same train, in the same coach, bound for his country place at New Hartford. Lounsbury was waiting with the carriage, and on that still, sweet April evening we drove him to Stormfield much as we had driven him 2 years before. Now and then he mentioned the apparent backwardness of the season, for only a few of the trees were beginning to show their green. As we drove into the lane that led to the Stormfield entrance, he said, "Can we see where you have built your billiard room?" The gable showed above the trees, and I pointed it out to him. "It looks quite imposing," he said. I think it was the last outside interest he ever showed in anything. He had been carried from the ship and from the train, but when we drew up to Stormfield, where Mrs. Paine, with Katy Leary and others of the household, was waiting to greet him, he stepped from the carriage alone with something of his old lightness, and with all his old courtliness, and offered each one his hand. Then, in the canvas chair which we had brought, Claude and I carried him upstairs to his room and delivered him to the physicians, and to the comforts and blessed air of home. This was Thursday evening, April 14, 1910. Xaixia the return to the invisible. There would be 2 days more before Ossip and Clara Gabrilowitsch could arrive. Clemens remained fairly bright and comfortable during this interval, though he clearly was not improving. The physicians denied him the morphine, now, as he no longer suffered acutely. But he craved it, and once, when I went in, he said, rather mournfully, "They won't give me the subcutaneous any more." It was Sunday morning when Clara came. He was cheerful and able to talk quite freely. He did not dwell upon his condition, I think, but spoke rather of his plans for the summer. At all events, he did not then suggest that he counted the end so near, but a day later it became evident to all that his stay was very brief. His breathing was becoming heavier, though it seemed not to give him much discomfort. His articulation also became affected. I think the last continuous talking he did was to Dr. Halsey on the evening of April 17th, the day of Clara's arrival. A mild opiate had been administered, and he said he wished to talk himself to sleep. He recalled one of his old subjects, dual personality, and discussed various instances that flitted through his mind, Jekyll and Hyde phases in literature and fact. He became drowsier as he talked. He said at last, "This is a peculiar kind of disease. It does not invite you to read, it does not invite you to be read to, it does not invite you to talk, nor to enjoy any of the usual sick-room methods of treatment. What kind of a disease is that? Some kinds of sicknesses have pleasant features about them. You can read and smoke and have only to lie still." And a little later he added, "It is singular, very singular, the laws of mentality, vacuity. I put out my hand to reach a book or newspaper which I have been reading most glibly, and it isn't there, not a suggestion of it." He coughed violently, and afterward commented, "If one gets to meddling with a cough, it very soon gets the upper hand and is meddling with you. That is my opinion, of 74 years' growth." The news of his condition, everywhere published, brought great heaps of letters, but he could not see them. A few messages were reported to him. At intervals he read a little. Suetonius and Carlyle lay on the bed beside him, and he would pick them up as the spirit moved him and read a paragraph or a page. Sometimes, when I saw him thus, the high color still in his face, and the clear light in his eyes, I said, "It is not reality. He is not going to die." On Tuesday, the 19th, he asked me to tell Clara to come and sing to him. It was a heavy requirement, but she somehow found strength to sing some of the Scotch airs which he loved, and he seemed soothed and comforted. When she came away he bade her good-bye, saying that he might not see her again. But he lingered through the next day and the next. His mind was wandering a little on Wednesday, and his speech became less and less articulate, but there were intervals when he was quite clear, quite vigorous, and he apparently suffered little. We did not know it then, but the mysterious messenger of his birth year, so long anticipated by him, appeared that night in the sky. The perihelion of Halley's comet for 1835 was November 16th, for 1910 it was April 20th. On Thursday morning, the 21st, his mind was generally clear, and it was said by the nurses that he read a little from one of the volumes on his bed, from the Suetonius, or from one of the volumes of Carlyle. Early in the forenoon he sent word by Clara that he wished to see me, and when I came in he spoke of 2 unfinished manuscripts which he wished me to throw away, as he briefly expressed it, for he had not many words left now. I assured him that I would take care of them, and he pressed my hand. It was his last word to me. Once or twice that morning he tried to write some request which he could not put into intelligible words. And once he spoke to Gabrilowitsch, who, he said, could understand him better than the others. Most of the time he dozed. Somewhat after midday, when Clara was by him, he roused up and took her hand, and seemed to speak with less effort. "Goodbye," he said, and Dr. Quintard, who was standing near, thought he added, "If we meet," but the words were very faint. He looked at her for a little while, without speaking, then he sank into a doze, and from it passed into a deeper slumber, and did not heed us any more. Through that peaceful spring afternoon the life wave ebbed lower and lower. It was about 6:30, and the sun lay just on the horizon when Dr. Quintard noticed that the breathing, which had gradually become more subdued, broke a little. There was no suggestion of any struggle. The noble head turned a little to one side, there was a fluttering sigh, and the breath that had been unceasing through 74 tumultuous years had stopped forever. He had entered into the estate envied so long. In his own words, the words of one of his latest memoranda, he had arrived at the dignity of death, the only earthly dignity that is not artificial, the only safe one. The others are traps that can beguile to humiliation. Death, the only immortal who treats us all alike, whose pity and whose peace and whose refuge are for all, the soiled and the pure, the rich and the poor, the loved and the unloved. Keksiv the last writes, "It is not often that a whole world mourns. Nations have often mourned a hero, and races, but perhaps never before had the entire world really united in tender sorrow for the death of any man." In one of his aphorisms he wrote, "Let us endeavor so to live that when we come to die even the undertaker will be sorry." And it was thus that Mark Twain himself had lived. No man had ever so reached the heart of the world, and one may not even attempt to explain just why. Let us only say that it was because he was so limitlessly human that every other human heart, in whatever sphere or circumstance, responded to his touch. From every remote corner of the globe the cables of condolence swept in, every printed sheet in Christendom was filled with lavish tribute, pulpits forgot his heresies and paid him honor. No king ever died that received so rich a homage as his. To quote or to individualize would be to cheapen this vast offering. We took him to New York to the Brick Church, and Dr. Henry Van Dyke spoke only a few simple words, and Joseph Twitchell came from Hartford and delivered brokenly a prayer from a heart wrung with double grief, for Harmony, his wife, was nearing the journey's end, and a telegram that summoned him to her deathbed came before the services ended. Mark Twain, dressed in the white he loved so well, lay there with the nobility of death upon him, while a multitude of those who loved him passed by and looked at his face for the last time. The flowers, of which so many had been sent, were banked around him, but on the casket itself lay a single laurel wreath which Dan Beard and his wife had woven from the laurel which grows on Stormfield Hill. He was never more beautiful than as he lay there, and it was an impressive scene to see those thousands file by, regard him for a moment gravely, thoughtfully, and pass on. All sorts were there, rich and poor. Some crossed themselves, some saluted, some paused a little to take a closer look, but no one offered even to pick a flower. Howells came, and in his book he says, "I looked a moment at the face I knew so well, and it was patient with the patience I had so often seen in it, something of a puzzle, a great silent dignity, an assent to what must be from the depths of a nature whose tragical seriousness broke in the laughter which the unwise took for the whole of him." That night we went with him to Elmira, and next day, a somber day of rain, he lay in those stately parlors that had seen his wedding day, and where Susie had lain, and Mrs. Clemens, and Jean, while Dr. Eastman spoke the words of peace which separate us from our mortal dead. Then in the quiet, steady rain of that Sunday afternoon we laid him beside those others, where he sleeps well, though some have wished that, like De Soto, he might have been laid to rest in the bed of that great river which must always be associated with his name. CCXCV Mark Twain's Religion. There is such a finality about death. However interesting it may be as an experience, one cannot discuss it afterward with one's friends. I have thought it a great pity that Mark Twain could not discuss, with Howells say, or with Twitchell, the sensations and the particulars of the change, supposing there be a recognizable change, in that transition of which we have speculated so much, with such slender returns. No one ever debated the undiscovered country more than he. In his whimsical, semi-serious fashion he had considered all the possibilities of the future state, orthodox and otherwise, and had drawn picturesquely original conclusions. He had sent Captain Stormfield in a dream to report the aspects of the early Christian heaven. He had examined the scientific aspects of the more subtle philosophies. He had considered spiritualism, transmigration, the various esoteric doctrines, and in the end he had logically made up his mind that death concludes all, while with that less logical hunger which survives in every human heart he had never ceased to expect an existence beyond the grave. His disbelief and his pessimism were identical in their structure. They were of his mind, never of his heart. Once a woman said to him, "Mr. Clemens, you are not a pessimist, you only think you are." And she might have added, with equal force and truth. You are not a disbeliever in immortality, you only think you are. Nothing could have conveyed more truly his attitude toward life and death. His belief in God, the Creator, was absolute, but it was a God far removed from the Creator of his early teaching. Every man builds his God according to his own capacities. Mark Twain's God was of colossal proportions, so vast, indeed, that the constellated stars were but molecules in his veins, a God as big as space itself. Mark Twain had many moods, and he did not always approve of his own God, but when he altered his conception, it was likely to be in the direction of enlargement, a further removal from the human conception, and the problem of what we call our lives. In 1906 he wrote, see also 1870, Chapter 78, 1899, Chaps CCV, and various talks, 1906 to 2007, etc. Let us now consider the real God, the genuine God, the great God, the sublime and supreme God, the authentic creator of the real universe, whose remotenesses are visited by comets, only comets unto which incredible distant Neptune is merely an outpost, a sandy hook to homeward bound specters of the deeps of space that have not glimpsed it before for generations, a universe not made with hands and suited to an astronomical nursery, but spread abroad through the illimitable reaches of space by the flat of the real God just mentioned, by comparison with whom the gods whose myriads infest the feeble imaginations of men are as a swarm of gnats scattered and lost in the infinitudes of the empty sky. At an earlier period the date is not exactly fixable, but the stationery used and the handwriting suggest the early 80s. He set down a few concisely written pages of conclusions from which he did not deviate materially in after years. The document follows. I believe in God the Almighty. I do not believe he has ever sent a message to man by anybody, or delivered one to him by word of mouth, or made himself visible to mortal eyes at any time in any place. I believe that the Old and New Testaments were imagined and written by man, and that no line in them was authorized by God, much less inspired by him. I think the goodness, the justice, and the mercy of God are manifested in his works. I perceive that they are manifested toward me in this life. The logical conclusion is that they will be manifested toward me in the life to come, if there should be one. I do not believe in special providences. I believe that the universe is governed by strict and immutable laws. If one man's family is swept away by a pestilence, and another man spared, it is only the law working. God is not interfering in that small matter, either against the one man or in favor of the other. I cannot see how eternal punishment hereafter could accomplish any good end, therefore I am not able to believe in it. To chasten a man in order to perfect him might be reasonable enough. To annihilate him, when he shall have proved himself incapable of reaching perfection, might be reasonable enough. But to roast him forever for the mere satisfaction of seeing him roast would not be reasonable. Even the atrocious God imagined by the Jews would tire of the spectacle eventually. There may be a hereafter, and there may not be. I am wholly indifferent about it. If I am appointed to live again, I feel sure it will be for some more sane and useful purpose than to flounder about for ages in a lake of fire and brimstone for having violated a confusion of ill-defined and contradictory rules said, but not evidenced, to be of divine institution. If annihilation is to follow death, I shall not be aware of the annihilation, and therefore shall not care a straw about it. I believe that the world's moral laws are the outcome of the world's experience. It needed no God to come down out of heaven to tell men that murder and theft and the other immoralities were bad, both for the individual who commits them and for society which suffers from them. If I break all these moral laws, I cannot see how I injure God by it, for he is beyond the reach of injury from me. I could as easily injure a planet by throwing mud at it. It seems to me that my misconduct could only injure me and other men. I cannot benefit God by obeying these moral laws. I could as easily benefit the planet by withholding my mud. Let these sentences be read in the light of the fact that I believe I have received moral laws only from man, none whatever from God. Consequently, I do not see why I should be either punished or rewarded hereafter for the deeds I do here. If the tragedies of life shook his faith in the goodness and justice and the mercy of God as manifested toward himself, He at any rate never questioned that the wider scheme of the universe was attuned to the immutable law which contemplates nothing less than absolute harmony. I never knew him to refer to this particular document, but he never destroyed it, and never amended it, nor is it likely that he would have done either had it been presented to him for consideration even during the last year of his life. He was never intentionally dogmatic. In a memorandum on a fly-leaf of Montgomery D. Conway's Sacred Anthology he wrote, "Religion. The easy confidence with which I know another man's religion is folly teaches me to suspect that my own is also." Mark Twain, 19th Century AD. And in another note, "I would not interfere with any one's religion, either to strengthen it or to weaken it. I am not able to believe one's religion can affect his hereafter one way or the other, no matter what that religion may be. But it may easily be a great comfort to him in this life, hence it is a valuable possession to him." Mark Twain's religion was a faith too wide for doctrines, a benevolence too limitless for creeds. From the beginning he strove against oppression, sham, and evil in every form. He despised meanness. He resented with every drop of blood in him anything that savored of persecution or a curtailment of human liberties. It was a religion identified with his daily life and his work. He lived as he wrote, and he wrote as he believed. His favorite weapon was humor, good humor, with logic behind it. A sort of glorified truth, it was truth wearing a smile of gentleness, hence all the more quickly heeded. "He will be remembered with the great humorists of all time," says Howells. "With Cervantes, with Swift, or with any others worthy of his company, none of them was his equal in humanity." Mark Twain understood the needs of men because he was himself supremely human. In one of his dictations he said, "I have found that there is no ingredient of the race which I do not possess in either a small or a large way. When it is small, as compared with the same ingredient in somebody else, there is still enough of it for all the purposes of examination." With his strength he had inherited the weaknesses of our kind. With him, as with another, a myriad of dreams and schemes and purposes daily flitted by. With him, as with another, the spirit of desire led him often to a high mountain top, and was not rudely put aside, but lingeringly, and often invited to return. With him, as with another, a crowd of jealousies and resentments, and wishes for the ill of others, daily went seething and scorching along the highways of the soul. With him, as with another, regret, remorse, and shame stood at the bedside during long watches of the night, and in the end, with him, the better thing triumphed, forgiveness and generosity and justice, in a word, humanity. Certain of his aphorisms and memoranda each in itself constitutes an epitome of Mark Twain's creed. His paraphrase, "When in doubt tell the truth," is one of these, and he embodied his whole attitude toward infinity when in one of his straight pencilings he wrote, "Why, even poor little ungodlike man holds himself responsible for the welfare of his child to the extent of his ability. It is all that we require of God." Kex vi postscript. Every life is a drama, a play in all its particulars, comedy, farce, tragedy, all the elements are there. To examine in detail any life, however conspicuous or obscure, is to become amazed not only at the inevitable sequence of events, but at the interlinking of details, often far removed, into a marvelously intricate pattern which no art can hope to reproduce, and can only feebly imitate. The biographer may reconstruct an episode, present a picture, or reflect a mood by which the reader is enabled to feel something of the glow of personality and know, perhaps, a little of the substance of the past. In so far as the historian can accomplish this, his work is a success. At best his labor will be pathetically incomplete, for whatever its detail and its resemblance to life, these will record mainly but an outward expression, behind which was the mighty sweep and tumult of unwritten thought, the overwhelming proportion of any life, which no other human soul can ever really know. Mark Twain's appearance on the stage of the world was a succession of dramatic moments. He was always exactly in the setting. Whatever he did, or whatever came to him, was timed for the instant of greatest effect. At the end he was more widely observed and loved and honored than ever before, and at the right moment, and in the right manner he died. How little one may tell of such a life as his! He traveled always such a broad and brilliant highway, with plumes flying and crowds following after. Such a whirling panorama of life, and death, and change. I have written so much, and yet I have put so much aside, and often the best things, it seemed afterward, perhaps because each in its way was best and the variety infinite. One may only strive to be faithful, and I would have made it better if I could. Appendix: a letter from Orion Clemens to Miss Wood concerning Henry Clemens. See Chapter 26. Keokuk, Iowa, October 3, 1858. Miss Wood, my mother having sent me your kind letter, with a request that myself and wife should write to you, I hasten to do so. In my memory I can go away back to Henry's infancy. I see his large, blue eyes intently regarding my father when he rebuked him for his credulity in giving full faith to the boyish idea of planting his marbles, expecting a crop therefrom. Then comes back the recollection of the time when, standing we three alone by our father's grave, I told them always to remember that brothers should be kind to each other. Afterward I see Henry returning from school with his books for the last time. He must go into my printing office. He learned rapidly. A word of encouragement, or a word of discouragement told upon his organization electrically. I could see the effects in his day's work. Sometimes I would say, "Henry!" He would stand full front with his eyes upon mine, all attention. If I commanded him to do something, without a word he was off instantly, probably in a run. If a cat was to be drowned or shot, Sam, though unwilling yet firm, was selected for the work. If a stray kitten was to be fed and taken care of, Henry was expected to attend to it, and he would faithfully do so. So they grew up, and many was the grave lecture commenced by Ma, to the effect that Sam was misleading and spoiling Henry. But the lectures were never concluded, for Sam would reply with a witticism, or dry, unexpected humor, that would drive the lecture clean out of my mother's mind, and change it to a laugh. Those were happier days. My mother was as lively as any girl of 16. She is not so now. And Sister Pamela I have described in describing Henry, for she was his counterpart. The blow falls crushingly on her. But the boys grew up, Sam a rugged, brave, quick-tempered, generous-hearted fellow, Henry quiet, observing, thoughtful, leaning on Sam for protection, Sam and I too leaning on him for knowledge picked up from conversation or books, for Henry seemed never to forget anything, and devoted much of his leisure hours to reading. Henry is gone. His death was horrible. How I could have sat by him, hung over him, watched day and night every change of expression, and ministered to every want in my power that I could discover. This was denied to me, but Sam, whose organization is such as to feel the utmost extreme of every feeling, was there. Both his capacity of enjoyment and his capacity of suffering are greater than mine, and knowing how it would have affected me to see so sad a scene, I can somewhat appreciate Sam's sufferings. In this time of great trouble, when my two brothers, whose heartstrings have always been a part of my own, were suffering the utmost stretch of mortal endurance, you were there, like a good angel, to aid and console, and I bless and thank you for it with my whole heart. I thank all who helped them then. I thank them for the flowers they sent to Henry, for the tears that fell for their sufferings, and when he died, and all of them for all the kind attentions they bestowed upon the poor boys. We thank the physicians, and we shall always gratefully remember the kindness of the gentleman who at so much expense to himself enabled us to deposit Henry's remains by our father. With many kind wishes for your future welfare, I remain your earnest friend, respectfully, Orion Clemens. Appendix B. Mark Twain's Burlesque of Captain Isaiah Sellers. See Chapter 27. The item which served as a text for the Sergeant Fathom communication was as follows. Vicksburg, May 4, 1859. My opinion for the benefit of the citizens of New Orleans: the water is higher this far up than it has been since 1815. My opinion is that the water will be 4 feet deep in Canal Street before the 1st of next June. Mrs. Turner's plantation at the head of Big Black Island is all under water, and it has not been since 1815. Sellers. Captain Sellers, as in this case, sometimes signed his own name to his communications. The burlesque introductory. Our friend Sergeant Fathom, one of the oldest cub pilots on the river, and now on the railroad line steamer Trombone, sends us a rather bad account concerning the state of the river. Sergeant Fathom is a cub of much experience, and although we are loath to coincide in his view of the matter, we give his note a place in our columns, only hoping that his prophecy will not be verified in this instance. While introducing the sergeant, we consider it but simple justice, we quote from a friend of his, to remark that he is distinguished for being, in pilot phrase, close, as well as superhumanly safe. It is a well-known fact that he has made 1,450 trips in the New Orleans and St. Louis trade without causing serious damage to a steamboat. This astonishing success is attributed to the fact that he seldom runs his boat after early candlelight. It is related of the sergeant that upon one occasion he actually ran the chute of Glasscock's Island, downstream, in the night, and at a time, too, when the river was scarcely more than bank full. His method of accomplishing this feat proves what we have just said of his safeness. He sounded the chute first, and then built a fire at the head of the island to run by. As to the sergeant's closeness, we have heard it whispered that he once went up to the right of the Old Hen. Glasscock's Island and the Old Hen were phenomenally safe places. But this is probably a pardonable little exaggeration, prompted by the love and admiration in which he is held by various ancient dames of his acquaintance, for albeit the sergeant may have already numbered the allotted years of man, still his form is erect, his step is firm, his hair retains its sable hue, and more than all, he hath a winning way about him, an air of docility and sweetness, if you will, and a smoothness of speech, together with an exhaustless fund of funny sayings, and, lastly, an overflowing stream, without beginning, or middle, or end, of astonishing reminiscences of the ancient Mississippi, which, taken together, form a tout ensemble which is sufficient excuse for the tender epithet which is, by common consent, applied to him by all those ancient dames aforesaid, of charming creature. As the sergeant has been longer on the river, and is better acquainted with it than any other cub extant, his remarks are entitled to far more consideration, and are always read with the deepest interest by high and low, rich and poor, from Kehoe to Kamchatka, for let it be known that his fame extends to the uttermost parts of the earth. The communication. R.R. Steamer Trombone, Vicksburg, May 8, 1859. The river from New Orleans up to Natchez is higher than it has been since the niggers were executed, which was in the fall of 1813, and my opinion is that if the rise continues at this rate the water will be on the roof of the St. Charles Hotel before the middle of January. The point at Cairo, which has not even been moistened by the river since 1813, is now entirely under water. However, Mr. Editor, the inhabitants of the Mississippi Valley should not act precipitately and sell their plantations at a sacrifice on account of this prophecy of mine, for I shall proceed to convince them of a great fact in regard to this matter, viz., that the tendency of the Mississippi is to rise less and less high every year, with an occasional variation of the rule, that such has been the case for many centuries, and eventually that it will cease to rise at all. Therefore, I would hint to the planters, as we say in an innocent little parlor game commonly called draw, that if they can only stand the rise, this time they may enjoy the comfortable assurance that the old river's banks will never hold a full again during their natural lives. In the summer of 1763 I came down the river on the old First Jubilee. She was new then, however, a singular sort of a single-engine boat, with a Chinese captain and a Choctaw crew, forecastle on her stern, wheels in the center, and the jack-staff nowhere. For I steered her with a window shutter, and when we wanted to land we sent a line ashore and rounded her too, with a yoke of oxen. Well, sir, we wooded off the top of the big bluff above Selma, the only dry land visible, and waited there 3 weeks, swapping knives and playing 7-up with the Indians, waiting for the river to fall. Finally, it fell about 100 feet, and we went on. One day we rounded to, and I got in a horse trough, which my partner borrowed from the Indians up there at Selma while they were at prayers, and went down to sound around number 8, and while I was gone my partner got aground on the hills at Hickman. After 3 days' labor we finally succeeded in sparring her off with a capstan bar, and went on to Memphis. By the time we got there the river had subsided to such an extent that we were able to land where the Gayoso house now stands. We finished loading at Memphis, and loaded part of the stone for the present St. Louis courthouse, which was then in process of erection, to be taken up on our return trip. You can form some conception, by these memoranda, of how high the water was in 1763. In 1775 it did not rise so high by 30 feet. In 1790 it missed the original mark at least 65 feet. In 1797, 150 feet. And in 1806, nearly 250 feet. These were high water years. The high waters, since then, have been so insignificant that I have scarcely taken the trouble to notice them. Thus, you will perceive that the planters need not feel uneasy. The river may make an occasional spasmodic effort at a flood, but the time is approaching when it will cease to rise altogether. In conclusion, sir, I will condescend to hint at the foundation of these arguments. When me and De Soto discovered the Mississippi, I could stand at Bolivar Landing, several miles above Roaring Waters Bar, and pitch a biscuit to the main shore on the other side, and in low water we waded across at Donaldsonville. The gradual widening and deepening of the river is the whole secret of the matter. Yours, etc., Sergeant Fathom. Appendix CI. Mark Twain's Empire City Hoax, see Chapter 41, The Latest Sensation. A victim to Jeremy Diddling trustees, he cuts his throat from ear to ear, scalps his wife, and dashes out the brains of 6 helpless children. From Abram Curry, who arrived here yesterday afternoon from Carson, we learn the following particulars concerning a bloody massacre which was committed in Ormsby County night before last. It seems that during the past 6 months a man named P. Hopkins, or Philip Hopkins, has been residing with his family in the old log house just at the edge of the great pine forest which lies between Empire City and Dutch Nicks. The family consisted of 9 children, 5 girls and 4 boys, the oldest of the group, Mary, being 19 years old, and the youngest, Tommy, about a year and a half. Twice in the past 2 months Mrs. Hopkins, while visiting Carson, expressed fears concerning the sanity of her husband, remarking that of late he had been subject to fits of violence, and that during the prevalence of one of these he had threatened to take her life. It was Mrs. Hopkins's misfortune to be given to exaggeration, however, and but little attention was given to what she said. About 10 o'clock on Monday evening Hopkins dashed into Carson on horseback, with his throat cut from ear to ear, and bearing in his hand a reeking scalp, from which the warm, smoking blood was still dripping, and fell in a dying condition in front of the Magnolia Saloon. Hopkins expired, in the course of 5 minutes, without speaking. The long, red hair of the scalp he bore marked it as that of Mrs. Hopkins. A number of citizens, headed by Sheriff Gasherie, mounted at once and rode down to Hopkins's house, where a ghastly scene met their eyes. The scalpless corpse of Mrs. Hopkins lay across the threshold, with her head split open and her right hand almost severed from the wrist. Near her lay the axe with which the murderous deed had been committed. In one of the bedrooms 6 of the children were found, one in bed and the others scattered about the floor. They were all dead. Their brains had evidently been dashed out with a club, and every mark about them seemed to have been made with a blunt instrument. The children must have struggled hard for their lives, as articles of clothing and broken furniture were strewn about the room in the utmost confusion. Julia and Emma, aged respectively 14 and 17, were found in the kitchen, bruised and insensible, but it is thought their recovery is possible. The eldest girl, Mary, must have sought refuge, in her terror, in the garret, as her body was found there frightfully mutilated, and the knife with which her wounds had been inflicted still sticking in her side. The 2 girls, Julia and Emma, who had recovered sufficiently to be able to talk yesterday morning, declare that their father knocked them down with a billet of wood and stamped on them. They think they were the first attacked. They further state that Hopkins had shown evidence of derangement all day, but had exhibited no violence. He flew into a passion and attempted to murder them because they advised him to go to bed and compose his mind. Curry says Hopkins was about 42 years of age, and a native of western Pennsylvania. He was always affable and polite, and until very recently no one had ever heard of his ill-treating his family. He had been a heavy owner in the best mines of Virginia and Gold Hill, but when the San Francisco papers exposed our game of cooking dividends in order to bolster up our stocks, he grew afraid and sold out, and invested an immense amount in the Spring Valley Water Company of San Francisco. He was advised to do this by a relative of his, one of the editors of the San Francisco Bulletin, who had suffered pecuniarily by the dividend cooking system as applied to the Daney Mining Company recently. Hopkins had not long ceased to own in the various claims on the Comstock lead. However, when several dividends were cooked on his newly acquired property, their water totally dried up, and Spring Valley stock went down to nothing. It is presumed that this misfortune drove him mad, and resulted in his killing himself and the greater portion of his family. The newspapers of San Francisco permitted this water company to go on borrowing money and cooking dividends, under cover of which the cunning financiers crept out of the tottering concern, leaving the crash to come upon poor and unsuspecting stockholders, without offering to expose the villainy at work. We hope the fearful massacre detailed above may prove the saddest result of their silence. 2 News Gathering with Mark Twain. Alfred Doughton's son gives the following account of a reporting trip made by his father and Mark Twain, when the two were on Comstock papers. My father and Mark Twain were once detailed to go over to Como and write up some new mines that had been discovered over there. My father was on the Gold Hill News. He and Mark had not met before, but became promptly acquainted, and were soon calling each other by their first names. They went to a little hotel at Carson, agreeing to do their work there together next morning. When morning came, they set out, and suddenly on a corner Mark stopped and turned to my father, saying, "By gracious, Alf! Isn't that a brewery?" "It is, Mark." "Let's go in." They did so, and remained there all day, swapping yarns, sipping beer, and lunching, going back to the hotel that night. The next morning precisely the same thing occurred. When they were on the same corner, Mark stopped as if he had never been there before, and said, "Good gracious, Alf! Isn't that a brewery?" "It is, Mark." "Let's go in." So again they went in, and again stayed all day. This happened again the next morning, and the next. Then my father became uneasy. A letter had come from Gold Hill, asking him where his report of the mines was. They agreed that next morning they would really begin the story, that they would climb to the top of a hill that overlooked the mines, and write it from there. But the next morning, as before, Mark was surprised to discover the brewery, and once more they went in. A few moments later, however, a man who knew all about the mines, a mining engineer connected with them, came in. He was a godsend. My father set down a valuable, informing story, while Mark got a lot of entertaining mining yarns out of him. Next day, Virginia City and Gold Hill were gaining information from my father's article, and entertainment from Mark's story of the mines. Appendix D from Mark Twain's first lecture, delivered October 2, 1866. See Chapter 54, Hawaiian Importance to America. After a full elucidation of the sugar industry of the Sandwich Islands, its profits and possibilities, he said, "I have dwelt upon this subject to show you that these islands have a genuine importance to America, an importance which is not generally appreciated by our citizens. They pay revenues into the United States Treasury now amounting to over $500,000 a year. I do not know what the sugar yield of the world is now, but 10 years ago, according to the Patent Office reports, it was 800,000 hogsheads. The Sandwich Islands, properly cultivated by go-ahead Americans, are capable of providing 1/3 as much themselves. With the Pacific Railroad built, the great China Mail line of steamers touching at Honolulu, we could stock the islands with Americans and supply 1/3 of the civilized world with sugar, and with the silkiest, longest stapled cotton this side of the Sea Islands, and the very best quality of rice. The property has got to fall to somewhere, and why not the United States? Native passion for funerals. They are very fond of funerals. Big funerals are their main weakness. Fine grave clothes, fine funeral appointments, and a long procession are things they take a generous delight in. They are fond of their chief and their king, they reverence them with a genuine reverence, and love them with a warm affection, and often look forward to the happiness they will experience in burying them. They will beg, borrow, or steal money enough, and flock from all the islands, to be present at a royal funeral on Oahu. Years ago a Kanaka and his wife were condemned to be hanged for murder. They received the sentence with manifest satisfaction because it gave an opening for a funeral, you know. All they care for is a funeral. It makes but little difference to them whose it is, they would as soon attend their own funeral as anybody else's. This couple were people of consequence, and had landed estates. They sold every foot of ground they had and laid it out in fine clothes to be hung in. And the woman appeared on the scaffold in a white satin dress and slippers and fathoms of gaudy ribbon, and the man was arrayed in a gorgeous vest, blue claw-hammer coat and brass buttons, and white kid gloves. As the noose was adjusted around his neck, he blew his nose with a grand theatrical flourish, so as to show his embroidered white handkerchief. I never knew of a couple who enjoyed hanging more than they did. View from Haleakala. It is a solemn pleasure to stand upon the summit of the extinct crater of Haleakala, 10,000 feet above the sea, and gaze down into its awful crater, 27 miles in circumference and a go feet deep, and to picture to yourself the seething world of fire that once swept up out of the tremendous abyss ages ago. The prodigious funnel is dead and silent now, and even has bushes growing far down in its bottom, where the deep-sea line could hardly have reached in the old times, when the place was filled with liquid lava. These bushes look like parlor shrubs from the summit where you stand, and the file of visitors moving through them on their mules is diminished to a detachment of mice almost, and to them you, standing so high up against the sun, 10,000 feet above their heads, look no larger than a grasshopper. This in the morning, but at 3 or 4 in the afternoon 1,000 little patches of white clouds, like handfuls of wool, come drifting noiselessly, one after another, into the crater, like a procession of shrouded phantoms, and circle round and round the vast sides, and settle gradually down and mingle together until the colossal basin is filled to the brim with snowy fog and all its seared and desolate wonders are hidden from sight. And then you may turn your back to the crater and look far away upon the broad valley below, with its sugar houses glinting like white specks in the distance, and the great sugar fields diminished to green veils amid the lighter tinted verdure around them, and abroad upon the limitless ocean. But I should not say you look down, you look up at these things. You are 10,000 feet above them, but yet you seem to stand in a basin, with the green islands here and there, and the valleys and the wide ocean, and the remote snow peak of Mauna Loa, all raised up before and above you, and pictured out like a brightly tinted map hung at the ceiling of a room. You look up at everything, nothing is below you. It has a singular and startling effect to see a miniature world thus seemingly hung in mid-air. But soon the white clouds come trooping along in ghostly squadrons and mingle together in heavy masses a quarter of a mile below you and shut out everything, completely hide the sea and all the earth save the pinnacle you stand on. As far as the eye can reach, it finds nothing to rest upon but a boundless plain of clouds tumbled into all manner of fantastic shapes, a billowy ocean of wool aflame with the gold and purple and crimson splendors of the setting sun. And so firm does this grand cloud pavement look that you can hardly persuade yourself that you could not walk upon it, that if you stepped upon it you would plunge headlong and astonish your friends at dinner 10,000 feet below. Standing on that peak, with all the world shut out by that vast plain of clouds, a feeling of loneliness comes over a man which suggests to his mind the last man at the flood, perched high upon the last rock, with nothing visible on any side but a mournful waste of waters, and the ark departing dimly through the distant mists, and leaving him to storm and night and solitude and death. Notice of Mark Twain's lecture. The trouble is over. The inimitable Mark Twain delivered himself last night of his first lecture on the Sandwich Islands, or anything else. Some time before the hour appointed to open his head, the Academy of Music, on Pine Street, was densely crowded with one of the most fashionable audiences it was ever my privilege to witness during my long residence in this city. The elite of the town were there, and so was the governor of the state, occupying one of the boxes, whose rotund face was suffused with a halo of mirth during the whole entertainment. The audience promptly notified Mark by the usual sign, stamping, that the auspicious hour had arrived, and presently the lecturer came sidling and swinging out from the left of the stage. His very manner produced a generally vociferous laugh from the assemblage. He opened with an apology, by saying that he had partly succeeded in obtaining a band, but at the last moment the party engaged backed out. He explained that he had hired a man to play the trombone, but he, on learning that he was the only person engaged, came at the last moment and informed him that he could not play. This placed Mark in a bad predicament, and wishing to know his reasons for deserting him at that critical moment, he replied that he wasn't going to make a fool of himself by sitting up there on the stage and blowing his horn all by himself. After the applause subsided, he assumed a very grave countenance and commenced his remarks proper with the following well-known sentence: when, in the course of human events, etc., he lectured fully an hour and a quarter, and his humorous sayings were interspersed with geographical, agricultural, and statistical remarks, sometimes branching off and reaching beyond, soaring, in the very choicest language, up to the very pinnacle of descriptive power. Appendix E from The Jumping Frog book, Mark Twain's first published volume. See chapters 58 and Licks. Advertisement. Mark Twain is too well known to the public to require a formal introduction at my hands. By his story of the frog, he scaled the heights of popularity at a single jump and won for himself the sobriquet of the wild humorist of the Pacific slope. He is also known to fame as the moralist of the Main, and it is not unlikely that as such he will go down to posterity. It is in his secondary character, as humorist, however, rather than in the primal one of moralist, that I aim to present him in the present volume. And here a ready explanation will be found for the somewhat fragmentary character of many of these sketches, for it was necessary to snatch threads of humor wherever they could be found, very often detaching them from serious articles and moral essays with which they were woven and entangled. Originally written for newspaper publication, many of the articles referred to events of the day, the interest of which has now passed away, and contained local allusions, which the general reader would fail to understand. In such cases, excision became imperative. Further than this, remark or comment is unnecessary. Mark Twain never resorts to tricks of spelling nor rhetorical buffoonery for the purpose of provoking a laugh. The vein of his humor runs too rich and deep to make surface gliding necessary. But there are few who can resist the quaint similes, keen satire, and hard, good sense which form the staple of his writing. J.P. 2 from Answers to Correspondents. Moral statistician, I don't want any of your statistics. I took your whole batch and lit my pipe with it. I hate your kind of people. You are always ciphering out how much a man's health is injured, and how much his intellect is impaired, and how many pitiful dollars and cents he wastes in the course of 92 years' indulgence in the fatal practice of smoking, and in the equally fatal practice of drinking coffee, and in playing billiards occasionally, and in taking a glass of wine at dinner, etc., etc., etc. Of course, you can save money by denying yourself all these vicious little enjoyments for 50 years. But then what can you do with it? What use can you put it to? Money can't save your infinitesimal soul. All the use that money can be put to is to purchase comfort and enjoyment in this life. Therefore, as you are an enemy to comfort and enjoyment, where is the use in accumulating cash? It won't do for you to say that you can use it to better purpose in furnishing good table, and in charities, and in supporting tract societies, because you know yourself that you people who have no petty vices are never known to give away a cent, and that you stint yourselves so in the matter of food that you are always feeble and hungry. And you never dare to laugh in the daytime for fear some poor wretch, seeing you in a good humor, will try to borrow $1 of you, and in church you are always down on your knees, with your eyes buried in the cushion, when the contribution box comes around, and you never give the revenue officers a true statement of your income. Now you all know all these things yourself, don't you? Very well, then, what is the use of your stringing out your miserable lives to a clean and withered old age? What is the use of your saving money that is so utterly worthless to you? In a word, why don't you go off somewhere and die, and not be always trying to seduce people into becoming as ornery and unlovable as you are yourselves, by your ceaseless and villainous moral statistics? Now, I don't approve of dissipation, and I don't indulge in it either, but I haven't a particle of confidence in a man who has no redeeming petty vices whatever, and so I don't want to hear from you any more. I think you are the very same man who read me a long lecture last week about the degrading vice of smoking cigars and then came back, in my absence, with your vile, reprehensible fireproof gloves on, and carried off my beautiful parlor stove. 3 from A Strange Dream. Example of Mark Twain's early descriptive writing. In due time I stood, with my companion, on the wall of the vast cauldron which the natives, ages ago, named Hail Mau Mau, the abyss wherein they were wont to throw the remains of their chiefs, to the end that vulgar feet might never tread above them. We stood there, at dead of night, a mile above the level of the sea, and looked down 1,000 feet upon a boiling, surging, roaring ocean of fire, shaded our eyes from the blinding glare, and gazed far away over the crimson waves with a vague notion that a supernatural fleet, manned by demons and freighted with the damned, might presently sail up out of the remote distance, started when tremendous thunderbursts shook the earth, and followed with fascinated eyes the grand jets of molten lava that sprang high up toward the zenith and exploded in a world of fiery spray that lit up the somber heavens with an infernal splendor. What is your little bonfire of Vesuvius to this? My ejaculation roused my companion from his reverie, and we fell into a conversation appropriate to the occasion and the surroundings. We came at last to speak of the ancient custom of casting the bodies of dead chieftains into this fearful cauldron, and my comrade, who is of the blood royal, mentioned that the founder of his race, old King Kamehameha I, that invincible old pagan Alexander, had found other sepulture than the burning depths of the Hail Mau Mau. I grew interested at once. I knew that the mystery of what became of the corpse of the warrior King Hail never been fathomed. I was aware that there was a legend connected with this matter, and I felt as if there could be no more fitting time to listen to it than the present. The descendant of the Kamehamehas said, "The dead king was brought in royal state down the long, winding road that descends from the rim of the crater to the scorched and chasm-riven plain that lies between the Hail Mau Mau and those beetling walls yonder in the distance. The guards were set, and the troops of mourners began the weird wail for the departed. In the middle of the night came a sound of innumerable voices in the air and the rush of invisible wings. The funeral torches wavered, burned blue, and went out. The mourners and watchers fell to the ground paralyzed by fright, and many minutes elapsed before any one dared to move or speak, for they believed that the phantom messengers of the dread goddess of fire had been in their midst. When at last the torch was lighted, the bier was vacant. The dead monarch had been spirited away." Appendix F. The Innocents Abroad, see Chapter 60. New York, Herald, editorial on the return of the Quaker City pilgrimage, November 19, 1867. In yesterday's Herald we published a most amusing letter from the pen of that most amusing American genius, Mark Twain, giving an account of that most amusing of all modern pilgrimages, the pilgrimage of the Quaker City. It has been amusing all through, this Quaker City affair. It might have become more serious than amusing if the ship had been sold at Jaffa, Alexandria, or Yalta, in the Black Sea, as it appears might have happened. In such a case the passengers would have been more effectually sold than the ship. The descendants of the Puritan pilgrims have, naturally enough, some of them, an affection for ships. But if all that is said about this religious cruise be true, they have also a singularly sharp eye to business. It was scarcely wise on the part of the pilgrims, although it was well for the public, that so strange a genius as Mark Twain should have found admission into the sacred circle. We are not aware whether Mr. Twain intends giving us a book on this pilgrimage, but we do know that a book written from his own peculiar standpoint, giving an account of the characters and events on board ship and of the scenes which the pilgrims witnessed, would command an almost unprecedented sale. There are varieties of genius peculiar to America. Of one of these varieties Mark Twain is a striking specimen. For the development of his peculiar genius he has never had a more fitting opportunity. Besides, there are some things which he knows, and which the world ought to know, about this last edition of the Mayflower. Appendix G. Mark Twain at the Correspondence Club, Washington. See Chapter 63. Woman, a Eulogy of the Fair Sex. The Washington Correspondence Club held its anniversary on Saturday night. Mr. Clemens, better known as Mark Twain, responded to the toast. "Woman, the pride of the professions and the jewel of ours," he said. "Mr. President, I do not know why I should have been singled out to receive the greatest distinction of the evening, for so the office of replying to the toast to woman has been regarded in every age." Applause. "I do not know why I have received this distinction, unless it be that I am a trifle less homely than the other members of the club." But be this as it may, Mr. President, I am proud of the position, and you could not have chosen any one who would have accepted it more gladly, or labored with a heartier good will to do the subject justice, than I. Because, sir, I love the sex. Laughter. I love all the women, sir, irrespective of age or color. Laughter. Human intelligence cannot estimate what we owe to woman, sir. She sews on our buttons, laughter. She mends our clothes, laughter. She ropes us in at the church fairs. She confides in us. She tells us whatever she can find out about the private affairs of the neighbors. She gives good advice, and plenty of it. She gives us a piece of her mind sometimes, and sometimes all of it. She soothes our aching brows. She bears our children. Ours as a general thing. This last sentence appears in Twain's published speeches and may have been added later. D.W. In all relations of life, sir, it is but just and a graceful tribute to woman to say of her that she is a brick. Great laughter. Wheresoever you place woman, sir, in whatsoever position or estate, she is an ornament to that place she occupies, and a treasure to the world. Here Mr. Twain paused, looked inquiringly at his hearers, and remarked that the applause should come in at this point. It came in. Mr. Twain resumed his eulogy. Look at the noble names of history. Look at Cleopatra. Look at Desdemona. Look at Florence Nightingale. Look at Joan of Arc. Look at Lucretia Borgia. Disapprobation expressed. Well, said Mr. Twain, scratching his head doubtfully, suppose we let Lucretia slide. Look at Joyce Haight. Look at Mother Eve. I repeat, sir, look at the illustrious names of history. Look at the widow Macri. Look at Lucy Stone. Look at Elizabeth Cady Stanton. Look at George Francis Train. Great laughter. And, sir, I say with bowed head and deepest veneration, look at the mother of Washington. She raised a boy that could not lie, could not lie. Applause. But he never had any chance. It might have been different with him if he had belonged to a newspaper correspondence club. Laughter, groans, hisses, cries of, "Put him out!" Mark looked around placidly upon his excited audience, and resumed. I repeat, sir, that in whatsoever position you place a woman she is an ornament to society and a treasure to the world. As a sweetheart she has few equals and no superior, laughter. As a cousin she is convenient. As a wealthy grandmother with an incurable distemper she is precious. As a wet nurse she has no equal among men. Laughter. What, sir, would the people of this earth be without woman? They would be scarce, sir. Mighty scarce. Another line added later in the published speeches. D.W. Then let us cherish her, let us protect her, let us give her our support, our encouragement, our sympathy, ourselves, if we get a chance. Laughter. But jesting aside, Mr. President, woman is lovable, gracious, kind of heart, beautiful, worthy of all respect, of all esteem, of all deference. Not any here will refuse to drink her health right cordially, for each and every one of us has personally known, loved, and honored the very best one of them all, his own mother. Applause. Appendix H. Announcement for Lecture of July 2, 1868. See Chapter 66. The Public to Mark Twain, Correspondence. San Francisco, June 30th. Mr. Mark Twain, dear sir, hearing that you are about to sail for New York in the P.M.S.S. Company's steamer of the July 6th to publish a book, and learning with the deepest concern that you propose to read a chapter or two of that book in public before you go, we take this method of expressing our cordial desire that you will not. We beg and implore you do not. There is a limit to human endurance. We are your personal friends. We have your welfare at heart. We desire to see you prosper. And it is upon these accounts, and upon these only, that we urge you to desist from the new atrocity you contemplate. Yours truly. 60 names including Bret Harte Mosh, Jen, Ord Mosh, Jen, Halleck, the Orphan Asylum, and various benevolent societies, citizens on foot and horseback, and 1,500 in the steerage. Reply. San Francisco, June 30th. To the 1,500 and others, it seems to me that your course is entirely unprecedented. Heretofore, when lecturers, singers, actors, and other frauds have said they were about to leave town, you have always been the very first people to come out in a card beseeching them to hold on for just one night more, and inflict just one more performance on the public. But as soon as I want to take a farewell benefit, you come after me, with a card signed by the whole community and the Board of Aldermen, praying me not to do it. But it isn't of any use. You cannot move me from my fell purpose. I will torment the people if I want to. I have a better right to do it than these strange lecturers and orators that come here from abroad. It only costs the public $1 apiece, and if they can't stand it, what do they stay here for? Am I to go away and let them have peace and quiet for 1.5 years, and then come back and only lecture them twice? What do you take me for? No, gentlemen, ask of me anything else and I will do it cheerfully, but do not ask me not to afflict the people. I wish to tell them all I know about Venice. I wish to tell them about the city of the sea, that most venerable, most brilliant, and proudest republic the world has ever seen. I wish to hint at what it achieved in 1200 years, and what it lost in 200. I wish to furnish a deal of pleasant information, somewhat highly spiced, but still palatable, digestible, and eminently fitted for the intellectual stomach. My last lecture was not as fine as I thought it was, but I have submitted this discourse to several able critics, and they have pronounced it good. Now, therefore, why should I withhold it? Let me talk only just this once, and I will sail positively on the 6th of July, and stay away until I return from China, 2 years. Yours truly, Mark Twain. Further remonstrance. San Francisco, June 30th. Mr. Mark Twain, learning with profound regret that you have concluded to postpone your departure until the July 6th, and learning also, with unspeakable grief, that you propose to read from your forthcoming book, or lecture again before you go, at the New Mercantile Library, we hasten to beg of you that you will not do it. Curb this spirit of lawless violence, and emigrate at once. Have the vessel's bill for your passage sent to us. We will pay it. Your friends, Pacific Board of Brokers, and other financial and social institutions. San Francisco, June 30th. Mr. Mark Twain, dear sir, will you start now, without any unnecessary delay? Yours truly, proprietors of the Alta, Bulletin, Times, Call, Examiner, and other San Francisco publications. San Francisco, June 30th. Mr. Mark Twain, dear sir, do not delay your departure. You can come back and lecture another time. In the language of the worldly, you can cut and come again. Your friends, the clergy. San Francisco, June 30th. Mr. Mark Twain, dear sir, you had better go. Yours, the Chief of Police. Reply. San Francisco, June 30th. Gentlemen, restrain your emotions, you observe that they cannot avail. Read. New Mercantile Library, Bush Street. Thursday evening, July 2, 1868, one night only. Farewell lecture of Mark Twain's subject, the oldest of the Republic's Venice past and present. Box office open Wednesday and Thursday, no extra charge for reserved seats. Admission. $1 doors open at 7, orgies to commence at 8 p.m. The public displays and ceremonies projected to give fitting éclat to this occasion have been unavoidably delayed until the 4th. The lecture will be delivered certainly on the 2d, and the event will be celebrated 2 days afterward by a discharge of artillery on the 4th, a procession of citizens, the reading of the Declaration of Independence, and by a gorgeous display of fireworks from Russian Hill in the evening, which I have ordered at my sole expense, the cost amounting to $80,000. At New Mercantile Library, Bush Street, Thursday evening, July 2, 1868. Appendix I. Mark Twain's Championship of Thomas K. Beecher. See Chapter 74. There was a religious turmoil in Elmira in 1869, a disturbance among the ministers, due to the success of Thomas K. Beecher in a series of meetings he was conducting in the Opera House. Mr. Beecher's teachings had never been very orthodox or doctrinal, but up to this time they had been seemingly unobjectionable to his brother clergymen, who fraternized with him and joined with him in the Monday meetings of the Ministerial Union of Elmira, when each Monday a sermon was read by one of the members. The situation presently changed. Mr. Beecher was preaching his doubtful theology to large and nightly increasing audiences, and it was time to check the exodus. The Ministerial Union of Elmira not only declined to recognize and abet the Opera House gatherings, but they requested him to withdraw from their Monday meetings, on the ground that his teachings were pernicious. Mr. Beecher said nothing of the matter, and it was not made public until a notice of it appeared in a religious paper. Naturally, such a course did not meet with the approval of the Langdon family, and awoke the scorn of a man who so detested bigotry in any form as Mark Twain. He was a stranger in the place, and not justified to speak over his own signature, but he wrote an article and read it to members of the Langdon family and to Dr. and Mrs. Taylor, their intimate friends, who were spending an evening in the Langdon home. It was universally approved, and the next morning appeared in the Elmira Advertiser, over the signature of Escat. It created a stir, of course. The article follows: Mr. Beecher and the clergy. The Ministerial Union of Elmira, N.Y., at a recent meeting passed resolutions disapproving the teachings of Rev. T. K. Beecher, declining to cooperate with him in his Sunday evening services at the Opera House, and requesting him to withdraw from their Monday morning meeting. This has resulted in his withdrawal, and thus the pastors are relieved from further responsibility as to his action. N.Y. Evangelist. Per Beecher. All this time he could do whatever he pleased that was wrong, and then be perfectly serene and comfortable over it, because the Ministerial Union of Elmira was responsible to God for it. He could lie if he wanted to, and those ministers had to answer for it. He could promote discord in the Church of Christ, and those parties had to make it right with the deity as best they could. He could teach false doctrines to empty opera houses, and those sorrowing lambs of the Ministerial Union had to get out their sackcloth and ashes and stand responsible for it. He had such a comfortable thing of it. But he went too far. In an evil hour he slaughtered the simple geese that laid the golden egg of responsibility for him, and now they will uncover their customary complacency, and lift up their customary cackle in his behalf no more. And so, at last, he finds himself in the novel position of being responsible to God for his acts, instead of to the Ministerial Union of Elmira. To say that this is appalling is to state it with a degree of mildness which amounts to insipidity. We cannot justly estimate this calamity, without first reviewing certain facts that conspired to bring it about. Mr. Beecher was and is in the habit of preaching to a full congregation in the Independent Congregational Church, in this city. The meeting house was not large enough to accommodate all the people who desired admittance. Mr. Beecher regularly attended the meetings of the Ministerial Union of Elmira every Monday morning, and they received him into their fellowship, and never objected to the doctrines which he taught in his church. So, in an unfortunate moment, he conceived the strange idea that they would connive at the teaching of the same doctrines in the same way in a larger house. Therefore he secured the Opera House and proceeded to preach there every Sunday evening to assemblages comprising from 1,000 to 1,500 persons. He felt warranted in this course by a passage of Scripture which says, "Go ye into all the world and preach the gospel unto every creature." Opera houses were not ruled out specifically in this passage, and so he considered it proper to regard opera houses as a part of all the world. He looked upon the people who assembled there as coming under the head of every creature. These ideas were as absurd as they were far-fetched, but still they were the honest ebullitions of a diseased mind. His great mistake was in supposing that when he had the Saviour's endorsement of his conduct he had all that was necessary. He overlooked the fact that there might possibly be a conflict of opinion between the Saviour and the Ministerial Union of Elmira. And there was. Wherefore, blind and foolish Mr. Beecher went to his destruction. The Ministerial Union withdrew their approbation, and left him dangling in the air, with no other support than the countenance and approval of the gospel of Christ. Mr. Beecher invited his brother ministers to join forces with him and help him conduct the Opera House meetings. They declined with great unanimity. In this they were wrong. Since they did not approve of those meetings, it was a duty they owed to their consciences and their God to contrive their discontinuance. They knew this. They felt it. Yet they turned coldly away and refused to help at those meetings, when they well knew that their help, earnestly and persistently given, was able to kill any great religious enterprise that ever was conceived of. The ministers refused, and the calamitous meetings at the opera house continued, and not only continued, but grew in interest and importance, and sapped of their congregations churches where the gospel was preached with that sweet monotonous tranquility and that impenetrable profundity which stir up such consternation in the strongholds of sin. It is a pity to have to record here that one clergyman refused to preach at the opera house at Mr. Beecher's request, even when that incendiary was sick and disabled, and if that man's conscience justifies him in that refusal, I do not. Under the plea of charity for a sick brother, he could have preached to that opera house multitude a sermon that would have done incalculable damage to the opera house experiment. And he need not have been particular about the sermon he chose, either. He could have relied on any he had in his barrel. The opera house meetings went on. Other congregations were thin, and grew thinner, but the opera house assemblages were vast. Every Sunday night, in spite of sense and reason, multitudes passed by the churches where they might have been saved, and marched deliberately to the opera house to be damned. The community talked. Everybody discussed the fact that the ministerial union disapproved of the opera house meetings, also the fact that they disapproved of the teachings put forth there. And everybody wondered how the ministerial union could tell whether to approve or disapprove of those teachings, seeing that those clergymen had never attended an opera house meeting, and therefore didn't know what was taught there. Everybody wondered over that curious question, and they had to take it out in wondering. Mr. Beecher asked the ministerial union to state their objections to the opera house matter. They could not, at least they did not. He said to them that if they would come squarely out and tell him that they desired the discontinuance of those meetings, he would discontinue them. They declined to do that. Why should they have declined? They had no right to decline, and no excuse to decline, if they honestly believed that those meetings interfered in the slightest degree with the best interests of religion. That is a proposition which the profoundest head among them cannot get around. But the opera house meetings went on. That was the mischief of it. And so, one Monday morning, when Mr. B. appeared at the usual ministers' meeting, his brother clergymen desired him to come there no more. He asked why. They gave no reason. They simply declined to have his company longer. Mr. B. said he could not accept of this execution without a trial, and since he loved them and had nothing against them, he must insist upon meeting with them in the future just the same as ever. And so, after that, they met in secret, and thus got rid of this man's importunate affection. The ministerial union had ruled out Beecher, a point gained. He would get up an excitement about it in public. But that was a miscalculation. He never mentioned it. They waited and waited for the grand crash, but it never came. After all their labor pains, their ministerial mountain had brought forth only a mouse, and a stillborn one at that. Beecher had not told on them. Beecher malignantly persisted in not telling on them. The opportunity was slipping away. Alas, for the humiliation of it, they had to come out and tell it themselves. And after all, their bombshell did not hurt anybody when they did explode it. They had ceased to be responsible to God for Beecher, and yet nobody seemed paralyzed about it. Somehow, it was not even of sufficient importance, apparently, to get into the papers, though even the poor little facts that Smith has bought a trotting team and Alderman Jones's child has the measles are chronicled there with avidity. Something must be done. As the ministerial union had told about their desolating action, when nobody else considered it of enough importance to tell, they would also publish it, now that the reporters failed to see anything in it important enough to print. And so they startled the entire religious world, no doubt, by solemnly printing in the Evangelist the paragraph which heads this article. They have got their excommunication bull started at last. It is going along quite lively now, and making considerable stir, let us hope. They even know it in Podunk, wherever that may be. It excited a 2-line paragraph there. Happy, happy world, that knows at last that a little congress of congregationless clergymen of whom it had never heard before have crushed a famous Beecher, and reduced his audiences from 1,500 down to 1,475 at one fell blow. Happy, happy world, that knows at last that these obscure innocents are no longer responsible for the blemishless teachings, the power, the pathos, the logic, and the other and manifold intellectual pyrotechnics that seduce, but to damn, the opera house assemblages every Sunday night in Elmira. And miserable, O thrice miserable Beecher! For the ministerial union of Elmira will never, no, never more be responsible to God for his shortcomings. Excuse these tears. For the protection of a man who is uniformly charged with all the newspaper deviltry that sees the light in Elmira journals, I take this opportunity of stating, under oath, duly subscribed before a magistrate, that Mr. Beecher did not write this article. And further still, that he did not inspire it. And further still, the Ministerial Union of Elmira did not write it. And finally, the Ministerial Union did not ask me to write it. No, I have taken up this cudgel in defense of the Ministerial Union of Elmira solely from a love of justice. Without solicitation, I have constituted myself the champion of the Ministerial Union of Elmira, and it shall be a labor of love with me to conduct their side of a quarrel in print for them whenever they desire me to do it. Or if they are busy, and have not the time to ask me, I will cheerfully do it anyhow. In closing this, I must remark that if any question the right of the clergymen of Elmira to turn Mr. Beecher out of the Ministerial Union, to such I answer that Mr. Beecher recreated that institution after it had been dead for many years, and invited those gentlemen to come into it, which they did, and so of course they have a right to turn him out if they want to. The difference between Beecher and the man who put an adder in his bosom is, that Beecher put in more adders than he did, and consequently had a proportionately livelier time of it when they got warmed up. Cheerfully, Cat. Appendix J. The indignity put upon the remains of George Holland by the Rev. Mr. Sabine. See Chapter 77. What a ludicrous satire it was upon Christian charity, even upon the vague, theoretical idea of it which doubtless this small saint mouths from his own pulpit every Sunday. Contemplate this freak of nature, and think what a Cardiff giant of self-righteousness is crowded into his pygmy skin. If we probe, and dissect, and lay open this diseased, this cancerous piety of his, we are forced to the conviction that it is the production of an impression on his part that his guild do about all the good that is done on the earth, and hence are better than common clay, hence are competent to say to such as George Holland, "You are unworthy, you are a play-actor, and consequently a sinner. I cannot take the responsibility of recommending you to the mercy of heaven." It must have had its origin in that impression, else he would have thought, "We are all instruments for the carrying out of God's purposes. It is not for me to pass judgment upon your appointed share of the work, or to praise or to revile it. I have divine authority for it that we are all sinners, and therefore it is not for me to discriminate and say we will supplicate for this sinner, for he was a merchant prince or a banker, but we will beseech no forgiveness for this other one, for he was a play-actor." It surely requires the furthest possible reach of self-righteousness to enable a man to lift his scornful nose in the air and turn his back upon so poor and pitiable a thing as a dead stranger come to beg the last kindness that humanity can do in its behalf. This creature has violated the letter of the gospel, and judged George Holland, not George Holland either, but his profession through him. Then it is, in a measure, fair that we judge this creature's guild through him. In effect, he has said, "We are the salt of the earth, we do all the good work that is done. To learn how to be good and do good men must come to us, actors, and such are obstacles to moral progress." Pray look at the thing reasonably a moment, laying aside all biases of education and custom. If a common public impression is fair evidence of a thing, then this minister's legitimate, recognized, and acceptable business is to tell people calmly, coldly, and in stiff, written sentences, from the pulpit, to go and do right, be just, be merciful, be charitable. And his congregation forget it all between church and home. But for 50 years it was George Holland's business on the stage to make his audience go and do right, and be just, merciful, and charitable, because by his living, breathing, feeling pictures he showed them what it was to do these things, and how to do them, and how instant and ample was the reward. Is it not a singular teacher of men, this reverend gentleman who is so poorly informed himself as to put the whole stage under ban, and say, "I do not think it teaches moral lessons"? Where was ever a sermon preached that could make filial ingratitude so hateful to men as the sinful play of King Lear? Or where was there ever a sermon that could so convince men of the wrong and the cruelty of harboring a pampered and unanalyzed jealousy as the sinful play of Othello? And where are there 10 preachers who can stand in the pulpit preaching heroism, unselfish devotion, and lofty patriotism, and hold their own against any one of 500 William Tells that can be raised upon 500 stages in the land at a day's notice. It is almost fair and just to aver, although it is profanity, that 9/10 of all the kindness and forbearance and Christian charity and generosity in the hearts of the American people today got there by being filtered down from their fountainhead, the gospel of Christ, through dramas and tragedies and comedies on the stage, and through the despised novel and the Christmas story, and through the 1,001 lessons, suggestions, and narratives of generous deeds that stir the pulses, and exalt and augment the nobility of the nation day by day from the teeming columns of 10,000 newspapers, and not from the drowsy pulpit. All that is great and good in our particular civilization came straight from the hand of Jesus Christ, and many creatures, and of divers sorts, were doubtless appointed to disseminate it. And let us believe that this seed and the result are the main thing, and not the cut of the sower's garment, and that whosoever, in his way and according to his opportunity, sows the one and produces the other, has done high service and worthy. And further, let us try with all our strength to believe that whenever old simple-hearted George Holland sowed this seed, and reared his crop of broader charities and better impulses in men's hearts, it was just as acceptable before the throne as if the seed had been scattered in vapid platitudes from the pulpit of the ineffable Sabine himself. Am I saying that the pulpit does not do its share toward disseminating the marrow, the meat of the gospel of Christ? For we are not talking of ceremonies and wire-drawn creeds now, but the living heart and soul of what is pretty often only a spectre. No, I am not saying that. The pulpit teaches assemblages of people twice a week nearly 2 hours altogether, and does what it can in that time. The theater teaches large audiences 7 times a week, 28 or 30 hours altogether, and the novels and newspapers plead, and argue, and illustrate, stir, move, thrill, thunder, urge, persuade, and supplicate, at the feet of millions and millions of people every single day, and all day long and far into the night, and so these vast agencies till 9/10 of the vineyard, and the pulpit tills the other 10th. Yet now and then some complacent blind idiot says, "You unanointed are coarse clay and useless, you are not as we, the regenerators of the world, go, bury yourselves elsewhere, for we cannot take the responsibility of recommending idlers and sinners to the yearning mercy of heaven." How does a soul like that stay in a carcass without getting mixed with the secretions and sweated out through the pores? Think of this insect condemning the whole theatrical service as a disseminator of bad morals because it has black crooks in it, forgetting that if that were sufficient ground people would condemn the pulpit because it had crooks and colics and sabines in it. No, I am not trying to rob the pulpit of any atom of its full share and credit in the work of disseminating the meat and marrow of the gospel of Christ, but I am trying to get a moment's hearing for worthy agencies in the same work, that with overwrought modesty seldom or never claim a recognition of their great services. I am aware that the pulpit does its excellent 1/10, and credits itself with it now and then, though most of the time a press of business causes it to forget it. I am aware that in its honest and well-meaning way it bores the people with uninflammable truisms about doing good, bores them with correct compositions on charity, bores them, chloroforms them, stupefies them with argumentative mercy without a flaw in the grammar or an emotion which the minister could put in the right place if he turned his back and took his finger off the manuscript. And in doing these things the pulpit is doing its duty, and let us believe that it is likewise doing its best, and doing it in the most harmless and respectable way. And so I have said, and shall keep on saying, let us give the pulpit its full share of credit in elevating and ennobling the people. But when a pulpit takes to itself authority to pass judgment upon the work and worth of just as legitimate an instrument of God as itself, who spent a long life preaching from the stage the selfsame gospel without the alteration of a single sentiment or a single axiom of right, it is fair and just that somebody who believes that actors were made for a high and good purpose, and that they accomplish the object of their creation and accomplish it well, should protest. And having protested, it is also fair and just, being driven to it, as it were, to whisper to the Sabine pattern of clergymen, under the breath, a simple, instructive truth, and say, "Ministers are not the only servants of God upon earth, nor his most efficient ones, either, by a very, very long distance." Sensible ministers already know this, and it may do the other kind good to find it out. But to cease teaching and go back to the beginning again, was it not pitiable, that spectacle? Honored and honorable old George Holland, whose theatrical ministry had for 50 years softened hard hearts, bred generosity in cold ones, kindled emotion in dead ones, uplifted base ones, broadened bigoted ones, and made many and many a stricken one glad and filled it brimful of gratitude, figuratively spit upon in his unoffending coffin by this crawling, slimy, sanctimonious, self-righteous reptile. Appendix K. Substitute for Roloff. Have we a Sidney Carton among us? See Chapter 82. To Editor of Tribune. Sir, I believe in capital punishment. I believe that when a murder has been done it should be answered for with blood. I have all my life been taught to feel this way, and the fetters of education are strong. The fact that the death law is rendered almost inoperative by its very severity does not alter my belief in its righteousness. The fact that in England the proportion of executions to condemnations is 1 to 16, and in this country only 1 to 22, and in France only 1 to 38, does not shake my steadfast confidence in the propriety of retaining the death penalty. It is better to hang one murderer in 16, 22, 38 than not to hang any at all. Feeling as I do, I am not sorry that Roloff is to be hanged, but I am sincerely sorry that he himself has made it necessary that his vast capabilities for usefulness should be lost to the world. In this, mine and the public's is a common regret. For it is plain that in the person of Roloff one of the most marvelous of intellects that any age has produced is about to be sacrificed, and that, too, while half the mystery of its strange powers is yet a secret. Here is a man who has never entered the doors of a college or a university, and yet by the sheer might of his innate gifts has made himself such a colossus in abstruse learning that the ablest of our scholars are but pygmies in his presence. By the evidence of Professor Mather, Mr. Surbridge, Mr. Richmond, and other men qualified to testify, this man is as familiar with the broad domain of philology as common men are with the passing events of the day. His memory has such a limitless grasp that he is able to quote sentence after sentence, paragraph after paragraph, chapter after chapter, from a gnarled and knotty ancient literature that ordinary scholars are capable of achieving little more than a bowing acquaintance with. But his memory is the least of his great endowments. By the testimony of the gentleman above referred to, he is able to critically analyze the works of the old masters of literature, and while pointing out the beauties of the originals with a pure and discriminating taste is as quick to detect the defects of the accepted translations. And in the latter case, if exceptions be taken to his judgment, he straightway opens up the quarries of his exhaustless knowledge, and builds a very Chinese wall of evidence around his position. Every learned man who enters Roloff's presence leaves it amazed and confounded by his prodigious capabilities and attainments. One scholar said he did not believe that in matters of subtle analysis, vast knowledge in his peculiar field of research, comprehensive grasp of subject, and serene kingship over its limitless and bewildering details, any land or any era of modern times had given birth to Roloff's intellectual equal. What miracles this murderer might have wrought, and what luster he might have shed upon his country, if he had not put a forfeit upon his life so foolishly. But what if the law could be satisfied, and the gifted criminal still be saved? If a life be offered up on the gallows to atone for the murder Roloff did, will that suffice? If so, give me the proofs, for in all earnestness and truth I aver that in such a case I will instantly bring forward a man who, in the interests of learning and science, will take Roloff's crime upon himself, and submit to be hanged in Roloff's place. I can, and will do this thing, and I propose this matter, and make this offer in good faith. You know me, and know my address. Samuel Langhorne. April 29, 1871. Appendix L about London address at a dinner given by the Savage Club, London, September 28, 1872. See Chapter 87. Reported by Moncure D. Conway in the Cincinnati Commercial. It affords me sincere pleasure to meet this distinguished club, a club which has extended its hospitalities and its cordial welcome to so many of my countrymen. I hope, and here the speaker's voice became low and fluttering, you will excuse these clothes. I am going to the theater. That will explain these clothes. I have other clothes than these. Judging human nature by what I have seen of it, I suppose that the customary thing for a stranger to do when he stands here is to make a pun on the name of this club, under the impression, of course, that he is the first man that idea has occurred to. It is a credit to our human nature, not a blemish upon it, for it shows that underlying all our depravity, and God knows and you know we are depraved enough, and all our sophistication, and untarnished by them, there is a sweet germ of innocence and simplicity still. When a stranger says to me, with a glow of inspiration in his eye, some gentle, innocuous little thing about Twain and one flesh, and all that sort of thing, I don't try to crush that man into the earth. No, I feel like saying, "Let me take you by the hand, sir, let me embrace you. I have not heard that pun for weeks. We will deal in palpable puns. We will call parties named King, Your Majesty, and we will say to the Smiths that we think we have heard that name before somewhere." Such is human nature. We cannot alter this. It is God that made us so for some good and wise purpose. Let us not repine. But though I may seem strange, may seem eccentric, I mean to refrain from punning upon the name of this club, though I could make a very good one if I had time to think about it, a week. I cannot express to you what entire enjoyment I find in this first visit to this prodigious metropolis of yours. Its wonders seem to me to be limitless. I go about as in a dream, as in a realm of enchantment, where many things are rare and beautiful, and all things are strange and marvelous. Hour after hour I stand spellbound, as it were, and gaze upon the statuary in Leicester Square. Leicester Square being a horrible chaos, with the relic of an equestrian statue in the center, the king being headless and limbless, and the horse in little better condition. I visit the mortuary effigies of noble old Henry VIII, and Judge Jeffreys, and the preserved gorilla, and try to make up my mind which of my ancestors I admire the most. I go to that matchless Hyde Park and drive all around it, and then I start to enter it at the Marble Arch, and am induced to change my mind. Cabs are not permitted in Hyde Park, nothing less aristocratic than a private carriage. It is a great benefaction, is Hyde Park. There, in his hansom cab, the invalid can go, the poor, sad child of misfortune, and insert his nose between the railings, and breathe the pure, health-giving air of the country and of heaven. And if he is a swell invalid who isn't obliged to depend upon parks for his country air, he can drive inside, if he owns his vehicle. I drive round and round Hyde Park, and the more I see of the edges of it the more grateful I am that the margin is extensive. And I have been to the Zoological Gardens. What a wonderful place that is! I have never seen such a curious and interesting variety of wild animals in any garden before, except Mabille. I never believed before there were so many different kinds of animals in the world as you can find there, and I don't believe it yet. I have been to the British Museum. I would advise you to drop in there sometime when you have nothing to do for 5 minutes, if you have never been there. It seems to me the noblest monument this nation has yet erected to her greatness. I say to her, our greatness, as a nation. True, she has built other monuments, and stately ones, as well, but these she has uplifted in honor of 2 or 3 colossal demigods who have stalked across the world stage, destroying tyrants and delivering nations, and whose prodigies will still live in the memories of men ages after their monuments shall have crumbled to dust. I refer to the Wellington and Nelson monuments, and the Albert Memorial. Sarcasm. The Albert Memorial is the finest monument in the world, and celebrates the existence of as commonplace a person as good luck ever lifted out of obscurity. The library at the British Museum I find particularly astounding. I have read there hours together, and hardly made an impression on it. I revere that library. It is the author's friend. I don't care how mean a book is, it always takes one copy. A copy of every book printed in Great Britain must by law be sent to the British Museum, a law much complained of by publishers, and then every day that author goes there to gaze at that book, and is encouraged to go on in the good work. And what a touching sight it is of a Saturday afternoon to see the poor, careworn clergymen gathered together in that vast reading-room cabbaging sermons for Sunday. You will pardon my referring to these things. Everything in this monster city interests me, and I cannot keep from talking, even at the risk of being instructive. People here seem always to express distances by parables. To a stranger it is just a little confusing to be so parabolic, so to speak. I call her a citizen, and I think I am going to get some valuable information out of him. I asked him how far it is to Birmingham, and he says it is 21 shillings and sixpence. Now we know that doesn't help a man who is trying to learn. I find myself downtown somewhere, and I want to get some sort of idea where I am, being usually lost when alone, and I stop a citizen and say, "How far is it to Charing Cross?" "Shilling fare in a cab." And off he goes. I suppose if I were to ask a Londoner how far it is from the sublime to the ridiculous, he would try to express it in a coin. But I am trespassing upon your time with these geological statistics and historical reflections. I will not longer keep you from your orgies. 'Tis a real pleasure for me to be here, and I thank you for it. The name of the Savage Club is associated in my mind with the kindly interest and the friendly offices which you lavished upon an old friend of mine who came among you a stranger, and you opened your English hearts to him, and gave him a welcome and a home, Artemus Ward. Asking that you will join me, I give you his memory. Appendix M. Letter written to Mrs. Clemens from Boston, November, 1874, prophesying a monarchy in 61 years. See Chapter 97. Boston, November 16, 1935. Dear Livy, you observe I still call this beloved old place by the name it had when I was young. Limerick. It is enough to make a body sick. The gentlemen in waiting stare to see me sit here telegraphing this letter to you, and no doubt they are smiling in their sleeves. But let them. The slow old fashions are good enough for me, thank God, and I will none other. When I see one of these modern fools sit absorbed, holding the end of a telegraph wire in his hand, and reflect that 1,000 miles away there is another fool hitched to the other end of it, it makes me frantic with rage, and then I am more implacably fixed and resolved than ever to continue taking 20 minutes to telegraph you what I might communicate in 10 seconds by the new way if I would so debase myself. And when I see a whole silent, solemn drawing room full of idiots sitting with their hands on each other's foreheads, communing, I tug the white hairs from my head and curse till my asthma brings me the blessed relief of suffocation. In our old days such a gathering talked pure drivel and rot, mostly, but better that, 1,000 times, than these dreary conversational funerals that oppress our spirits in this mad generation. It is 60 years since I was here before. I walked hither then with my precious old friend. It seems incredible now that we did it in 2 days, but such is my recollection. I no longer mention that we walked back in a single day. It makes me so furious to see doubt in the face of the hearer. Men were men in those old times. Think of one of the puerile organisms in this effeminate age attempting such a feat. My airship was delayed by a collision with a fellow from China loaded with the usual cargo of jabbering, copper-colored missionaries, and so I was nearly an hour on my journey. But by the goodness of God 13 of the missionaries were crippled and several killed, so I was content to lose the time. I love to lose time anyway because it brings soothing reminiscences of the creeping railroad days of old, now lost to us forever. Our game was neatly played, and successfully. None expected us, of course. You should have seen the guards at the Ducal Palace stare when I said, "Announce His Grace the Archbishop of Dublin and the Right Honourable the Earl of Hertford." Arrived within, we were all eyes to see the Duke of Cambridge and his Duchess, wondering if we might remember their faces and they ours. In a moment they came tottering in, he, bent and withered and bald, she, blooming with wholesome old age. He peered through his glasses a moment, then screeched in a reedy voice, "Come to my arms! Away with titles! I'll know ye by no names but Twain and Twitchell!" Then fell he on our necks and jammed his trumpet in his ear, the which we filled with shoutings to this effect, "God bless you, old Howells! What is left of you?" We talked late that night, none of your silent idiot communings, for us, of the olden time. We rolled a stream of ancient anecdotes over our tongues and drank till the Lord Archbishop grew so mellow in the mellow past that Dublin ceased to be Dublin to him, and resumed its sweeter, forgotten name of New York. In truth, he almost got back into his ancient religion, too, good Jesuit as he has always been since O'Mulligan the first established that faith in the empire. And we canvassed everybody. Bailey Aldrich, Marquis of Ponkapog, came in, got nobly drunk, and told us all about how poor Osgood lost his earldom and was hanged for conspiring against the second emperor. But he didn't mention how near he himself came to being hanged, too, for engaging in the same enterprise. He was as chaffy as he was 60 years ago, too, and swore the Archbishop and I never walked to Boston. But there was never a day that Ponkapog wouldn't lie, so be it by the grace of God he got the opportunity. The Lord High Admiral came in, a hale gentleman close upon 70 and bronzed by the suns and storms of many climes and scarred by the wounds got in many battles, and I told him how I had seen him sit in a high chair and eat fruit and cakes and answer to the name of Johnny. His granddaughter, the eldest, is but lately married to the youngest of the Grand Dukes, and so who knows but a day may come when the blood of the Howelses may reign in the land? I must not forget to say, while I think of it, that your new false teeth are done, my dear, and your wig. Keep your head well bundled with a shawl till the latter comes, and so cheat your persecuting neuralgias and rheumatisms. Would you believe it? The Duchess of Cambridge is deafer than you, deafer than her husband. They call her to breakfast with a salvo of artillery, and usually when it thunders she looks up expectantly and says, "Come in." But she has become subdued and gentle with age and never destroys the furniture now, except when uncommonly vexed. God knows, my dear, it would be a happy thing if you and old Lady Harmony would imitate this spirit. But indeed the older you grow the less secure becomes the furniture. When I throw chairs through the window I have sufficient reason to back it. But you are but a creature of passion. The monument to the author of Glover's Son and His Silent Partners is finished. Ralph Keeler. See Chapter 83. It is the stateliest and the costliest ever erected to the memory of any man. This noble classic has now been translated into all the languages of the earth, and is adored by all nations and known to all creatures. Yet I have conversed as familiarly with the author of it as I do with my own great-grandchildren. I wish you could see old Cambridge and Ponkapog. I love them as dearly as ever, but privately, my dear, they are not much improvement on idiots. It is melancholy to hear them jabber over the same pointless anecdotes 3 and 4 times of an evening, forgetting that they had jabbered them over 3 or 4 times the evening before. Ponkapog still writes poetry, but the old-time fire has mostly gone out of it. Perhaps his best effort of late years is this: "O soul, soul, soul of mine! Soul, soul, soul of throw! Thy soul, my soul, 2 souls entwine, and sing thy lauds in crystal wine." This he goes about repeating to everybody, daily and nightly, insomuch that he has become a sore affliction to all that know him. But I must desist. There are draughts here everywhere, and my gout is something frightful. My left foot hath resemblance to a snuff bladder. God be with you. Hertford. These to Lady Hertford, in the Earldom of Hertford, in the upper portion of the city of Dublin. Appendix and Mark Twain and copyright I petition. Concerning copyright 1875, see Chapter 102. To the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States and Congress assembled. We, your petitioners, do respectfully represent as follows, viz., that justice, plain and simple, is a thing which right-feeling men stand ready at all times to accord to brothers and strangers alike. All such men will concede that it is but plain, simple justice that American authors should be protected by copyright in Europe, also, that European authors should be protected by copyright here. Both divisions of this proposition being true, it behooves our government to concern itself with that division of it which comes peculiarly within its province, viz., the latter moiety, and to grant to foreign authors with all convenient dispatch a full and effective copyright in America without marring the grace of the act by stopping to inquire whether a similar justice will be done our own authors by foreign governments. If it were even known that those governments would not extend this justice to us, it would still not justify us in withholding this manifest right from their authors. If a thing is right, it ought to be done. The thing called expediency or policy has no concern with such a matter. And we desire to repeat, with all respect, that it is not a grace or a privilege we ask for our foreign brethren, but a right received from God, and only denied them by man. We hold no ownership in these authors, and when we take their work from them, as at present, without their consent, it is robbery. The fact that the handiwork of our own authors is seized in the same way in foreign lands neither excuses nor mitigates our sin. With your permission, we will say here, over our signatures, and earnestly and sincerely, that we very greatly desire that you shall grant a full copyright to foreign authors, the copyright fee for the entry in the office of the Congressional Librarian to be the same as we pay ourselves. And we also as greatly desire that this grant shall be made without a single hampering stipulation that American authors shall receive in turn an advantage of any kind from foreign governments. Since no author who was applied to hesitated for a moment to append his signature to this petition, we are satisfied that if time had permitted we could have procured the signature of every writer in the United States, great and small, obscure or famous. As it is, the list comprises the names of about all our writers whose works have at present a European market, and who are therefore chiefly concerned in this matter. No objection to our proposition can come from any reputable publisher among us, or does come from such a quarter, as the appended signatures of our greatest publishing firms will attest. A European copyright here would be a manifest advantage to them. As the matter stands now, the moment they have thoroughly advertised a desirable foreign book, and thus at great expense aroused public interest in it, some small-spirited speculator, who has lain still in his kennel and spent nothing, rushes the same book on the market and robs the respectable publisher of half the gains. Then, since neither our authors nor the decent among our publishing firms will object to granting an American copyright to foreign authors and artists, who can there be to object? Surely nobody whose protest is entitled to any weight. Trusting in the righteousness of our cause, we, your petitioners, will ever pray, etc. With great respect, your obit Serv.T.S. Circular to American Authors and Publishers. Dear Sir, we believe that you will recognize the justice and the righteousness of the thing we desire to accomplish through the accompanying petition. And we believe that you will be willing that our country shall be the first in the world to grant to all authors alike the free exercise of their manifest right to do as they please with the fruit of their own labor without inquiring what flag they live under. If the sentiments of the petition meet your views, will you do us the favor to sign it and forward it by post at your earliest convenience to our Secretary? Committee Address, Secretary of the Committee. 2. Communications supposed to have been written by the Tsar of Russia and the Sultan of Turkey to Mark Twain on the subject of international copyright, about 1890. St. Petersburg, February. Colonel Mark Twain, Washington. Your cablegram received. It should have been transmitted through my minister, but let that pass. I am opposed to international copyright. At present, American literature is harmless here because we doctor it in such a way as to make it approve the various beneficent devices which we use to keep our people favorable to fetters as jewelry and pleased with Siberia as a summer resort. But your bill would spoil this. We should be obliged to let you say your say in your own way. Voila! My empire would be a republic in 5 years and I should be sampling Siberia myself. If you should run across Mr. Kennan, George Kennan, who had graphically pictured the fearful conditions of Siberian exile, please ask him to come over and give some readings. I will take good care of him. Alexander 3. 144 Collect. Constantinople, February. Dr. Mark Twain, Washington. Great Scott, no! By the beard of the prophet, no! How can you ask such a thing of me? I am a man of family. I cannot take chances, like other people. I cannot let a literature come in here which teaches that a man's wife is as good as the man himself. Such a doctrine cannot do any particular harm, of course, where the man has only one wife, for then it is a dead level between them, and there is no humiliating inequality, and no resulting disorder. But you take an extremely married person, like me, and go to teaching that his wife is 964 times as good as he is. And what's held to that harem, dear friend? I never saw such a fool as you. Do not mind that expression. I already regret it, and would replace it with a softer one if I could do it without debauching the truth. I beseech you, do not pass that bill. Roberts College is quite all the American product we can stand just now. On top of that, do you want to send us a flood of freedom-shrieking literature which we can't edit the poison out of, but must let it go among our people just as it is? My friend, we should be a republic inside of 10 years. Abdul 2. 3. Mark Twain's last suggestion on copyright. A memorial respectfully tendered to the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives. Prepared early in 1909 at the suggestion of Mr. Champ Clack but not offered. A bill adding 14 years to the copyright period was passed about this time. The policy of Congress. 19 or 20 years ago, James Russell Lowell, George Haven Putnam, and the undersigned appeared before the Senate Committee on Patents in the interest of copyright. Up to that time, as explained by Senator Platt, of Connecticut, the policy of Congress had been to limit the life of a copyright by a term of years, with one definite end in view, and only one, to wit, that after an author had been permitted to enjoy for a reasonable length of time the income from literary property created by his hand and brain, the property should then be transferred to the public as a free gift. That is still the policy of Congress today. The purpose in view was clear: to so reduce the price of the book as to bring it within the reach of all purses, and spread it among the millions who had not been able to buy it while it was still under the protection of copyright. The purpose defeated, this purpose has always been defeated. That is to say, that while the death of a copyright has sometimes reduced the price of a book by a half for a while, and in some cases by even more, it has never reduced it vastly, nor accomplished any reduction that was permanent and secure. The reason is simple: Congress has never made a reduction compulsory. Congress was convinced that the removal of the author's royalty and the book's consequent, or at least probable, dispersal among several competing publishers would make the book cheap by force of the competition. It was an error. It has not turned out so. The reason is, a publisher cannot find profit in an exceedingly cheap edition if he must divide the market with competitors. Proposed remedy. The natural remedy would seem to be amended law requiring the issue of cheap editions. Copyright extension. I think the remedy could be accomplished in the following way: without injury to author or publisher, and with extreme advantage to the public, by an amendment to the existing law providing as follows, to wit, that at any time between the beginning of a book's 41st year and the ending of its 42nd, the owner of the copyright may extend its life 30 years by issuing and placing on sale an edition of the book at 1/10 the price of the cheapest edition, hitherto issued at any time during the 10 immediately preceding years. This extension to lapse and become null and void if at any time during the 30 years he shall fail during the space of 3 consecutive months to furnish the 10% book upon demand of any person or persons desiring to buy it. The result would be that no American classic enjoying the 30-year extension would ever be out of the reach of any American purse, let its uncompulsory price be what it might. He would get a $2 book for 20 cents. And he could get none but copyright-expired classics at any such rate. The final result: at the end of the 30-year extension the copyright would again die, and the price would again advance. This by a natural law, the excessively cheap edition no longer carrying with it an advantage to any publisher. Reconstruction of the present law not necessary. A clause of the suggested amendment could read about as follows, and would obviate the necessity of taking the present law to pieces and building it over again. All books and all articles enjoying 42 years copyright life under the present law shall be admitted to the privilege of the 30-year extension upon complying with the condition requiring the producing and placing upon permanent sale of one grade or form of said book or article at a price of 90% below the cheapest rate at which said book or article had been placed upon the market at any time during the immediately preceding 10 years. Remarks. If the suggested amendment shall meet with the favor of the present Congress and become law, and I hope it will, I shall have personal experience of its effects very soon. Next year, in fact, in the person of my first book, The Innocents Abroad. For its 42-year copyright life will then cease and its 30-year extension begin, and with the latter the permanent low-rate edition. At present the highest price of the book is $8, and its lowest price $3 per copy. Thus the permanent low rate will be 30 cents per copy. A sweeping reduction like this is what Congress from the beginning has desired to achieve, but has not been able to accomplish because no inducement was offered to publishers to run the risk. Respectfully submitted. S. L. Clemens. A full and interesting elucidation of Mark Twain's views on copyright may be found in an article entitled Concerning copyright. Published in the North American Review for January, 1905. Appendix O. See Chapter 114. Address of Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain, from a report of the dinner given by the publishers of the Atlantic Monthly in honor of the 70th anniversary of the birth of John Greenleaf Whittier, at the Hotel Brunswick, Boston, December 17, 1877, as published in the Boston Evening Transcript, December 18, 1877. Mr. Chairman, this is an occasion peculiarly meet for the digging up of pleasant reminiscences concerning literary folk, therefore I will drop lightly into history myself. Standing here on the shore of the Atlantic, and contemplating certain of its largest literary billows, I am reminded of a thing which happened to me 13 years ago, when I had just succeeded in stirring up a little Nevadian literary puddle myself, whose spume flakes were beginning to blow thinly California-ward. I started an inspection tramp through the southern mines of California. I was callow and conceited, and I resolved to try the virtue of my nom de guerre. I very soon had an opportunity. I knocked at a miner's lonely log cabin in the foothills of the Sierras just at nightfall. It was snowing at the time. A jaded, melancholy man of 50, barefooted, opened the door to me. When he heard my nom de guerre, he looked more dejected than before. He let me in pretty reluctantly, I thought, and after the customary bacon and beans, black coffee and hot whiskey, I took a pipe. This sorrowful man had not said 3 words up to this time. Now he spoke up and said, in the voice of one who is secretly suffering, "You're the 4th, I'm going to move." "The 4th what?" said I. "The 4th literary man that has been here in 24 hours. I'm going to move." "You don't tell me," said I. "Who were the others?" "Mr. Longfellow, Mr. Emerson, and Mr. Oliver Wendell Holmes. Confound the lot." You can easily believe I was interested. I supplicated, 3 hot whiskeys did the rest, and finally the melancholy miner began. Said he, "They came here just at dark yesterday evening, and I let them in, of course. Said they were going to the Yosemite. They were a rough lot, but that's nothing, everybody looks rough that travels afoot. Mr. Emerson was a seedy little bit of a chap, red-headed. Mr. Holmes was as fat as a balloon, he weighed as much as 300, and had double chins all the way down to his stomach. Mr. Longfellow was built like a prize-fighter. His head was cropped and bristly, like as if he had a wig made of hairbrushes. His nose lay straight down in his face, like a finger with the end joint tilted up. They had been drinking, I could see that. And what queer talk they used! Mr. Holmes inspected this cabin, then he took me by the buttonhole and says he, "Through the deep caves of thought I hear a voice that sings, 'Build thee more stately mansions, O my soul!' Says I can't afford it, Mr. Holmes, and moreover I don't want to, blamed if I liked it pretty well either, coming from a stranger that way." However, I started to get out my bacon and beans when Mr. Emerson came and looked on a while, and then he takes me aside by the buttonhole and says, "Give me agates for my meat, give me cantharids to eat, from air and ocean bring me foods, from all zones and altitudes." Says I, "Mr. Emerson, if you'll excuse me, this ain't no hotel, you see, it sort of riled me, I warn't used to the ways of jittery swells. But I went on sweating over my work, and next comes Mr. Longfellow and buttonholes me and interrupts me. Says he, "Honor be to Mudjekiwis. You shall hear how Paupiukekiwis." But I broke in, and says I, "Beg your pardon, Mr. Longfellow, if you'll be so kind as to hold your yawp for about 5 minutes and let me get this grub ready, you'll do me proud." Well, sir, after they'd filled up I set out the jug. Mr. Holmes looks at it, and then he fires up all of a sudden and yells, "Flash out a stream of blood-red wine." For I would drink to other days. By George, I was getting kind of worked up. I don't deny it, I was getting kind of worked up. I turns to Mr. Holmes and says I, "Looky here, my fat friend, I'm running this shanty, and if the court knows herself you'll take whiskey straight or you'll go dry." Them's the very words I said to him. Now I don't want to sass such famous literary people, but you see they kind of force me. There ain't nothing unreasonable about me. I don't mind a passel of guests treading on my tail 3 or 4 times, but when it comes to standing on it it's different, and if the court knows herself, I says, you'll take whiskey straight or you'll go dry. Well, between drinks they'd swell around the cabin and strike attitudes and spout, and pretty soon they got out a greasy old deck and went to playing euchre at 10 cents a corner, on trust. I began to notice some pretty suspicious things. Mr. Emerson looked at his hand, shook his head, says, I am the doubter and the doubt, and calmly bunched the hands and went to shuffling for a new layout. Says he, they reckon ill who leave me out, they know not well the subtle ways I keep. I pass and deal again. Hanged if he didn't go ahead and do it too. Oh, he was a cool one. Well, in about a minute things were running pretty tight, but all of a sudden I see by Mr. Emerson's eye he judged he had 'em. He had already corralled 2 tricks and each of the others 1. So now he kind of lifts a little in his chair and says, I tire of globes and aces. Too long the game is played. And down he fetched a right bower. Mr. Longfellow smiles as sweet as pie and says, thanks to thee, my worthy friend, for the lesson thou hast taught. And blamed if he didn't down with another right bower. Emerson claps his hand on his bowie, Longfellow claps his on his revolver, and I went under a bunk. There was going to be trouble, but that monstrous Holmes rose up, wobbling his double chins, and says he, order, gentlemen, the first man that draws I'll lay down on him and smother him, all quiet on the Potomac, you bet. They were pretty how come you so by now, and they begun to blow. Emerson says the noblest thing I ever wrote was Barbara Frietchie. Says Longfellow, it don't begin with my Bigelow papers. Says Holmes, my Thanatopsis lays over 'em both, they mighty near ended in a fight. Then they wished they had some more company, and Mr. Emerson pointed to me and says, is yonder squalid peasant all that this proud nursery could breed? He was wetting his bowie on his boot, so I let it pass. Well, sir, next they took it into their heads that they would like some music, so they made me stand up and sing, When Johnny Comes Marching Home, till I dropped, at 13 minutes past 4 this morning. That's what I've been through, my friend. When I woke at 7 they were leaving, thank goodness, and Mr. Longfellow had my only boots on and his end under his arm. Says I, hold on there, Evangeline, what are you going to do with them? He says, going to make tracks with them, because lives of great men all remind us we can make our lives sublime, and departing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. As I said, Mr. Twain, you are the 4th in 24 hours and I'm going to move. I ain't suited to a literary atmosphere. I said to the miner, why, my dear sir, these were not the gracious singers to whom we and the world pay loving reverence and homage. These were impostors. The miner investigated me with a calm eye for a while, then said he, ah, impostors, were they? Are you? I did not pursue the subject, and since then I have not traveled on my nom de guerre enough to hurt. Such was the reminiscence I was moved to contribute, Mr. Chairman. In my enthusiasm I may have exaggerated the details a little, but you will easily forgive me that fault, since I believe it is the first time I have ever deflected from perpendicular fact on an occasion like this. Appendix P. The Adam Monument Petition. See Chapter 134. To the Honorable Senate and House of Representatives of the United States and Congress assembled. Whereas, a number of citizens of the city of Elmira in the state of New York having covenanted among themselves to erect in that city a monument in memory of Adam, the father of mankind, being moved thereto by a sentiment of love and duty, and these having appointed the undersigned to communicate with your honorable body, we beg leave to lay before you the following facts and append to the same our humble petition. 1. As far as is known, no monument has ever been raised in any part of the world to commemorate the services rendered to our race by this great man, whilst many men of far less note and worship have been rendered immortal by means of stately and indestructible memorials. 2. The common father of mankind has been suffered to lie in entire neglect, although even the father of our country has now, and has had for many years, a monument in course of construction. 3. No right-feeling human being can desire to see this neglect continued, but all just men, even to the farthest regions of the globe, should and will rejoice to know that he to whom we owe existence is about to have reverent and fitting recognition of his works at the hands of the people of Elmira. His labors were not in behalf of one locality, but for the extension of humanity at large and the blessings which go therewith. Hence all races and all colors and all religions are interested in seeing that his name and fame shall be placed beyond the reach of the blight of oblivion by a permanent and suitable monument. 4. It will be to the imperishable credit of the United States if this monument shall be set up within her borders. Moreover, it will be a peculiar grace to the beneficiary if this testimonial of affection and gratitude shall be the gift of the youngest of the nations that have sprung from his loins after 6,000 years of unappreciation on the part of its elders. 5. The idea of this sacred enterprise having originated in the city of Elmira, she will be always grateful if the general government shall encourage her in the good work by securing to her a certain advantage through the exercise of its great authority. Therefore, your petitioners beg that your honorable body will be pleased to issue a decree restricting to Elmira the right to build a monument to Adam and inflicting a heavy penalty upon any other community within the United States that shall propose or attempt to erect a monument or other memorial to the said Adam, and to this end we will ever pray. Names, 100 signatures. Appendix Q. General Grant's Grammar. Written in 1886. Delivered at an Army and Navy Club dinner in New York City. Lately a great and honored author, Matthew Arnold, has been finding fault with General Grant's English. That would be fair enough, maybe, if the examples of imperfect English average more instances to the page in General Grant's book than they do in Arnold's criticism on the book, but they do not. It would be fair enough, maybe, if such instances were commoner in General Grant's book than they are in the works of the average standard author, but they are not. In fact, General Grant's derelictions in the matter of grammar and construction are not more frequent than such derelictions in the works of a majority of the professional authors of our time, and of all previous times, authors as exclusively and painstakingly trained to the literary trade as was General Grant to the trade of war. This is not a random statement, it is a fact, and easily demonstrable. I have a book at home called Modern English Literature, Its Blemishes and Defects, by Henry H. Breen, a countryman of Mr. Arnold. In it I find examples of bad grammar and slovenly English from the pens of Sidney Smith, Sheridan, Hallam, Whately, Carlyle, Disraeli, Allison, Junius, Blair, Macaulay, Shakespeare, Milton, Gibbon, Southey, Lamb, Landor, Smollett, Walpole, Walker, of the Dictionary, Christopher North, Kirk White, Benjamin Franklin, Sir Walter Scott, and Mr. Lindley Murray, who made the grammar. In Mr. Arnold's criticism on General Grant's book we find 2 grammatical crimes and more than several examples of very crude and slovenly English, enough of them to entitle him to a lofty place in the illustrious list of delinquents just named. The following passage all by itself ought to elect him. Meade suggested to Grant that he might wish to have immediately under him Sherman, who had been serving with Grant in the West. He begged him not to hesitate if he thought it for the good of the service. Grant assured him that he had not thought of moving him, and in his memoirs, after relating what had passed, he adds, etc. To read that passage a couple of times would make a man dizzy. To read it 4 times would make him drunk. Mr. Breen makes this discriminating remark. To suppose that because a man is a poet or a historian he must be correct in his grammar is to suppose that an architect must be a joiner, or a physician a compounder of medicine. People may hunt out what microscopic motes they please, but, after all, the fact remains, and cannot be dislodged, that General Grant's book is a great, and, in its peculiar department, a unique and unapproachable literary masterpiece. In their line there is no higher literature than those modest, simple memoirs. Their style is at least flawless and no man could improve upon it, and great books are weighed and measured by their style and matter, and not by the trimmings and shadings of their grammar. There is that about the sun which makes us forget his spots, and when we think of General Grant our pulses quicken and his grammar vanishes. We only remember that this is the simple soldier who, all untaught of the silken phrase-makers, linked words together with an art surpassing the art of the schools and put into them a something which will still bring to American ears, as long as America shall last, the roll of his vanished drums and the tread of his marching hosts. What do we care for grammar when we think of those thunderous phrases? Unconditional and immediate surrender. I propose to move immediately upon your works. I propose to fight it out on this line if it takes all summer. Mr. Arnold would doubtless claim that that last phrase is not strictly grammatical, and yet it did certainly wake up this nation as 100,000,000 tons of A No. 1/4 proof, hard-boiled, hidebound grammar from another mouth could not have done. And finally we have that gentler phrase, that one which shows you another true side of the man, shows you that in his soldier heart there was room for other than gory war mottos, and in his tongue the gift to fitly phrase them. Let us have peace. Appendix our party allegiance. Being a portion of a paper on consistency. Read before the Monday Evening Club in 1887. See Chapter 163. I have referred to the fact that when a man retires from his political party he is a traitor, that he is so pronounced in plain language. That is bold, so bold as to deceive many into the fancy that it is true. Desertion, treason, these are the terms applied. Their military form reveals the thought in the man's mind who uses them. To him a political party is an army. Well, is it? Are the two things identical? Do they even resemble each other? Necessarily a political party is not an army of conscripts, for they are in the ranks by compulsion. Then it must be a regular army or an army of volunteers. Is it a regular army? No, for these enlist for a specified and well-understood term, and can retire without reproach when the term is up. Is it an army of volunteers who have enlisted for the war, and may righteously be shot if they leave before the war is finished? No, it is not even an army in that sense. Those fine military terms are high-sounding, empty lies, and are no more rationally applicable to a political party than they would be to an oyster bed. The volunteer soldier comes to the recruiting office and strips himself and proves that he is so many feet high, and has sufficiently good teeth, and no fingers gone, and is sufficiently sound in body generally. He is accepted, but not until he has sworn a deep oath or made other solemn form of promise to march under that flag until that war is done or his term of enlistment completed. What is the process when a voter joins a party? Must he prove that he is sound in any way, mind or body? Must he prove that he knows anything, is capable of anything, whatever? Does he take an oath or make a promise of any sort? Or doesn't he leave himself entirely free? If he were informed by the political boss that if he join, it must be forever, that he must be that party's chattel and wear its brass collar the rest of his days, would not that insult him? It goes without saying. He would say some rude, unprintable thing, and turn his back on that preposterous organization. But the political boss puts no conditions upon him at all, and this volunteer makes no promises, and lists for no stated term. He has in no sense become a part of an army. He is in no way restrained of his freedom. Yet he will presently find that his bosses and his newspapers have assumed just the reverse of that they have blandly arrogated to themselves an ironclad military authority over him, and within 12 months, if he is an average man, he will have surrendered his liberty, and will actually be silly enough to believe that he cannot leave that party, for any cause whatever, without being a shameful traitor, a deserter, a legitimately dishonored man. There you have the just measure of that freedom of conscience, freedom of opinion, freedom of speech and action which we hear so much inflated foolishness about as being the precious possession of the Republic. Whereas, in truth, the surest way for a man to make of himself a target for almost universal scorn, obloquy, slander, and insult is to stop twaddling about these priceless independencies and attempt to exercise one of them. If he is a preacher, half his congregation will clamor for his expulsion, and will expel him, except they find it will injure real estate in the neighborhood. If he is a doctor, his own dead will turn against him. I repeat that the new party member who supposed himself independent will presently find that the party have somehow got a mortgage on his soul, and that within a year he will recognize the mortgage, deliver up his liberty, and actually believe he cannot retire from that party from any motive howsoever high and right in his own eyes without shame and dishonor. Is it possible for human wickedness to invent a doctrine more infernal and poisonous than this? Is there imaginable a baser servitude than it imposes? What slave is so degraded as the slave that is proud that he is a slave? What is the essential difference between a lifelong democrat and any other kind of lifelong slave? Is it less humiliating to dance to the lash of one master than another? This infamous doctrine of allegiance to party plays directly into the hands of politicians of the baser sort, and doubtless for that it was borrowed, or stolen, from the monarchical system. It enables them to foist upon the country officials whom no self-respecting man would vote for if he could but come to understand that loyalty to himself is his first and highest duty, not loyalty to any party name. Shall you say the best good of the country demands allegiance to party? Shall you also say that it demands that a man kick his truth and his conscience into the gutter and become a mouthing lunatic besides? Oh no, you say, it does not demand that. But what if it produced that in spite of you? There is no obligation upon a man to do things which he ought not to do when drunk, but most men will do them just the same, and so we hear no arguments about obligations in the matter. We only hear men warned to avoid the habit of drinking, get rid of the thing that can betray men into such things. This is a funny business all around. The same men who enthusiastically preach loyal consistency to church and party are always ready and willing and anxious to persuade a Chinaman, or an Indian, or a Kanaka to desert his church, or a fellow American to desert his party. The man who deserts to them is all that is high and pure and beautiful, apparently. The man who deserts from them is all that is foul and despicable. This is consistency, with a capital C. With the daintiest and self-complacentest sarcasm, the lifelong loyalist scoffs at the independent, or as he calls him, with cutting irony, the mugwump, makes himself too killingly funny for anything in this world about him. But the mugwump can stand it, for there is a great history at his back, stretching down the centuries, and he comes of a mighty ancestry. He knows that in the whole history of the race of men no single great and high and beneficent thing was ever done for the souls and bodies, the hearts and the brains of the children of this world, but a mugwump started it, and mugwumps carried it to victory, and their names are the stateliest in history: Washington, Garrison, Galileo, Luther, Christ. Loyalty to petrified opinions never yet broke a chain or freed a human soul in this world and never will. Appendix S. Original Preface for A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. See Chapter 172. My object has been to group together some of the most odious laws which have had vogue in the Christian countries within the past 8 or 10 centuries, and illustrate them by the incidents of a story. There was never a time when America applied the death penalty to more than 14 crimes. But England, within the memory of men still living, had in her list of crimes 223 which were punishable by death. And yet from the beginning of our existence down to a time within the memory of babes, England has distressed herself piteously over the ungentleness of our Connecticut blue laws. Those blue laws should have been spared English criticism for 2 reasons. 1. They were so insipidly mild, by contrast with the bloody and atrocious laws of England of the same period, as to seem characterless and colorless when one brings them into that awful presence. 2. The blue laws never had any existence. They were the fancy work of an English clergyman. They were never a part of any statute book. And yet they could have been made to serve a useful and merciful purpose. If they had been injected into the English law, the dilution would have given to the whole a less lurid aspect. Or, to figure the effect in another way, they would have been coca mixed into vitriol. I have drawn no laws and no illustrations from the twin civilizations of Hell and Russia. To have entered into that atmosphere would have defeated my purpose, which was to show a great and genuine progress in Christendom in these few later generations toward mercifulness, a wide and general relaxing of the grip of the law. Russia had to be left out because exile to Siberia remains, and in that single punishment is gathered together and concentrated all the bitter inventions of all the black ages for the infliction of suffering upon human beings. Exile for life from one's hearthstone and one's idols. This is rack, thumbscrew, the water drop, faggot and stake, tearing asunder by horses, flaying alive, all these in one, and not compact into hours, but drawn out into years, each year a century, and the whole a mortal immortality of torture and despair. While exile to Siberia remains, one will be obliged to admit that there is one country in Christendom where the punishments of all the ages are still preserved and still inflicted, that there is one country in Christendom where no advance has been made toward modifying the medieval penalties for offenses against society and the state. Appendix T. A tribute to Henry H. Rogers. See Chapter CC and earlier. April 25, 1902. I owe more to Henry Rogers than to any other man whom I have known. He was born in Fairhaven, Connecticut, in 1839, and is my junior by 4 years. He was graduated from the high school there in 1853, when he was 14 years old, and from that time forward he earned his own living, beginning at first as the bottom subordinate in the village store with hard work privileges and a low salary. When he was 24 he went out to the newly discovered petroleum fields in Pennsylvania and got work, then returned home, with enough money to pay passage, married a schoolmate, and took her to the oil regions. He prospered, and by established the Standard Oil Trust with Mr. Rockefeller and others, and is still one of its managers and directors. In 1893 we fell together by accident one evening in the Murray Hill Hotel, and our friendship began on the spot and at once. Ever since then he has added my business affairs to his own and carried them through, and I have had no further trouble with them. Obstructions and perplexities which would have driven me mad were simplicities to his master mind and furnished him no difficulties. He released me from my entanglements with Page and stopped that expensive outgo. When Charles L. Webster and Company failed, he saved my copyrights for Mrs. Clemens when she would have sacrificed them to the creditors although they were in no way entitled to them. He offered to lend me money wherewith to save the life of that worthless firm. When I started lecturing around the world to make the money to pay off the Webster debts, he spent more than a year trying to reconcile the differences between Harper and Brothers and the American Publishing Company and patch up a working contract between them, and succeeded where any other man would have failed. As fast as I earned money and sent it to him, he banked it at interest and held on to it, refusing to pay any creditor until he could pay all of the 96 alike. When I had earned enough to pay dollar for dollar, he swept off the indebtedness and sent me the whole batch of complimentary letters which the creditors wrote in return. When I had earned $28,500 more, $18,500 of which was in his hands, I wrote him from Vienna to put the latter into Federal Steel and leave it there. He obeyed to the extent of $17,500, but sold it in 2 months at $25,000 profit, and said it would go 10 points higher, but that it was his custom to give the other man a chance. And that was a true word. There was never a truer one spoken. That was at the end of '99 and beginning of 1900, and from that day to this he has continued to break up my bad schemes and put better ones in their place, to my great advantage. I do things which ought to try man's patience, but they never seem to try his. He always finds a colorable excuse for what I have done. His soul was born superhumanly sweet, and I do not think anything can sour it. I have not known his equal among men for lovable qualities. But for his cool head and wise guidance I should never have come out of the Webster difficulties on top. It was his good steering that enabled me to work out my salvation and pay 100 cents on the dollar, the most valuable service any man ever did me. His character is full of fine graces, but the finest is this, that he can load you down with crushing obligations and then so conduct himself that you never feel their weight. If he would only require something in return, but that is not in his nature, it would not occur to him. With the Harpers and the American Company at war, those copyrights were worth but little. He engineered a peace and made them valuable. He invests $100,000 for me here, and in a few months returns a profit of $31,000. I invest, in London and here, $66,000 and must wait considerably for results, in case there shall be any. I tell him about it, and he finds no fault, utters not a sarcasm. He was born serene, patient, all-enduring, where a friend is concerned, and nothing can extinguish that great quality in him. Such a man is entitled to the high gift of humor. He has it at its very best. He is not only the best friend I have ever had, but is the best man I have known. S. L. Clemens. Appendix U from Mark Twain's last poem. Begun at Riverdale, New York. Finished at York Harbor, Maine, August 18, 1902. See Chapter 223. A bereft and demented mother speaks. Oh, I can see my darling yet, the little form in slip of flimsy stuff all creamy white, pink-belted waist with ample bows, blue shoes scarce bigger than the house cat's ears, capering in delight and choked with glee. It was a summer afternoon. The hill rose green above me and about, and in the vale below the distant village slept, and all the world was steeped in dreams. Upon me lay this peace, and I forgot my sorrow in its spell. And now my little maid passed by, and she was deep in thought upon a solemn thing, a disobedience, and my reproof. Upon my face she must not look until the day was done, for she was doing penance. She? Oh, it was I. What mother knows not that? And so she passed, I worshipping and longing. It was not wrong? You do not think me wrong? I did it for the best. Indeed, I meant it so. She flits before me now, the peach bloom of her gauzy crape, the plaited tails of hair, the ribbons floating from the summer hat, the grieving face, dropped head absorbed with care. Oh, dainty little form! I see it move, receding slow along the path, by hovering butterflies besieged. I see it reach the breezy top clear-cut against the sky, then pass beyond and sink from sight forever. Within was light and cheer, without, a blustering winter's right. There was a play, it was her own, for she had wrought it out unhelped, from her own head, and she but turned 16. A pretty play, all graced with cunning fantasies, and happy songs, and peopled all with fays, and sylvan gods and goddesses, and shepherds too, that piped and danced, and wore the guileless hours away in carefree romps and games. Her girlhood mates played in the piece, and she as well, a goddess, she, and looked it, as it seemed to me. 'Twas fairyland restored, so beautiful it was and innocent. It made us cry, we elder ones, to live our lost youth o'er again with these its happy airs. Slowly, at last, the curtain fell. Before us, there, she stood, all wreathed and draped in roses pearled with dew, so sweet, so glad, so radiant, and flung us kisses through the storm of praise that crowned her triumph. Oh, across the mists of time I see her yet, my goddess of the flowers. The curtain hid her. Do you comprehend? Till time shall end. Out of my life she vanished while I looked. 10 years are flown. Oh, I have watched so long, so long. But she will come no more. No, she will come no more. It seems so strange, struck down unwarned. In the unbought grace of youth laid low, in the glory of her fresh young bloom laid low, in the morning of her life cut down. And I not by when the shadows fell, the night of death closed down, the sun that lit my life went out. Not by to answer when the latest whisper passed the lips that were so dear to me, my name. Far from my post, the world's whole breadth away. Oh, sinking in the waves of death she cried to me for mother help, and got for answer silence. We that are old, we comprehend, even we that are not mad, whose grown-up scions still abide, their tale complete, their earlier selves we glimpse at intervals far in the dimming past. We see the little forms as once they were, and whilst we ache to take them to our hearts, the vision fades. We know them lost to us, forever lost, we cannot have them back. We miss them as we miss the dead, we mourn them as we mourn the dead. Appendix V. Selections from an unfinished book. 3,000 Years Among the Microbes. The autobiography of a microbe, who in a former existence had been a man, his present habitat being the organism of a tramp, Blitzowski. Written at Dublin, New Hampshire, 1905. See Chapter 235. Our world, the tramp, is as large and grand and awe-compelling to us microscopic creatures as is man's world to man. Our tramp is mountainous, there are vast oceans in him, and lakes that are sea-like for size, there are many rivers, veins and arteries, which are 15 miles across, and of a length so stupendous as to make the Mississippi and the Amazon trifling little Rhode Island brooks by comparison. As for our minor rivers, they are multitudinous, and the dutiable commerce of disease which they carry is rich beyond the dreams of the American custom house. Take a man like Sir Oliver Lodge, and what secret of nature can be hidden from him? He says, "A billion, that is a million millions. Trillion dW, of atoms is truly an immense number, but the resulting aggregate is still excessively minute. A portion of substance consisting of a billion atoms is only barely visible with the highest power of a microscope, and a speck or granule, in order to be visible to the naked eye, like a grain of lycopodium dust, must be 1,000,000 times bigger still. The human eye could see it then, that dainty little speck. But with my microbe eye I could see every individual of the whirling billions of atoms that compose the speck. Nothing is ever at rest, wood, iron, water, everything is alive, everything is raging, whirling, whizzing, day and night and day, nothing is dead, there is no such thing as death, everything is full of bristling life, tremendous life, even the bones of the Crusader that perished before Jerusalem 8 centuries ago. There are no vegetables, all things are animal, each electron is an animal, each molecule is a collection of animals, and each has an appointed duty to perform and a soul to be saved. Heaven was not made for man alone, and oblivion and neglect reserved for the rest of his creatures. He gave them life, he gave them humble services to perform, they have performed them, and they will not be forgotten, they will have their reward. Man always vain, windy, conceited thinks he will be in the majority there. He will be disappointed. Let him humble himself. But for the despised microbe and the persecuted bacillus, who needed a home and nourishment, he would not have been created. He has a mission, therefore a reason for existing, let him do the service he was made for, and keep quiet. 3 weeks ago I was a man myself, and thought and felt as men think and feel. I have lived 3,000 years since then, microbic time, and I see the foolishness of it now. We live to learn, and fortunate are we when we are wise enough to profit by it. In matters pertaining to microscopy we necessarily have an advantage here over the scientist of the earth, because, as I have just been indicating, we see with our naked eyes minutenesses which no man-made microscope can detect, and are therefore able to register as facts many things which exist for him as theories only. Indeed, we know as facts several things which he has not yet divined even by theory. For example, he does not suspect that there is no life but animal life, and that all atoms are individual animals endowed each with a certain degree of consciousness, great or small, each with likes and dislikes, predilections and aversions, that, in a word, each has a character of its own. Yet such is the case. Some of the molecules of a stone have an aversion for some of those of a vegetable, or any other creature, and will not associate with them, and would not be allowed to, if they tried. Nothing is more particular about society than a molecule. And so there are no end of castes. In this matter India is not a circumstance. Tell me, Franklin, a microbe of great learning, is the ocean an individual, an animal, a creature? Yes. Then water, any water is an individual? Yes. Suppose you remove a drop of it? Is what is left an individual? Yes, and so is the drop. Suppose you divide the drop? Then you have 2 individuals. Suppose you separate the hydrogen and the oxygen? Again you have 2 individuals. But you haven't water anymore. Of course. Certainly. Well, suppose you combine them again, but in a new way, make the proportions equal, 1 part oxygen to 1 of hydrogen? But you know you can't. They won't combine on equal terms. I was ashamed to have made that blunder. I was embarrassed. To cover it I started to say we used to combine them like that where I came from, but thought better of it, and stood pat. Now then, I said, it amounts to this: water is an individual, an animal, and is alive. Remove the hydrogen and it is an animal and is alive. The remaining oxygen is also an individual, an animal, and is alive. Recapitulation: the 2 individuals combined constitute a 3rd individual, and yet each continues to be an individual. I glanced at Franklin, but, upon reflection, held my peace. I could have pointed out to him that here was mute nature explaining the sublime mystery of the Trinity so luminously, that even the commonest understanding could comprehend it, whereas many a trained master of words had labored to do it with speech and failed. But he would not have known what I was talking about. After a moment I resumed. Listen, and see if I have understood you rightly, to wit, all the atoms that constitute each oxygen molecule are separate individuals, and each is a living animal. All the atoms that constitute each hydrogen molecule are separate individuals, and each one is a living animal. Each drop of water consists of millions of living animals, the drop itself is an individual, a living animal. And the wide ocean is another. Is that it? Yes, that is correct. By George, it beats the band. He liked the expression, and set it down in his tablets. Franklin, we've got it down fine. And to think, there are other animals that are still smaller than a hydrogen atom, And yet it is so small that it takes 5,000 of them to make a molecule so minute that it could get into a microbe's eye and he wouldn't know it was there. Yes, the weak creatures that inhabit the bodies of us germs and feed upon us, and rot us with disease, what could they have been created for? They give us pain, they make our lives miserable, they murder us, and where is the use of it all, where the wisdom? Friend BKSHP, microbic orthography, we live in a strange and unaccountable world. Our birth is a mystery, our little life is a mystery, a trouble, we pass and are seen no more, all is mystery, mystery, mystery. We know not whence we came, nor why, we know not whither we go, nor why we go. We only know we were not made in vain, we only know we were made for a wise purpose, and that all is well. We shall not be cast aside in contumely and unblessed after all we have suffered. Let us be patient, let us not repine, let us trust. The humblest of us is cared for, oh, believe it, and this fleeting stay is not the end. You notice that? He did not suspect that he, also, was engaged in gnawing, torturing, defiling, rotting, and murdering a fellow creature, he and all the swarming billions of his race. None of them suspects it. That is significant. It is suggestive, irresistibly suggestive, insistently suggestive. It hints at the possibility that the procession of known and listed devourers and persecutors is not complete. It suggests the possibility, and substantially the certainty, that man is himself a microbe, and his globe a blood corpuscle drifting with its shining brethren of the Milky Way down a vein of the Master and Maker of all things, whose body, mayhap, glimpsed partwise from the earth by night, and receding and lost to view in the measureless remotenesses of space, is what men name the universe. Yes, that was all old to me, but to find that our little old familiar microbes were themselves loaded up with microbes that fed them, enriched them, and persistently and faithfully preserved them and their poor old tramp planet from destruction, oh, that was new, and too delicious. I wanted to see them. I was in a fever to see them. I had lenses to 2,000,000 power, but of course the field was no bigger than a person's fingernail, and so it wasn't possible to compass a considerable spectacle or a landscape with them, whereas what I had been craving was a 30-foot field, which would represent a spread of several miles of country, and show up things in a way to make them worth looking at. The boys and I had often tried to contrive this improvement, but had failed. I mentioned the matter to the Duke, and it made him smile. He said it was a quite simple thing, he had it at home. I was eager to bargain for the secret, but he said it was a trifle and not worth bargaining for. He said, "Hasn't it occurred to you that all you have to do is to bend an X-ray to an angle value of 8.4 and refract it with a parabolism, and there you are?" Upon my word, I had never thought of that simple thing. You could have knocked me down with a feather. We rigged a microscope for an exhibition at once and put a drop of my blood under it, which got mashed flat when the lens got shut down upon it. The result was beyond my dreams. The field stretched miles away, green and undulating, threaded with streams and roads, and bordered all down the mellowing distances with picturesque hills. And there was a great white city of tents, and everywhere were parks of artillery and divisions of cavalry and infantry waiting. We had hit a lucky moment. Evidently there was going to be a march past or something like that. At the front where the chief banner flew there was a large and showy tent, with showy guards on duty, and about it were some other tents of a swell kind. The warriors, particularly the officers, were lovely to look at. They were so trim-built, and so graceful, and so handsomely uniformed. They were quite distinct, vividly distinct, for it was a fine day, and they were so immensely magnified that they looked to be fully a fingernail high. My own expression, and a quite happy one. I said to the Duke, "Your Grace, they're just about finger-milers." "How do you mean, lord?" "This. You noticed the stately general standing there with his hand resting upon the muzzle of a cannon? Well, if you could stick your little finger down against the ground alongside of him, his plumes would just reach up to where your nail joins the flesh," the Duke said. Finger-milers was good and exact, and he afterward used it several times himself. Everywhere you could see officers moving smartly about, and they looked gay, but the common soldiers looked sad. Many wife swinks, an atomic race, and daughter swinks and sweetheart swinks were about, crying, mainly. It seemed to indicate that this was a case of war, not a summer camp for exercise, and that the poor labor swinks were being torn from their planet-saving industries to go and distribute civilization and other forms of suffering among the feeble benighted somewhere, else why should the swinkuses cry? The cavalry was very fine, shiny black horses, shapely and spirited, and presently when a flash of light struck a lifted bugle, delivering a command which we couldn't hear, and a division came tearing down on a gallop, it was a stirring and gallant sight, until the dust rose an inch. The Duke thought more, and swallowed it up in a rolling and tumbling long grey cloud, with bright weapons glinting and sparkling in it. Before long the real business of the occasion began. A battalion of priests arrived carrying sacred pictures. That settled it. This was war. These far-stretching masses of troops were bound for the front. Their little monarch came out now, the sweetest little thing that ever travestied the human shape, I think, and he lifted up his hands and blessed the passing armies. And they looked as grateful as they could, and made signs of humble and real reverence as they drifted by the holy pictures. It was beautiful, the whole thing, and wonderful, too, when those serried masses swung into line and went marching down the valley under the long array of fluttering flags. Evidently they were going somewhere to fight for their king, which was the little manny that blessed them, and to preserve him and his brethren that occupied the other swell tents, to civilize and grasp a valuable little unwatched country for them somewhere. But the little fellow and his brethren didn't fall in, that was a noticeable particular. They didn't fight, they stayed at home, where it was safe, and waited for the swag. Very well, then what ought we to do? Had we no moral duty to perform? Ought we to allow this war to begin? Was it not our duty to stop it, in the name of right and righteousness? Was it not our duty to administer a rebuke to this selfish and heartless family? The Duke was struck by that, and greatly moved. He felt as I did about it, and was ready to do whatever was right, and thought we ought to pour boiling water on the family and extinguish it, which we did. It extinguished the armies, too, which was not intended. We both regretted this, but the Duke said that these people were nothing to us, and deserved extinction anyway for being so poor-spirited as to serve such a family. He was loyally doing the like himself, and so was I, but I don't think we thought of that. And it wasn't just the same, anyway, because we were Souflaskis, and they were only swinks. Franklin realizes that no atom is destructible, that it has always existed and will exist forever. But he thinks all atoms will go out of this world some day and continue their life in a happier one. Old Tolliver thinks no atom's life will ever end, but he also thinks Blitzowski is the only world it will ever see, and that at no time in its eternity will it be either worse off or better off than it is now and always has been. Of course he thinks the planet Blitzowski is itself eternal and indestructible. At any rate he says he thinks that. It could make me sad, only I know better. D.T. will fetch Blitzy yet one of these days. But these are alien thoughts, human thoughts, and they falsely indicate that I do not want this tramp to go on living. What would become of me if he should disintegrate? My molecules would scatter all around and take up new quarters in hundreds of plants and animals. Each would carry its special feelings along with it, each would be content in its new estate, but where should I be? I should not have a rag of a feeling left, after my disintegration, with his, was complete. Nothing to think with, nothing to grieve or rejoice with, nothing to hope or despair with. There would be no more me. I should be musing and thinking and dreaming somewhere else, in some distant animal maybe, perhaps a cat. By proxy of my oxygen I should be raging and fuming in some other creatures. A rat, perhaps. I should be smiling and hoping in still another child of nature, heir to my hydrogen, a weed, or a cabbage, or something. My carbonic acid ambition would be dreaming dreams in some lowly wood violet that was longing for a showy career. Thus my details would be doing as much feeling as ever, but I should not be aware of it. It would all be going on for the benefit of those others, and I not in it at all. I should be gradually wasting away, atom by atom, molecule by molecule, as the years went on, and at last I should be all distributed, and nothing left of what had once been me. It is curious, and not without impressiveness. I should still be alive, intensely alive, but so scattered that I would not know it. I should not be dead, No, one cannot call it that, but I should be the next thing to it. And to think what centuries and ages and eons would drift over me before the disintegration was finished, the last bone turned to gas and blown away. I wish I knew what it is going to feel like, to lie helpless such a weary, weary time, and see my faculties decay and depart, one by one, like lights which burn low, and flicker and perish, until the ever-deepening gloom and darkness which, oh, away, away with these horrors, and let me think of something wholesome. My tramp is only 85. There is good hope that he will live 10 years longer, 500,000 of my microbe years. So may it be. Oh dear, we are all so wise. Each of us knows it all, and knows he knows it all. The rest, to a man, are fools and deluded. One man knows there is a hell, the next one knows there isn't. One man knows high tariff is right, the next man knows it isn't. One man knows monarchy is best, the next one knows it isn't. One age knows there are witches, the next one knows there aren't. One sect knows its religion is the only true one, there are 64,500 million sects that know it isn't so. There is not a mind present among this multitude of verdict deliverers that is the superior of the minds that persuade and represent the rest of the divisions of the multitude. Yet this sarcastic fact does not humble the arrogance, nor diminish the know-it-all bulk of a single verdict-maker of the lot by so much as a shade. Mind is plainly an ass, but it will be many ages before it finds it out, no doubt. Why do we respect the opinions of any man or any microbe that ever lived? I swear I don't know. Why do I respect my own? Well, that is different. Appendix W. Little Bessie would assist Providence. See Chapter 282. It is dull, and I need wholesome excitements and distractions, so I will go lightly excursioning along the primrose path of theology. Little Bessie was nearly 3 years old. She was a good child, and not shallow, not frivolous, but meditative and thoughtful, and much given to thinking out the reasons of things and trying to make them harmonize with results. One day she said, "Mama, why is there so much pain and sorrow and suffering? What is it all for?" It was an easy question, and Mama had no difficulty in answering it. "It is for our good, my child. In His wisdom and mercy the Lord sends us these afflictions to discipline us and make us better. Is it He that sends them?" "Yes." "Does He send all of them, Mama?" "Yes, dear, all of them. None of them comes by accident. He alone sends them, and always out of love for us, and to make us better. Isn't it strange?" "Strange? Why, no, I have never thought of it in that way. I have not heard any one call it strange before. It has always seemed natural and right to me, and wise and most kindly and merciful." "Who first thought of it like that, Mama? Was it you?" "Oh no, child, I was taught it." "Who taught you so, Mama?" "Why, really, I don't know, I can't remember. My mother, I suppose, or the preacher. But it's a thing that everybody knows. Well, anyway, it does seem strange. Did He give Billy Norris the typhus?" "Yes." "What for?" "Why, to discipline him and make him good." "But he died, Mama, and so it couldn't make him good." "Well, then, I suppose it was for some other reason." "We know it was a good reason, whatever it was." "What do you think it was, Mama?" "Oh, you ask so many questions." "I think it was to discipline his parents." "Well, then, it wasn't fair, Mama. Why should his life be taken away for their sake, when he wasn't doing anything?" "Oh, I don't know. I only know it was for a good and wise and merciful reason." "What reason, Mama?" I think, well, it was a judgment. It was to punish them for some sin they had committed. But he was the one that was punished, Mama. Was that right?" "Certainly, certainly. He does nothing that isn't right and wise and merciful. You can't understand these things now, dear, but when you are grown up you will understand them, and then you will see that they are just and wise." After a pause, "Did He make the roof fall in on the stranger that was trying to save the crippled old woman from the fire, Mama?" "Yes, my child." "Wait. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. I only know it was to discipline someone, or be a judgment upon somebody, or to show His power. That drunken man that stuck a pitchfork into Mrs. Welch's baby when—" Never mind about it, you needn't go into particulars. It was to discipline the child, that much is certain, anyway. Mamma, Mr. Burgess said in his sermon that billions of little creatures are sent into us to give us cholera, and typhoid, and lockjaw, and more than 1,000 other sicknesses, and mamma, does he send them? Oh, certainly, child, certainly. Of course. What for? Oh, to discipline us. Haven't I told you so, over and over again? It's awful cruel, mamma. And silly. And if I… Hush, oh, hush. Do you want to bring the lightning? You know the lightning did come last week, mamma, and struck the new church, and burned it down. Was it to discipline the church? Wearily. Oh, I suppose so. But it killed a hog that wasn't doing anything. Was it to discipline the hog, mamma? Dear child, don't you want to run out and play a while? If you would like to. Mamma, only think! Mr. Hollister says there isn't a bird, or fish, or reptile, or any other animal that hasn't got an enemy that Providence has sent to bite it, and chase it, and pester it, and kill it, and suck its blood, and discipline it, and make it good and religious. Is that true, mother? Because if it is true, why did Mr. Hollister laugh at it? That Hollister is a scandalous person, and I don't want you to listen to anything he says. Why, mamma, he is very interesting, and I think he tries to be good. He says the wasps catch spiders and cram them down into their nests in the ground, alive, mamma, and there they live and suffer days and days and days, and the hungry little wasps chewing their legs and gnawing into their bellies all the time, to make them good and religious and praise God for His infinite mercies. I think Mr. Hollister is just lovely, and ever so kind, for when I asked him if he would treat a spider like that, he said he hoped to be damned if he would, and then dear mamma, have you fainted? I will run and bring help. Now this comes of staying in town this hot weather. Appendix X, a chronological list of Mark Twain's work published and otherwise, from 1851 to 1910. Note 1. This is not a detailed bibliography, but merely a general list of Mark Twain's literary undertakings, in the order of performance, showing when, and usually where, the work was done, when and where first published, etc. An excellent Mark Twain bibliography has been compiled by Mr. Merle Johnson, to whom acknowledgments are due for important items. Note 2. Only a few of the more important speeches are noted. Volumes that are merely collections of tales or articles are not noted. Note 3. Titles are shortened to those most commonly in use, as Huck Finn, or Huck for The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Names of periodicals are abbreviated. The initials U.E. stand for the Uniform Edition of Mark Twain's works. The chapter number or numbers in the line with the date refers to the place in this work where the items are mentioned. 1851. See Chapter 18 of this work. Edited the Hannibal Journal during the absence of the owner and editor, Orion Clemens. Wrote local items for the Hannibal Journal. Burlesque of a rival editor in the Hannibal Journal. Wrote 2 sketches for the Saturday Eve Post, Philadelphia. To Marion H.L., Hannibal Journal. 1852-53, see Chapter 18. Jim Wolfe and the Fire, Hannibal Journal. Burlesque of a rival editor in the Hannibal Journal. 1853, see Chapter 19. Wrote obituary poems, not published. Wrote first letters home. 1855-56, see Chapters 20 and 21. First after-dinner speech, delivered at a printer's banquet in Keokuk, Iowa. Letters from Cincinnati, November 16, 1856, signed Snodgrass, Saturday Post, Keokuk. 1857, see Chapter 21. Letters from Cincinnati, March 16, 1857, signed Snodgrass, Saturday Post, Keokuk. 1858. Anonymous contributions to the New Orleans Crescent, and probably to St. Louis papers. 1859. See Chapter 27, also Appendix B. Burlesque of Captain Isaiah Sellers, True Delta, New Orleans, May 8 or 9. 1861. See Chapters 33-35. Letters Home, published in the Gate City, Keokuk. 1862. See Chapters 35-38. Letters and Sketches, signed Josh. For the Territorial Enterprise, Virginia City, Nevada. Report of the lecture of Professor Personal Pronoun, Enterprise. Report of a 4th of July oration, Enterprise. The Petrified Man, Enterprise. Local news reporter for the Enterprise from August 1863. See chapters 41 to 43, also Appendix C. Reported the Nevada legislature for the Enterprise. First used the name Mark Twain, February 2nd. Advice to the Unreliable, Enterprise. Curing a Cold, Enterprise. U.E. Information for the Million, Enterprise. Advice to Good Little Girls, Enterprise. The Dutch Nick Massacre, Enterprise. Many other Enterprise sketches. The Aged Pilot Man poem. Roughing It. U.E. 1864. C. Chapters 44 to 47. Reported the Nevada legislature for the Enterprise. Speech as Governor of the Third House. Letters to New York Sunday Mercury. Local reporter on the San Francisco Call. Articles and sketches for the Golden Era. Articles and sketches for the Californian. Daily letters from San Francisco to the Enterprise. Several of the Era and Californian sketches appear in Sketches New and Old. U.E. 1865. See chapters 49 to Lee, also Appendix E. Notes for the Jumping Frog story, Angel's Camp, February. Sketches, etc., for the Golden Era and Californian. Daily letter to the Enterprise. The Jumping Frog, San Francisco, Saturday Press. New York, November 18th. U.E. 1866. See chapters 52 to LV, also Appendix D. Daily letter to the Enterprise. Sandwich Island letters to the Sacramento Union. Lecture on the Sandwich Islands, San Francisco, October 2nd. 43 days in an open boat. Harper's Magazine, December. Error in signature made at Mark Twain. 1867. See chapters 57 to LXV, also appendices E, F, and G. Letters to Alta California from New York. Jim Wolfe and the Cats, N. Y. Sunday Mercury. The Jumping Frog book, published by Charles Henry Webb, May 1st. U. E. Lectured at Cooper Union, May 66. Letters to Alta California and New York Tribune from the Quaker City, Holy Land excursion. Letter to New York Herald on the return from the Holy Land. After dinner speech on Women, Washington. Began arrangement for the publication of The Innocents Abroad. 1868. See chapters 66 to 69, also appendices H and I. Newspaper letters, etc., from Washington, for New York Citizen, Tribune, Herald, and other papers and periodicals. Preparing Quaker City letters, in Washington and San Francisco, for book publication. Captain Wakeman's Stormfield's Visit to Heaven, San Francisco, published Harper's Magazine, December, 1907 January, 1908, also book, Harper's. Lectured in California and Nevada on the Holy Land, July 2nd. S. Cat. Anonymous article on T. K. Beecher, Elmira, published in local paper. Lecture Tour, season 1868 to 69. 1869. See chapters 70 to Lexney. The Innocents Abroad book, M. Pub. Company, July 20th. U. E. Bought 1/3 ownership in the Buffalo Express. Contributed editorials, sketches, etc. To the Express. Contributed sketches to Packard's Monthly, Wood's Magazine, etc. Lecture Tour, season 1869 to 70. 1870. See chapters 74 to 80, also Appendix J. Contributed various matter to Buffalo Express. Contributed various matter under general head of Memoranda to Galaxy Magazine, May to April, 71. Roughing It begun in September, Buffalo. Shem's Diary, Buffalo, unfinished. God, Ancient and Modern, unpublished. 1871. See chapters 81 and 82, also Appendix K. Memoranda continued in Galaxy to April. Autobiography and First Romance. The first romance had appeared in the Express in 1870, later included in Sketches. Booklet, Sheldon and Company. U. E. Roughing It finished Quarry Farm. Roll-off letter, Tribune. Wrote several sketches and lectures, Quarry Farm. Western play, unfinished. Lecture tour, season 1871 to 72. 1872. See chapters 83 to 87, also Appendix L. Roughing It, Book Am. Pub. Company, February. U. E. The Mark Twain Scrapbook invented, Saybrook, Connecticut. Tom Sawyer begun as a play, Saybrook, Connecticut. A few unimportant sketches published in Practical Jokes, etc. began a book on England, London. 1873. See chapters 88 to 92. Letters on the Sandwich Islands Tribune, January 3rd and 6th. The Gilded Age, with C. D. Warner, Book Am. Pub. Co. December. U. E. The License of the Press, paper for the Monday Evening Club. Lectured in London, October 18th and season 1873 to 74. 1874. See chapters 93 to 98, also Appendix M. Tom Sawyer continued, in the new study at Quarry Farm. A True Story, Quarry Farm, Atlantic, November. U. E. Fables, Quarry Farm. U. E. Colonel Sellers, play, Quarry Farm, performed by John T. Raymond. Undertaker's Love Story, Quarry Farm, unpublished. Old Times on the Mississippi, Hartford, Atlantic, January to July, 1875. Monarchy Letter to Mrs. Clemens, dated 1935, Boston. 1875. See chapters C to Civ, also Appendix N. Universal Suffrage, paper for the Monday Evening Club. Sketches New and Old, Book Am. Pub. Company, July. U. E. Tom Sawyer concluded, Hartford. The Curious Rep of Gondur, Atlantic, October, and signed. Punch, Conductor, Punch, Atlantic, February 1876. U. E. The Second Advent, unfinished. The Mysterious Chamber, unfinished. Autobiography of a Damn Fool, unfinished. Petition for International Copyright. 1876. See chapters CVI to CX. Performed in The Loan of the Lover as Peter Spuke, Hartford. Carnival of Crime, paper for the Monday Evening Club, Atlantic, June. U. E. Huck Finn begun, Quarry Farm. Canvasser's Story, Quarry Farm, Atlantic, December. U. E. 1601. Quarry Farm, privately printed. And not edited by Livy. D.W. Sin, with Bret Hart, play, Hartford. Tom Sawyer, Book Am. Pub. Company, December. U. E. Speech on the Weather. New England Society, December 22nd. 1877. See chapters XI to CXV, also Appendix O. Loves of Alonzo Fitzclarence, etc., Quarry Farm, Atlantic. Idle Excursion, Quarry Farm, Atlantic, October, November, December. U. E. Simon Wheeler, Detective, play, Quarry Farm, not produced. Prince and Pauper begun, Quarry Farm. Whittier Birthday Speech, Boston, December. 1878. See chapters XVI to CXX. Magnanimous Incident, Hartford, Atlantic, May. U. E. A Tramp Abroad, Heidelberg and Munich. Mental Telegraphy, Harper's Magazine, December, 1891. U. E. Gambetta Duel, Atlantic, February 1879, included in Tramp. U. E. Rev. and Pitcairn, Atlantic, March 1879. U. E. Stolen White Elephant, Book, Osgood and Company, 1882. U. E. The three items last named were all originally a part of the Tramp Abroad. 1879. See chapters XI to XVII, also chapter XVII and Appendix P. A Tramp Abroad continued, Paris, Elmira, and Hartford. Adam Monument Scheme, Elmira. Speech on The Babies, Grant Dinner, Chicago, November. Speech on Plagiarism, Holmes Breakfast, Boston, December. 1880. See chapters CXXV to XXI. Prince and Pauper concluded, Hartford and Elmira. Huck Finn continued, Quarry Farm, Elmira. A Cat Story, Quarry Farm, unpublished. A Tramp Abroad book, Am. Pub. Company, March 13th. U. E. Edward Mills and Geo Benton, Hartford, Atlantic, August. U. E. Mrs. McWilliams and the Lightning, Hartford, Atlantic, September. U. E. 1881. See chapters 6 of Txvi. A Curious Experience, Century, November. U. E. A Biography of, unfinished. Prince and Pauper, book, Osgood Company, December. Burlesque Etiquette, unfinished. Included in Letters from the Earth, D.W. 1882. See chapters CXL and XLI. Life on the Mississippi, Elmira and Hartford. 1883. See chapters XLI to XVI. Life on the Mississippi, book, Osgood Company, May. U. E. What is Happiness? Paper for the Monday Evening Club. Introduction to Portuguese Conversation book, Hartford. Huck Finn concluded, Quarry Farm. History Game, Quarry Farm. American Claimant with W. D. Howells, play, Hartford, produced by A. P. Burbank. Dramatized Tom Sawyer and Prince and Pauper, not produced. 1884. See chapters Xlix to Klai. Embarked in publishing with Charles L. Webster. The Carson Footprints, The San Franciscan. Huck Finn, book, Charles L. Webster and Company, December. U. E. Platform Readings with George W. Cable, Season 84 to 85. 1885. See chapters Clive to Clivi. Contracted for General Grant's Memoirs. A Campaign That Failed, Century, December. U. E. The Universal Tinker, Century, December, open letter signed X. Y. Z. Letter on the Government of Children, Christian Union, Kittichin, Children's Poem. 1886. See chapters Clicks to Cooksai, also Appendix Q. Introduced Henry M. Stanley, Boston. Connecticut Yankee begun, Hartford. English as She is Taught, Century, April, 1887. Luck, Harper's, August, 1891. General Grant and Matthew Arnold, Army and Navy Dinner Speech. 1887. See chapters Cooksai to Cooksiv, also Appendix R. Meisterschaft, play, Hartford, Century, January, 1888. U. E. Knights of Labor, essay, not published. To the Queen of England, Harper's Magazine, December. U. E. Consistency, paper for the Monday Evening Club. 1888. See chapters Clex V to Clex Vi. Introductory 4 Unsent Letters, unpublished. Master of Arts degree from Yale. Yale Alumni Address, unpublished. Copyright Controversy with Brander Matthews, Princeton Review. Replies to Matthew Arnold's American Criticisms, unpublished. Yankee Continued, Elmira and Hartford. Introduction of Nye and Riley, Boston. 1889. See chapters Clex to Clexii, also Appendix S. A Majestic Literary Fossil, Harper's Magazine, February, 1890. U. E. Huck and Tom Among the Indians, unfinished. Introduction to Yankee, not used. Letter to Elsie Leslie, S.D. Nicholas, February, 1890. Connecticut Yankee, book, Webster and Company, December. U. E. 1890. See chapters Clexii to Clexiv. Letter to Andrew Lang about English criticism. No important literary matters this year. Mark Twain engaged promoting the page typesetting machine. 1891. See chapters CLXXV to CLXVI. American Claimant, Hartford, syndicated, also book, Webster and Company, May, 1892. U. E. European Letters to New York Sunday Down the Rhone, unfinished. Cornerstrasse, unpublished. 1892. See chapters CLXXX to CLXCI. The German Chicago, Berlin, Sunday U. E. All Kinds of Ships at Sea. U. E. Tom Sawyer Abroad, Nowham, S.T. Nicholas, November, 93, to April, 94. U. E. Those Extraordinary Twins, Nowham. U. E. Pudd'nhead Wilson, Nowham and Florence, Century, December, 93 to June 94 U. E. $100,000 banknote, Florence, Century, January 93. U. E. 1893. See chapters Cluxii to Clexvi. Joan of Arc begun, at Villa Viviani, Florence, and completed up to the raising of the siege of Orleans. Californian's Tale, Florence, Liber Scriptorum, also Harper's. Adam's Diary, Florence, Niagara Book, also Harper's. Eskimo Maiden's Romance, Cosmopolitan, November. U. E. Is He Living or Is He Dead? Cosmopolitan, September. U. E. Traveling with a Reformer, Cosmopolitan, December. U. E. In Defense of Harriet Shelley, Florence, N. A. Rev. July 94. U. E. Fenimore Cooper's Literary Offenses. This may not have been written until early in 1894. Players, New York, N. A. Rev. July 95 U. E. 1894. See chapters Cluxvithi to CXC. Joan of Arc continued, Etretat and Paris. What Paul Bourget Thinks of Us, Etretat, N. A. Rev. January 95 U. E. Tom Sawyer Abroad Book, Webster and Company, April. U. E. Pudd'nhead Wilson, Book, M. Pub. Company, November. U. E. The Failure of Charles L. Webster and Company, April 18th. The Derelict, Poem, Paris, unpublished. 1895. See chapters Clexix and Xi. Joan of Arc finished, Paris, January 28th. Harper's Magazine, April to December. Mental Telegraphy again, Harper's, September. U. E. A Little Note to Paul Bourget. U. E. Poem to Mrs. Beecher Elmira, not published. U. E. Lecture Tour Around the World, begun at Elmira, July 14th, ended July 31st. 1896. See chapters Xi to Xiv. Joan of Arc, Book, Harper's, May. U. E. Tom Sawyer, Detective, and Other Stories Book, Harper's, November. Following the Equator begun, 23 Tedworth Square, London. 1897. See chapters Xvi to X6. Following the Equator Book, M. Pub. Company, November. Queen's Jubilee, London, Newspaper Syndicate, book privately printed. James Hammond Trumbull, Century, November. Which was which? London and Switzerland, unfinished. Tom and Huck, Switzerland, unfinished. Hellfire Hotchkiss, Switzerland, unfinished. In Memoriam, Poem, Switzerland, Harper's Magazine. U. E. Concordia Club Speech, Vienna. Stirring Times in Austria, Vienna, Harper's Magazine, March 1898. U. E. 1898. See chapter CC to Chi, also Appendix T. The Austrian Edison Keeping School Again, Vienna, Century, August. U. E. At the Appetite Cure, Vienna, Cosmopolitan, August. U. E. From the London Times, 1904, Vienna, Century, November. U. E. About Play Acting, Vienna, Forum, October. U. E. Concerning the Jews, Vienna, Harper's Magazine, September, 99. U. E. Christian Science and Mrs. Eddy, Vienna, Cosmopolitan, October. U. E. The Man That Corrupted Hadleyburg, Vienna, Harper's Magazine, December, 99. U. E. Autobiographical Chapters, Vienna, some of them used in the N. A. Rev. 1906 to 2007. What is Man? Kaltenlegiben, book, privately printed, August, 1906. Assassination of an Empress, Kaltenlegiben, unpublished. The Mysterious Stranger, unfinished. Translations of German plays, unproduced. 1899. See chapter Civ. Diplomatic Pay and Clothes, Vienna Forum, March. U. E. My Literary Debut, Vienna, Century, December. U. E. Christian Science, Vienna, N. A. Rev. December, 1902, January and February, 1903. Translated German Plays, Vienna, unproduced. Collaborated with Siegmund Schlesinger on Plays, Vienna, unfinished. Planned a postal check scheme, Vienna. Articles about the Kellgren treatment, Sanna, Sweden, unpublished. St. Joan of Arc, London, Harper's Magazine, December, 1904. U.E. My First Lie, and How I Got Out of It, London, New York World. U.E. Articles on South African War, London, unpublished, uniform edition of Mark Twain's works, Am. Pub. Company. 1900. See Chapter 6 to Xi. Two Little Tales, London, Century, November, 1901. U.E. Spoke on copyright before the House of Lords. Delivered many speeches in London and New York. 1901. See Chapters Xi to Xvi. To the Person Sitting in Darkness, 14 West 10th Street, New York, N.A. Rev. February. To My Missionary Critics, 14 West 10th Street, New York, N.A. Rev. April. Double-Barreled Detective Story, Saranac Lake, The Lair, Harper's Magazine, January and February, 1902. Lincoln Birthday Speech, February 11th. Many other speeches. Plan for Casting Vote Party, Riverdale, unpublished. The Stupendous Procession, Riverdale, unpublished. Antemortem Obituaries, Harper's Weekly. Received degree of Doctor of Letters from Yale. 1902. See Chapters 6 to Kexiv, also Appendix U. Does the Race of Man Love a Lord? Riverdale, N.A. Rev. April. U.E. Five Boons of Life, Riverdale, Harper's Weekly, July 5th. U.E. Why Not Abolish It? Riverdale, Harper's Weekly, July 5th. Defense of General Funston, Riverdale, N.A. Rev. May. If I Could Be There, Riverdale, unpublished. Wrote various articles, unfinished or unpublished. Received degree of Doctor of Laws from the University of Missouri, June. The Belated Passport, York Harbor, Harper's Weekly, December 6th. U.E. Was It Heaven? Or Hell? York Harbor, Harper's Magazine, December. U.E. Poem, Riverdale and York Harbor, unpublished, 67th Birthday Speech, New York, November 27th. 1903. See Chapters CCXXV to CCXXX. Mrs. Eddy in Error, Riverdale, N.A. Rev. April. Instructions in Art, Riverdale, Metropolitan, April and May. Oedipus and Other C.S. Articles, unfinished. A Dog's Tale, Elmira, Harper's Magazine, December. U.E. Italian Without a Master, Florence, Harper's Weekly, January 21st, 1904. U.E. Italian with Grammar, Florence, Harper's Magazine, August. U.E. The $30,000 Bequest, Florence, Harper's Weekly, December 10th, 1904. U.E. 1904. See Chapters CCXXX to Kexiv. Autobiography, Florence, portions published, N.A. Rev. and Harper's Weekly. Concerning Copyright, Tyringham, Massachusetts, N.A. Rev. January, 1905. Tsar's Soliloquy, 21 Fifth Avenue, New York, N.A. Rev. March, 1905. Adam's Diary, Book, Harper's, April. 1905. See Chapters Kexiv to Xvexvi, also Appendix V. Leopold's Soliloquy, 21 Fifth Avenue, New York, pamphlet P. R. Warren Company. The War Prayer, 21 Fifth Avenue, New York, unpublished. Eve's Diary, Dublin, New Hampshire, Harper's Magazine, December. 3,000 Years Among the Microbes, unfinished. Interpreting the Deity, Dublin, New Hampshire, unpublished. A Horse's Tale, Dublin, New Hampshire, Harper's Magazine, August and September, 1906. 70th Birthday Speech. W. D. Howells, 21 Fifth Avenue, New York, Harper's Magazine, July, 1906. 1906. See Chapters 6 to CCLI. Autobiography Dictation, 21 Fifth Avenue, New York, and Dublin, New Hampshire, selections published, N.A. Rev. 1906 and 1907. Many speeches. Farewell Lecture, Carnegie Hall, April 19. What is Man? Book privately printed. Copyright Speech, Washington, December 1907. See chapters Clavie to Clixii. Autobiography Dictations, 27 Fifth Avenue, New York, and Tuxedo. Degree of Doctor of Literature conferred by Oxford, June 26. Made many London speeches. Begum of Bengal Speech, Liverpool. Christian Science, Book, Harper's, February. U. E. Captain Stormfield's Visit to Heaven, Book, Harper's. 1908. See chapters Cleclev to CCLXX. Autobiography Dictations, 21 Fifth Avenue, New York, and Reading, Connecticut. Lotus Club and Other Speeches. Aldrich Memorial Speech. 1909. See chapters Clexvi to Clexix. Also appendices N and W. Is Shakespeare Dead? Book, Harper's, April. A Fable, Harper's Magazine, December. Copyright documents unpublished. Addressed to St. Timothy School. Marjorie Fleming, Stormfield, Harper's Bazaar, December. The Turning Point of My Life, Stormfield, Harper's Bazaar, February, 1910. Bessie Dialogue, unpublished. Letters from the Earth, unfinished. The Death of Jean, Harper's, December, 1910. The International Lightning Trust, unpublished. 1910. See Chapter 292. Valentines to Helen and Others, not published. Advice to Paine, not published.